Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone can settle down so we can start. Welcome to day 2 of the Pakistan Fintech Forum. My name is Faheen and I lead marketing here at Finja. I will be your MC for today. I thank you all for being present here today, and we definitely have some very exciting panel discussions lined up for you. With no further ado, our first panel of the day will be completely women-led forum on the topic of digital financial literacy and creating female digital entrepreneurs. I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Zainab Saeed, who is the Chief Strategy Officer at Kashif Foundation, which works exclusively with women. Kashif is a pioneer MFI that has demonstrated the business case of women-centric microfinance. Zainab has been with Kashif since 2008 and has been involved in multiple facets of the pro-poor and women-centric work at Kashif. Please welcome her on stage.
Thank you so much, Farheen. I'm really happy to be here, and this is going to be a really interesting panel. I'm a bit sad that there are a few people, there are too few people in the audience for the most important panel that we're pretty much having on this conference. So without further delays, I'd like to start by calling the panelists on stage. First up, I'd like to call Ms. Asma Hamid on stage, who is the founder and head of litigation at Asma Hamid Associates. Ms. Hamid serves as the first woman advocate general for Punjab, and she brings with herself extensive experience in tax laws, banking and finance laws, and civil litigation. We're very lucky to have you with us, madam. Please have a seat. Next up, I'd like to call Ms. Sadaf Abid. Sadaf is the vice chairperson of the Pakistan Microfinance Network, the founder and CEO of Circle. She's been an advocate of gender mainstreaming and gender rights since I've been part of the microfinance world. Recently, in her venture with Circle, she's been working with tech entrepreneurs and will be sharing experiences of that in this panel. Thank you so much, Sadaf, for being part of this panel. Next up, I'd like to call Ms. Amara Masood, who is the president and CEO of NDC Tech. She brings with her over 28 years of experience in information technology and governance. She's worked across multiple countries in the field of tech. Thank you so much, Ms. Amara, for joining us today. Last but not the least, I'd like to call on stage Ms. Valdemira Brestenska, who is the co-founder of NEEM. NEEM is an embedded financial service finance platform which aims to serve the underserved and segments of society. For the past 15 years, Valdemira has been championing solving business issues with investment and public policy development. So thank you so much for being here. I'm just going to quickly set the stage and then take my place on the seat over there. And I'd just like you guys to put up the presentation. So when we talk about the women, and we talk about the digital divide and digital financial literacy, what we see across the world is that in the last decade, there's been barely any difference or barely any change in the way, in statistics around women's digital empowerment or the digital divide. We see that men are 21% more likely than women to be online, and this number actually gets worse for developing countries, which is about 50%. So the gender divide is also, unfortunately, in terms of digital, highest for South Asia. And when we talk about the gender divide, and I will just use this, yes, there are three specific aspects and three specific facets to it that we should try and sort of understand. And once we understand these, I think the conversation that we're going to be having is going to make a lot more sense. So when we initially looked at the gender divide, people operationalized it as just an access problem or an economic problem, where there was an economic digital divide between the genders. Because men tend to have higher incomes, there are more poor women in the world, so people assumed that it was just an access thing, and that the biggest divide is that women cannot afford to own phones. So if you look at statistics, you'll see that 90% of men in Pakistan that were interviewed by the GSM for a study had mobile phones, whereas this number was only 42%. Sorry, 90% of men that had mobile phones had actually bought the phones themselves, and only 42% of the women that had mobile phones had bought the phones themselves. So there is an access issue even where you have women that own phones. The second facet or the second aspect of the gender digital divide is a usability digital divide. And when we're really talking about the usability gender divide, we're talking about how easy it is for women and men to use the phone. And we see that women find it harder to use phones or use digital because they're not equipped to be using digital. There are gender gaps in digital readiness, so women are less ready to go digital, and this is, a result of disparity worldwide in terms of digital financial literacy, something that we will be talking about in the panel, and also just opportunities. So we see that a lot less women come into STEM and science and ICT, and that over, the longer run has an impact. So if you were to operationalize this, once you get a phone, so once you cross the first aspect of the gender digital divide, which is access, and you move on to the second, and you actually have a phone, how able or how equipped are you to be able to use that phone or to be able to use digital? This is then followed by a third facet or a third level of the gender digital divide, which is an empowerment divide, which is how many use cases exist for women and how empowered are women to actually be using the digital that they have access to. And this is the third level of the digital divide. And just looking at some research, when we look at men and women that use the internet, we see that men have 4.2 use cases for using the internet, whereas women who now have crossed the economic divide, have crossed the usability divide, but at the empowerment divide, the number is lesser. It's 3.4. So, just going on to the next slide, it's just an operationalization of the same thing. So, you start with mobile ownership in Pakistan, and you see that 50% of women own phones compared to 81% of men. This is statistics from the GSM. When you look at the awareness of mobile phones, and I'm sorry, I hope you guys can all see this, you see that the awareness is pretty similar. So for men, it's 79%. For women, it's 70%. But you jump onto the next sort of vertical, and you look at the mobile phone adoption or mobile internet adoption, you see a stark difference. So it's 19% for women compared to 37% for men. And then when you jump to the next level, which is the regular mobile use, you see that it's only 16% for women and 36% for men. And this internet use, by the way, is people who are using the internet once in a week. If you look at daily use, it actually comes down to 13%. So the point that I'm trying to make, or the point that we're all sort of trying to reaffirm over here, is that there is a very stringent and very strong gender divide when it comes to digital. How can we then take digital to women? Because for us at this forum and generally, digital and data is the way to now reach underserved markets. And that is really the question that I hope we will able to be taking some lessons for and some key takeaways from this panel discussion. So I'm just going to now move to that side and then ask the questions. So I just shared some data on the gender digital divide, but the first question that I had for our panelists here was that, data just seems a bit distant. So if you could all take a minute to share a personal experience or a personal anecdote from your work life or from generally, your personal life, which for you highlights or identifies this gender digital divide that we were just looking at in numbers. And maybe we can just go through the panel the way that you're seated. So maybe, Sadaf, we can start with you, and then with you, As. Great. So I think what you're really saying is that women who weren't earning enough or were not earning at all, I can now have the potential to earn up to 20,000, and that's really been one of the, the flip sides of sort of traversing the gender digital divide. Could we also have you, Asma, talk a bit about, how you've experienced or seen the gender digital divide?
Thank you, Zainab. Am I audible? So I think as a lawyer, my experience with digital issues has been mostly with cybercrime. And that is where I have encountered where women have had problems with being on smartphones, having access to smartphones for all the right reasons, but then being victims for all the wrong reasons. And the cases that I have dealt with have been mostly partners, spouses, friends, blackmailing, where women have been the victims of sextortion, blackmail, all the crimes that fall under the PICA 2016, and how I think what's come most to light is the attitude of law enforcement agencies when these complaints do actually come in. So of course we've provided, the law has provided all the mechanisms for where you can complain and where you can air your grievances, file complaints, etc. But then the attitude of law enforcement agencies and the way that the mechanisms deal with those is not quite so amenable, forgiving, accommodating as such. And that's where these women have run into problems. In fact, so to quote a case, there was one in which all these videos and etc. had been extracted out of her phone and used against her. And when the instrument was taken over by the FIA, they kind of extracted far more material to use against her in the prosecution than they had been originally. So there's a lot of gender sensitivity that we need to put into our law enforcement agencies to actually help women cope as victims without making them, without further victimizing them. And I think that's something that I could speak on more, but I'll let the next
We'll come to that in your question. So essentially what you're saying is that the lack of basic safety, and that's how you've experienced and seen other people experiencing the gender divide, that, they don't know that they're basic, basic SOPs that you have to really follow if you're using your phone in a certain way. So you were equipped with the phone, but how do you protect your data? And, that is a big gap in terms of the digital divide. Thank you so much. Ms. Amara, we'd continue.
Yes, I think I will talk a little bit from the aspect of women in technology and my experiences of what I have seen, because we hire a lot of people. And recently, if I talk about the last 5 years, I have definitely seen a lot of change to what it was maybe 20 years ago in Pakistan. And generally, I think towards all of the other Western countries as well. Women in technology have been a few, and even today, if you look at the statistics, some say only 20 or 25% of the women are in the technology sector, working in jobs of technology. And out of those, maybe 40 or 45% of the women actually leave in the first 3 years of their job, which is a huge number. And from my own personal experiences, there are two things which have really helped. One is that we need to definitely recognize that women, when they come into technology, there are two things which kind of become an inhibitor for them to progress further. One is that technology jobs are very, very time taking, and anybody who comes into a job which is related to technology needs to know that it is a big commitment for them. And many times their family members will not allow them to be supportive of that process. I think what also happened during the COVID days was that many of the women who actually had come in to work in the technology And when they were supposed to start working from home, there was a big balance that they could not actually maintain because they could not produce. And we were seeing that, I mean, personally as well, from our own company's perspective, that women who started working from home were not able to produce because there were so many other family commitments from children and from their parents, etc. The other thing that I would also like to highlight is that the exposure of women in digital and technology jobs is also very limited. And I think if companies provide more flexibility in the kind of jobs that are provided for them, then, I mean, I have seen many, many examples of some women who are now leaders in my company, who basically, when they were exposed to international markets, when they were exposed to different areas of what they could achieve in technology, they have really, really been able to do a lot. And I think, I mean, it is not, something which can be done at scale today in Pakistan, because we have to fix a little bit on the education side as well. We have to have more numbers which come from there, so that more, and then there has to be a lot of mentorship for women in technology to be able to progress on their careers, and for that number to be lower.
Great, thank you so much. And I think this speaks volumes about the kind of things that are being produced, right? So if you're not going to have women on the table in the design side, in the AI side, in the data side, the use case for what is being created is really going to go down for women. So, when we talk about getting women on the decision tables, so they have input into decisions about UIs, about, what the app is going to do and how technology is going to empower them. If you're not going to have enough women on the back end, they're not going to be able to create those use cases for women on the front end. So thank you so much for highlighting that. I think this is very important. We'll shift to you now, Vladimira.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. It's good to see a little bit of the crowd in this room. I want to echo what I've heard. So I'm a co-founder of a fintech company, digital financial services here in Pakistan called Neem. And when you ask the question, like, what are some of the practical examples that I can think about where I daily see women not be represented and where the gender gap is present, it's when I look in our product teams. If you are entrepreneurs here in those rooms, I would maybe ask you, have a think for a minute and just visualize your product teams. How many women are actually designing digital financial services from a product perspective for women? Very little. And I will also challenge a little bit, hopefully in a respectful way, also forums like the one that we have today. When I looked on the speakers of the 2 days conference on breaking barriers to digital financial inclusion, and I looked on the decision makers sitting on the panels, there were very little of women. So I think one of the real examples for us to work on is, absolutely, I agree, it starts much earlier. It starts around education, and it's very complex. But I think the one thing that I experience daily already is that when I look in our product teams, I look on forums like those, there is very little of women actually building products for women. The other example that I want to share is that when we think, even at Neem, about digital financial inclusion for women, very often we think about women who are unbanked, and that leads us to think about rural areas. But I do work with fellow women entrepreneurs who would not call themselves unbanked. They would probably define themselves as underbanked. And when I was speaking to Halima Iqbal from Oran, she actually mentioned it on one of the podcasts as well. She's a founder of Oran. She's an investment banker by her profession. When she came to Pakistan about, I believe it's like 5 years now or maybe less, it took her about 3 months to open a bank account because she was persuaded by the banks that she actually doesn't need a solo bank account, that she should have a joint bank account with her husband, or sorry, with her father or brother. And till today she was saying that it was challenging for her to access credit cards. So we are speaking about women like us sitting on this panel. So then let's think about the women who are unbanked. And as Sada was mentioning, they're living in the areas like, let's say, Hunza or Chitral or the rural of Sindh. The situation gets very different. So those were the two live examples, I think, very close to our eyes.
Great, thank you so much, Vladimir. So essentially, you know, it's not just the numbers, you know, just the practical implementation and the cultural context in which women are also facing the gender digital divide is very important. And I think that's something that we'll be hearing more about in the sort of following proceedings of the panel. So Sadaf, I'll give my first substantive question for you. And so you talked a bit about Tech Karo, and you talked about the entrepreneurs that you've been working with, and the opportunities that you've been able to create for them. I wanted you to shed some more light on what are the challenges really that these women face, and so we've looked at the numbers and we've looked at access, but more in terms of the social cultural ones. So we've spoken about some of them. So if you could speak to some of those, and then you mentioned the work that you are doing with Circle in terms of empowering these girls and these young women. With skills and capacity building and mentoring and hand-holding. So could you also walk us a bit through that so that we can understand what we all need to be doing to get more women into this space? And so, we can address the financial literacy aspect also and the creation of digital tech entrepreneurs that are women.
Okay, great. So that's a lot of questions. So I'll start with something really simple. Like all of us, when we have to go out, we use transport. And there is a big barrier that continues. I mean, I remember when I was a young professional and I started working, my first job was at Systems. I used to work with Shahid Kardar, and we did consulting work for World Bank and ADB. My mother would pick and drop me. And she would wait. I mean, sometimes I'm finishing 5:30, sometimes 6, and I felt really bad, like my mother has to wait. So I said to her, I'll take a rickshaw. So for a month, I took a rickshaw, and it took 40% of my salary. And I was like, this is too much. So let me look for other options. So what do you think are other options for us who don't want their mothers to pick you and are not on a rickshaw? What are the other options? Ji? Yes, और public transport में क्या है? Bus है, और लाहौर में mini wagon है. Ji. And the mini wagon has 2 seats for women in the front row, and the rest is packed with men at the back. So you have to wait because obviously there are only 2 seats. And the driver's like quite sitting uncomfortably close to you, so you have to be a confident woman to keep your space. So anyway, I started using that, and the wagon, I had to wait longer. And then it would drop me, Lahore mein Phatak hai cavalry ground ka, usse pehle it would drop me. And I had to walk home, 15-minute walk. Nice neighborhood. So much harassment. I mean, it was amazing as a young 22-year-old to face that experience, and I think a great lesson for me at that stage, because it showed me what millions of women face in Pakistan every day. For a good 8 months, I never shared the harassment that I experienced with my family because I didn't want them to say, okay, we're going to now pick and drop you again. And then one day, my dad was speaking with his friends. My dad comes from the military background, then he worked with HRCP. And in the conversation, it came out that Sadaf is using public transport, and everyone was horrified. And then they told my dad, you must do something about it. And that's how my first car came. But not everyone is lucky like me to get a car. So this problem continues to be there today. I mean, the other day, I use Kareem a lot. So I lived in Karachi, and I used 2 years just Kareem. And I have some amazing experiences to share with all of you of ordering a Kareem. Once I ordered a Kareem, and I had just finished a meeting, and I came down, and I called the Kareem person to give directions, and this guy was coming on a motorbike, and I thought it seemed like as if I'm having a conversation with him. So I said, this is rather odd. And anyway, he stops next to me and he says, did you order a Kareem? And I said, gee, but I ordered a car. So he said, I looked and I had by accident ordered a motorbike. So I said, oh, ये तो गलती से मैंने motorbike order कर दिया है. So he said, आपने कहाँ जाना है? I said, जी यहाँ defense में जाना है. So he said, मैं आपको ले जाता हूँ. I said, okay. So I said, I must respond positively. So I jumped on the motorbike. I said, ख्याल से drive करिएगा. And we came. and the chowkidar in my house was shocked that I am returning on a motorbike. I asked him to take a picture, and I posted it. And I thanked the Kareem driver, but then again, not many women jump on Kareems, not many Kareem drivers want to take women. That also I've experienced. Once I again ordered a Kareem by mistake in Lahore, and the driver came to my home, and I opened the gate, and I didn't see the car, and I said, where's the Kareem? And then this guy says, जी मैं आपको लेने आया हूँ, and I said, गाड़ी का, and I'd ordered a motorbike by mistake again. So I had to, I was getting late for a meeting, so I said, जी चलते हैं. He looked horrified at the thought of me ready to go on a motorbike with him. So he looked so horrified, so I said, okay, I'll get a rickshaw or something. So this is the scenario that women face in Pakistan in terms of just stepping out of their home, whether for a job or running an errand. So this must change. Something as basic as having safe, accessible, affordable transport. And then, of course, I think the other barriers that I touch upon is lack of role models. I mean, my panelists have already highlighted that. We don't see enough women in leadership roles. We don't see enough women in positive roles. I mean, look at what's happening on dramas and things, such negative stories of women. I mean, Tanhaiya was one of my favorite plays. I mean, in those days, they showed a woman starting a business. She was becoming an entrepreneur. We don't see that example anymore on media. So these shifts have to start happening. In my own extended family, I've observed, a young boy and girl running 5-year-olds. So when they run, obviously they'll fall. The boy falls, everyone says, kuch nahi hua, bhago, bhago. To the girl, they say, I told you not to run fast, be careful. So what is the message the girl is getting? Don't experiment, be very careful, it's a very hard world. Stick to your small space. So I think we need to change that. We need to give messages to girls to be ambitious. It's okay, dream big, you can fail, that's fine. And to the boys, I think we need to tell them to take responsibility and support and encourage and play their role. So I think it's just as fundamental as that, and I hope some of you who are sitting here today will reflect on these cultural norms and barriers, because really we are creating society. And if we shift, if we really believe in creating a shift, we can do it.
Great, so some lessons on mindset change and some for Kareem on their UI. They really need to change it, right? We need to stop ordering bikes by mistake. I'm going to skip directly to Ms. Amara because I know she has a meeting and she needs to leave. So Ms. Amara, just sort of talking more about what you said in your opening statement about opportunities and women's representation in tech. So, you talked a bit about what private sector entities can do, in terms of flexibility and what you, as a woman leader in your own organization, have been able to do, to retain women and to help them sort of succeed. What do you think can be done at the public policy level to have more women be part of the tech sector in terms of jobs? And if there's something else that you'd like to share on the private sector side, also more in depth in terms of what can be done to not just recruit them, but also retain them and then grow them into these leadership positions.
Yeah. So I think, if we talk about the public sector, what I remember from the earlier days when I went to university in Pakistan, there was a system of reserved seats, basically there were reserved seats for people, men or women, coming from remote areas. And there was a system of reserved seats for women. And now when I reflect back, actually that was a pretty good system. And it encouraged women to come into the, at that time in education. But also there was the same system which continued to be in the public sector as well. So many organizations where women wanted to join. So I think we should apply probably something similar, here as well in the tech sector, whether it is from education point of view, where we want to encourage more women to come in. As I said, the percentage of women right now is very low. So maybe what we need to create is some kind of a quota system where we have reserved seats for women to come into ICT and a STEM type of education, because usually women will, whoever are coming into doing this, they don't know enough about what it means to be in the tech sector. Many of the parents think that if women are in the technology sector, that means they will be geeks and nobody will marry them. So that kind of also thing has to change, that impression has to change, and there has to be some system from the public policy level. The other thing, I think what in other countries, the STEM program is very heavily funded by the donor agencies and the governments. So I think something similar if we do in Pakistan as well, to encourage women where donor agencies come in to make sure that there are women who are directed into the technology sector. That would be very helpful. And I would say for the private sector, what would be most important is that they need to be sensitive to the fact that providing flexibility to women is very important. And I'll just, quote you a case which happened personally with somebody I used to work with. This person was very much committed to their career. In fact, they were the bread earner in the family. So the husband was working, but not in a very high-paying job. And the woman, she was basically, the main bread earner in the family. Had, 2 kids. And then, when I was, she was a colleague of mine, she came to me one day and she said that, I'm having my 3rd kid and I've come here to resign because, I'm not feeling very well, very sick and cannot, do it. So I said, okay, why don't you take a long leave and we can, look at our policy, whether we can support you for that long leave, and then you can think about whether you want to come back. So I went a little bit out of the way to help her, to take that. And then she did not come back till about a year. But a year later, she called me and she said, okay, now I'm ready to come back. And you supported me for the first 6 months, and then she took 6 months off. Now I'm ready to come back to my career. And now she's in one of the leadership positions in another company and doing really well. So I think these are some of the push and things that we have to realize. I mean, for me personally, honestly, I have always had this thing that I am no less than any man or woman, right? So I always compete for myself in that way. But not everybody is like that. You have to be sometimes realistic about that there are things which women need more caring, and you have to push that.
Great, thank you so much. So I think one of the key lessons from that is also how can we, really operationalize and sort of put this as part of the system so that if you're willing at a personal level, you're making leeway or you're giving flexibility to women colleagues or women employees, how can we make this part of HR systems? And I think inclusion of women in HR again is a big factor, where you can actually institutionalize these flexibilities for when they're needed. So thank you so much, for sharing that example. We're going to hop back now to you, Asma. Asma, so again, we're going to, what you were sort of mentioning earlier in your starting comments is something that a lot of us are really sort of interested in and also afraid of, even as, more modern or more savvy consumers and users of technology. Could you shed some light on how can online spaces and digital spaces be made more safer? You talked about regulation that most of us don't really know about. So if you could share a bit more about what kind of regulation and legislations exist to protect women in the digital space, and what more needs to be done. Because as Sadaf also mentioned, and as Valdemir also sort of implied, access to digital spaces is heavily they're heavy gatekeepers. Men and family members are gatekeepers, primarily because they also feel that, these spaces are not safe. So if you could talk a bit on the legislation, what more can be done, and, how can we make women more safe in these spaces?
Right. Thank you, Zainab. Just to take off where Sadaf left off, It's interesting that she mentions the bus anecdote. And so the first part of my contribution is going to be anecdotal, just to juxtapose it with the policy shift and the legislative shift that I'll be recommending later. The bus incident kind of was interesting to me because I just want to contrast it to show you how the online world is just a reflection, an exact mirror on what goes on offline. So, it's a reflection of the offline world. And the anecdote is that, I was in America not so many years ago, actually. We were in middle America. It was Cleveland. A family member was very unwell and admitted in the clinic over there. And our apartment was a few miles away. So the natural thing was to take the bus because one is, used to going abroad and taking buses, and that was fine with me. And the administrator of the hospital became a good friend, and she asked me one day, and she said, "How do you get here in the mornings?" And I said, "I take the bus." And she was equally horrified, but not for the reason that I was a woman. She was a white woman in America, and I think that I'm correct in thinking that her fears arose more from a racial divide. And when I started riding the bus later, I realized there is a kind of very big class and racist divide about who takes the bus here and who doesn't. So really, it was a reflection of their society, and over here it's a reflection of our society. So what goes on offline goes on online as well. And therefore, there is a more patriarchal culture in online spaces, not just those related to finance, but otherwise as well. And there's, it's at an institutional level, it's at a global level. The most important legislation in Pakistan is the against Electronic Crimes Act. So it's the Pakistan Electronic Crimes Act of 2016, which is the legislation, the important sections of which are 20, 21, and 22, which deal with the offense against the modesty of a person, offense against the dignity of a person, and cyber stalking. There is a great move from the Digital Rights Foundation to get rid of Section 20 because it is used for harassment, and it is used to prosecute people. FIA are very trigger happy with Section 20, and there are many FIRs out there which are used, and I won't go deeper into that because there's a whole lot of literature on that. But at a global level, what I want to recommend is that if one looks at global conventions, at global treaties, there is the Istanbul Convention, which is the convention on domestic violence against women and other forms of violence against women. There is a specific convention called, for short, it's called the Budapest Convention, but it's the Convention Against Cybercrime. It's known as the Budapest Convention, which has taken effect in Europe. And parties that are signatories to that convention have pledged to reduce cybercrime, and especially against women, with specific measures and specific legislative steps. And that includes a whole host of measures that are taken to victimize, especially women, I would say, in our context, but of course, minorities. It's on, racial, xenophobic, religious, ethnic, so many other divides, but especially against women using deep fake videos, posting non-consensual pictures, doxing, which means putting your personal data out there. And in the absence of general data protection regulations, GDPR, that are so prevalent in Europe, with the absence of that in Pakistan, we are much, much more exposed and vulnerable. So like I said in my earlier contribution as well, that women have phones over here, but they don't know how to protect their data, or they don't know what it means when their data is hacked, what rights they have to move against that, what resources they have to take on institutions like banks or places of employment, what's right, what's wrong, where to draw the line. You've got an excellent anti-harassment law, but how effectively it's used, how accommodating or how receptive are your employers when you do actually complain, that remains to be seen. So similarly, related to the fintech space, I think that it's not indivisible from all the dangers that are associated with just being online, and you have to address the issues in tandem in order to attract more women into this space and make them feel comfortable using the digital space with bringing in the correct legislation and implementing it in the correct manner, which is women-friendly. So the Digital Rights Foundation has come up with a very good helpline, for example, and those kind of measures are effective in giving women the correct platform in order to make them more comfortable in complaining and making sure that their complaints are addressed, etc. I could go on, but I want to give Admira a chance as well.
Great. So I think what you're really saying is that legislation exists, but it's not perfect. And as society evolves and as our mindsets around women and their inclusion online and in digital spaces evolves, this legislation will have better use cases because people would be able to kind of understand it and then use what protections and safeguards the legislation.
That's right. I'll just add here, Zainab, while I'm on the topic, that just like there is the Budapest Convention and Europe as a whole has taken such a lot of effort to put in these legislative shifts, similarly I think that the region should have a similar kind of a move towards legislation that is important in our context. That might be important in their context, but what's, sometimes there are things that are offensive in a contextual, regional contextual background, which, might not be offensive elsewhere. So there are lots of funny parodies out there which show what the South Asian mother, for example, is like, or what the South Asian wife is like. And so similarly, we need to come up with
protections.
With protections.
For specific contexts, yes. I think that's very important. So you can't blindly just have a law, it needs to be contextualized, and the conventions need to be contextualized. Well, Admira, my question to you is a bit different from what we've been talking. So we've really been talking about the social, cultural sort of, side of the digital divide and, how women are sort of less digitally able and less digital space. So the question really to you is that your company is now doing embedded financial services. So could you speak to the gendered aspect of that? How do you think embedded services are, in terms of a gender track record compared to other models? And could you also share some examples of how more gender-centric embedded financial services are more gender-centric? Because there's some literature around on that. So if you could share to that.
Thank you for the question. So maybe first some terms. So we talk about financial inclusion. We've been talking about financial inclusions for years. When you look on some data in Pakistan, it's about 7%. The latest data said about 7% of women have access to bank account. It's a horrific number. Out of those 7%, there is a huge number of how many women actually use their bank accounts. So access doesn't equal usage. Now, what I would like to talk about is a little bit different from financial inclusion. It's financial wellness. And I'll come to the embedded finance. But before, let's talk about financial wellness and financial health. Because we've been talking about financial inclusion for a long time, and it really meant mostly giving people access to bank accounts. But if you look on the impact it creates for one's life, in this case of women's life, is marginal. So the financial wellness, from the terminology that we are trying to use, and we are not the only one, that you see also big players like M-Pesa, that a lot of people here will know, which is really the poster child of financial inclusion in Africa. The CEO of M-Pesa is saying, yes, we've managed to move the needle in terms of financial inclusion, but when it comes to financial wellness and health, we have a long way to go. And so what he means by that, and what are we trying to do at NEEM, is to talk about not just access to bank account, but think about other elements of financial services, like access to meaningful credit, being able to insure yourself, your family, your health against the risks that are out there. COVID was a great example where a lot of women and a lot of families suffered. The ability to have access and make basic savings. Think about investments. That's what we call financial wellness. So I think it's time for this room and for Pakistan, and we are seeing it in the wider financial services space, especially digital, is that we are shifting from inclusion towards wellness, embracing the more holistic health that we want to create in one's life. So now to your question, because it's linked. So how does embedded finance come to that? What is embedded finance? So if I use an example of women, right? So let's say here in Pakistan, so we are trying to design an environment where we are asking women by traditional financial services players to come to a bank branch at the best and open a bank account. One, we've heard number of examples where mobility, security are the very first barrier a woman is facing. There are other nuances that are cultural. I'm speaking about them from a humble place as a learner and observer. I'm very much aware of my color and of the fact that I'm a foreigner in the country, even though I'm married to a Pakistani, but that doesn't give me any privileges. So it's from an experience of a learner. So even though if the woman breaks those barriers, which are massive for a lot of them, she comes to a bank, most of the time there is very little of any score, data score on the woman. So the traditional pathways that we have designed for women to be included in financial services are simply not working. We have to recognize them and look on other ways. And this is where the shift around financial services towards embedded finance comes in. So what does embedded finance mean? It means embedding financial services into actual lifestyle of an individual. So rather than us trying to bring that woman to insurance company, try to invite her to do cash in, cash out in a male-dominated cash in, cash out environments. Most of the agents are men. We can't feel and pretend that women will save to do their cash in and cash out with male agents. Most of the time they will not. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to identify existing businesses, brands and platforms that are non-financial services brands and platforms and businesses. I will use the example of Circle, for instance, or Home Chef that operates as digital platforms here out of Karachi. I can also use the example of our business partner Bahar Barkasan, which is agri-tech platforms that also provide services to women. So all of those non-financial companies already have gained trust and they have onboarded digitally women on their individual platforms. They're, however, not providing financial services to them as of today. But what they have is trust, and often, more often, because digitalization is happening in Pakistan and COVID was a massive boost, those platforms also have data on their customers. So they have sticky use cases and they are rich on data. So we as NEEM, and there are many other players, well, not so much in Pakistan, but it's happening across the world, we are partnering and we want to amplify those non-financial players to start providing financial services to those end users, and in this case, they are women. So I think it is very much a mindset shift as well from saying, I'm going to design financial services in silo and I'm going to expect that women come to me, to a shift of saying, women actually are, there is a percentage of women who are today already digitally onboarded. They are transacting. They are on YouTube and they're selling. There are digital creators. Pakistan is the third biggest freelance community in the world. It's impressive. And when I talked to PAFLA, the Pakistan's Freelance Association, they told me that nearly half of them are women. So they're out there. So those are the channels how we can get to those people. So I guess, recommendation or inviting this room and the people who are looking or following online is that we need to bring the digital financial inclusion to women, not expect that they will come to the traditional ways that we have designed, and we know by data that they very rarely work.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we've been talking a lot about data since yesterday. So essentially, data exists. How can we leverage on that, and how can we leverage on it in a more gendered sort of way is really going to be the way forward. Thank you for that. So we are about 45 minutes into the panel. I'm going to see if there are any questions in the audience. And if we do have questions from the audience, we'll address those. If not, then I'll just ask you all a closing question. So could we have a raise of hands to see if there are any questions? So there's one at the back. And do we have any other questions? We have one there and one, we have 4 questions, which is nice. So that's what a good panel discussion is, right? That you guys have been able to communicate to them. And I hope the question isn't something that we shared and you weren't here. Just kidding. So keep it short, please. And we're going to take all the questions together and then bring them to panel because there's generally a tendency for questions to overlap. So we'll start with you, and then we'll take Sobia, and then we'll take Fatma, and then we have a question over there. On you all. लोग कम है ऊंचा बोल रहे हैं आप हो गया
Thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. My name is Mohammed Usman. I am with the Pakistan Fintech Forum and Pakistan Microfinance Network. So my question is, it's just your viewpoint, all right? There are two things, to be very quick. One is empowering females and empowering them economically. One is empowering them in how they choose to spend their time, even if it does not add any economic value. So I understand both of these are upliftment or improving their lives, but if one were to be addressed, what in the respectable panel members' opinion should be addressed first? Their economic benefit or even the benefits that they get non-economically, like leisure time and stuff, with regards to digital world and smartphone ownership. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll take the other questions and come back. Ji Sobia, can we have? Thanks.
Thank you, Zainab. This is Sobia Makbul. I'm a risk consultant with the financial sector, but a hotelier, I think I should identify. So my question is that when you walk into a bank, and Vladimir has talked about challenges, and it's very surprising to hear that 50% of the freelance community is actually women. I was very surprised to hear that stat. When you want to open a bank account, there is really no option for a freelancer to open a bank account, male or female. And there's just so much of due diligence, even when you're able to identify, get past that hurdle, you have to show proof of income. There are other things that you have to show, which act, I think, as huge barriers to opening bank accounts. And since we might have regulators sitting in the audience as well, how are we actually rethinking about these problems? Because if we don't, we're just going to continue to exclude a huge segment of our population from the financial sector.
Thanks, Sophia. Fatma.
Thanks, Zainab. So, in the past, as a hiring manager, as an employer, and also as a co-founder of a couple of male co-founders, I have come across, a lot of strange experiences. It appears that men have more family issues. They have to babysit at very odd times. They are the ones who have to do the groceries, etc. And few times I have also experienced men canceling interviews at the last minute and, canceling meetings. And they come up with excuses such as, wife is sick. So how do we deal with these good men?
Show me
Tell us where they are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We'll take the question at the back first. There was one with that gentleman over there in the brown jacket. And there are lots of questions, so we'll take 5 questions. So we're going to stop with that one, and there's one question on that table. And then, and then if we have more time, we'll put them in. So please brief rakhiyega. Shukriya.
Thank you for raising very good insights. I think the issues the women face in developing world like Pakistan and the region is that we need to have a different kind of HR policies for the women to be hired and employed, because they have to manage the family as well. My wife is doctor, and I'm very well aware of the issues. So I think there is a requirement that women associations should come up with a flexible working policy or HR policy which shall be adopted by companies so that they have a more space to do, to perform, to grow their career and create a balance between the work and personal life, right? So that's one thing is missing, because from my experience as a professional, and my wife is a doctor and consultant, especially in medical, so there has to be a different thing. And when I hired different women in different roles, So I make sure that, they have been awarded flexibility, like work from home, assignments, evaluation based on the milestones and the progress, and with the issues they have to deal with other things.
Great.
So this is one thing which is missing, and nothing much has been done about it.
Thank you for your comment. We'll try and address that. There's a question right there at the back and then one over there. Please make it a question and please keep it brief.
Hi, this is Anam. I would like to ask, as she talked about that women out there are already empowered and privileged and having a 50% of existence in a freelance market. But I would like to know what, as a nation or as a digital community, we are doing for those who are not empowered, those who are not have a digital literacy, and those who do not have opportunity to explore those platforms. So what is the way forward to deal all those women, and at an individual level too, and at a community level too?
Great.
So what is the way forward for that?
Thank you. And just one last question over there. जल्दी से आप पैसे पूछ लें, आवाज आ जाएगी.
Thank you. The point is, some 10 days back, my wife went to a bank. They say, you need some 30,000 to open an account, right? Then she went to other bank. They say account is free, you can open an account. So she's a housewife, right? And her account has been opened. I can WhatsApp the checkbook as well if somebody don't believe it. So doesn't believe it. So that's how it goes, because awareness is important. One bank, they say ke kata diya pakad ke, something like that. And other bank definitely catered them. So State Bank has taken initiative some 10 years back. It's like basic banking account. And now it's termed as Asan account. So if you are a freelancer, or if you are even doing nothing, you say, I want to open an Asan account, they don't need much of the documentation. और उसके बाद जब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आपके बैलेंस बढ़ता जाता है तो आप उसको चेंज करा सकते हैं कि जनाब अब मेरा बिजनेस अब नीचे चेंज हो गया, आई हैव मनी, तो वो करंट अकाउंट में कहीं पर भी ट्रांसफर हो सकता है. So it's easy to open a bank account. I think you need to have a CNIC and that's about it. They do biometric, and so this मुझे सिर्फ यही कहना था. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm just going to sum up the question. So I think the first question is really what your take is on leisure use of digital versus just economic use of digital. So, should women be using it for leisure purposes also? So I think Usman just wanted comments from the panel on that, and whoever wants to take a dig at that. I think Valdemira does, maybe.
Yeah. So I'm a big believer that when you economically empower an individual, you're giving them dignity and also a choice, option of choice, what to do further with their life. So when we bring women to the digital system and economically empower them also for the financial inclusion, we are not only catering for the one woman. We know there are even proverbs about that. You empower a woman financially, but I think in general, you empower a family, you empower a community, you empower a nation. So I'm a big advocate for actually starting by basic human rights. And one of the basic human rights is to be able to be part of digital systems, having economic rights. So empowering women economically can then, in a consequence, also give them the choice of deciding how do they spend their other lives, whether they develop hobbies, whether they have passions, how do they spend their leisure time, etc., right? So I would certainly put the focus on let's try to solve for the economic empowerment as a massive priority.
Yeah, also, maybe it's not that black and white, and it's a gray area. So you think you're empowering somebody, or you're giving them tools to do one thing, but it can have multipliers, and I think that's really what comes in. So even if you're using the internet for Facebook and you see a business idea, so it's very interlinked. So I mean, that would really be the key takeaway. Going on to the second question on account opening and the last question in terms of a comment on account opening, I think the question really is, how can we make account opening in digital space also, easier for women? So, what can we sort of do about banking the unbanked women. I think that's really what Sobia's question was about. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on that.
Well, I'll just say, you know, fundamentally, it requires you first to see the women's market as a business opportunity. If you're going to see it as charity, it's never going to happen. It's a business opportunity. There are banks around the world who are making money through women. And actually, women's market is the biggest untapped market globally. So it's a huge opportunity, so it requires first a mindset shift, start treating them as customers, design products for them, get in your product teams women who are designing products, pilot, experiment, learn, spend time with them, understand their pain points. Secondly, yes, Asan account is there. However, the reality is that banks are still asking for paperwork. This is the feedback we get from women. So we know these policies look good, but when they're implemented, they don't work.
Asan account isn't very Asan, I've heard. So we're going to hop on to the, so how do we deal with good men? We welcome them. I think we're just going to skim over that question because, you know, we really want more advocates for, you know, taking on the burden of unpaid care at the house. So if somebody is doing it, I think the way that we would treat men, we should treat women, and, you know, so it should not be gender-centric in the sense that, you know, we allow for unpaid care burden just for women and not for men. I'd like to rush to the question from the back over there. So, like, you know, she very rightly pointed out and sort of came out through this discussion. Also, there's a spectrum of women. So not all women are at the same level, both economically or in terms of the digital. So while embedded financial services, as you pointed out very rightly, are a key sort of way forward, you know, for women that are already on the platforms and that they're already there, what can we do for women that are not on platforms? And I'd like to pose this question to you, Sadaf, because that's a lot of the work that you're doing, but Asma and Vladimira, you're more than welcome to sort of put in your bits also. But Asma wants to take it first.
I just want to comment from a legislative point of view that all the questions are relevant, but the ones that are related more to anecdotal experiences, what I'd just like to say here is that legislation, laws, rules, regulations, policies are made to cater to the, you know, lowest common denominator. So there are always people who will slip through the cracks, who will be aggrieved of some lapse or the other. And that's only to be understood and dealt with on a personal level. So laws essentially are meant to cater to everyone. And what the second last question said about, you know, those whole spectrum of women who are not digitally literate. To which I would answer that, you know, back to what my colleagues, I'll just echo that digital literacy ought to be a basic fundamental human right, and it ought to be provided to all so that they can become part of the system, because that is the future. I think one very important question was the first one, and I think that is how countries should think and how, you know, policy shifts should take place, that it depends who is asking the question, that do you want to economically improve women or do you want to regulate how they're spending their time? And those are kind of macro level policy decisions that are taken, which depends entirely on the person framing the question or on the institution framing the question and then answering it accordingly.
If I add to what Asma is just saying, the ground reality is that Pakistan ranks 145 out of 146 countries on the Global Gender Gap Index as calculated by the World Economic Forum. Interestingly enough, for the last 8 years, we're consistently at the bottom. And the economic empowerment number is the worst. So here lies the opportunity. How can a country progress if half its population is not engaged in economic processes? We know there is talent, but we are not leveraging it. And it requires a fundamental shift. You have to start seeing women as an opportunity, as someone you want to bring in your teams, in your leadership, on your boards, because it's going to lead to diversity, it's going to lead to innovation. We will not have innovation with only men sitting in the room, or just women sitting in the room. So in my company, for example, we have about 20% men and 80% women. So it can be done, and I think it's just a business imperative. Pakistan also has under 25% women in the formal economy. Bangladesh, our neighbor, has 40%. Vietnam, further away, has 70%. So this, as Asma has just said, as a nation, we have to make it a business imperative. As a company, we have to make a business imperative. This is where we can boost the economy. And I think, how do we do it? Going back to the last question, it requires commitment from the top. The CEOs and boards have to take responsibility. Do you believe in it, or is it a checkbox activity looking good in the annual report? So, what is your take on it? Let's be honest about it. If you really genuinely believe in it because you see it as a business opportunity, then measure it. Measure the percentage of women at different tiers, measure what salaries are you paying them, is there unconscious bias? Because it exists, we all have unconscious bias. Then create role models. The women that you do have in tech or in different roles, bring out their stories, their journey, make it real. Because each one of us is carrying scars on our back. I mean, it's not easy where we got. And there were real hurdles and barriers. It took me a year to convince my father to send me to the US. As simple as that. When my brother's turn came, no questions asked, everyone in the family was encouraging him and willing to spend money. And I come from a very progressive, forward-looking family. Later, when I talked to my dad, he couldn't even remember it. It's unconscious bias. I love my dad, but this was the reality. So create role models, bring women in important positions, build that pipeline, celebrate successes, and experiment. Actually, there is no magic bullet. This is a real challenge for many countries. And I think it would be super exciting if we all got together and really worked on it and made this a decade of economic prosperity, leveraging our female talent.
Great, thank you so much, Sadaf. So we've reached the end of this panel. I'd like to just give 2 or 3 key takeaways, and then thank the panel. So yeah. What I think really kind of echoed is what happens in offline happens online. So if there's marginalization of women in society, if there are mindsets that are negative to women's progress in society, they're going to mirror onto the online world. Just as we've been trying to come up with safeguards and policies and programs at the private sector level, at the public level, to address the issues of disparity offline for women, we need to sort of work on that online also. That we can do through proper implementation of legislation, through campaigns on, actively changing mindsets, and very importantly, adding digital literacy, adding, focus on STEM, gender targets on STEM and ICT in schools and colleges, and then, giving those quotas or sort of putting in positive incentives for companies and the public sector to have more women in tech jobs and generally in jobs. So the digital divide is different for every kind of woman, and they're like, one of the key takeaways is that there's a spectrum. Not all women are alike. They're not all at the same level when it comes to the economics or the digital space. And a lot needs to be done, and innovation needs to be done in this sphere, whether it's through embedded finance, whether it's through, boutique programs that look at women and sort of train women, whether it's through, generally just having more women come and talk about challenges in the tech world, and of course in their sort of in the context of fintech. I'd really like to thank you all for being here. I'd also like to thank Ms. Amara, who had to leave. She had a meeting. We were a bit delayed in starting the session. And also Mariam Pervez from UBank was supposed to be part of our panel, but unfortunately there was some issues at the bank. A couple of people fell sick, so she couldn't come. UBank is also a strategic partner for the FinTech Forum. So I just want to let you guys know that she's there, but she's not been here for that. But thank you so much, Sadaf, Asma, and Valdemira. It was great having you on the panel, and thank you to the FinTech Network for having a women-specific panel, and with the takeaway that we need to have more women on the other panels also. Right? Great. Thank you so much.
We are going to now be breaking for tea. It's going to be a 20-minute tea break, and I expect everybody to come back for our next session. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Can I please request everybody to make their way back so we can start our next panel discussion? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So I hope you guys are energized for our next topic of discussion. It is all about the space for the latest technologies in Pakistan's digital banking universe. Some of us may have heard of these, buzzworthy terms such as artificial intelligence, Web3, NFTs, and metaverse that have been, disrupting the digital landscape in the last few years. It would be my pleasure to invite our session host, Mr. Shehzad Shahid, who is the CEO of TPS Worldwide, which is a leading digital banking and payments technology company. Mr. Shehzad is part of the President of Pakistan's Committee on Emerging Technologies and as well as the Sindh Committee for IT. Please welcome him on stage. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. So there are two tough moments in any conference. One is when you have a lunch waiting for you, and the other is when you have to bring people back to the hall after break. So of the people that we have in the conference today, I would request if the organizers can help people come back to the hall so we can have a better conversation. We have some amazing panelists today. The topic of the panel is the latest technologies and how can they shape the banking in Pakistan. We'll be talking about Web3, NFTs, crypto, AI, right? Metaverse. All of these words that we all love to talk about. Many of us have read them. I think today is an opportunity for all of us to basically listen from some amazing people in the industry and how do they really see that bringing a change. So a bit about myself. My name is Shehzad Shahid and I lead a payment technology company called TPS. We have payment application solutions across 30 countries. Just to sort of still a ray of hope about Pakistan. I'm, by the way, I'm a elected member of Executive Committee of Pasha. So I breathe Pakistan practically, right? And I have for the past 10 years been trying to establish Pakistan's name in the global landscape in terms of promoting Pakistan's brand, IT, economy, trying to help Pakistani government understand what is the business ease and how can technology really help Pakistan economy grow. So this really comes from the very heart. Today I would love to have my panelists come in. Let me start with Fatma Asad, who is CEO Abacus Consulting. Great to have Fatma, and especially when we just have finished a women panel. So we have the first panelist, and Fatma is super impressive. I'm sure when you will listen to her, you'll really realize that she is such an amazing, corporate leader. We have Imran Ashraf, who is the head of digital products, innovation, and entrepreneur from Bank of Punjab. Do we have Ali Janjua, PayPro? All right. Then we have Ali Qureshi, CEO IBL Unisys. Okay. Huawei.
From PayPro, we have another.
And Huawei.
Instead of Mr.
Okay. And Sorry, do we Fawad bhi nahi hai na? Ye nahi hai. So who is in place of him? Okay. A bit of change. So we have Taimur Ahmed Saab, who is the Chief Operating Officer of PayPro. Please. Then we've got two of our panelists online. One is Kamran Shaheen, who is Vice President MasterCard, Product Development of Crypto and Blockchain. And Ali Qureshi, CEO IBL Unisys, he'll also be online. So join me to welcome them. Okay. So we also had Fawadul Haq, who is the DMD, Deputy Managing Director of Huawei Technologies, who was supposed to be here today at a panel, but I think given the political circumstances in Islamabad, I think they have some more urgent matters to take care of. We could not make it to Karachi today. So we have these great people here today. So before I start, let me just have a quick question, right? There was this meme that became very popular in Pakistan, and it said that friendship ended with Mudassir. How many of you had seen that meme? There was this picture on Facebook which says cross, and it says friendship ended with Mudassir. How many of you have really seen that? Now, a funny thing, right? You say, okay, you laugh about it. So a lot of people have that, right? I mean, and you say, this is, meaningless, but yeah, you kind of amusing. Later, that same meme was sold at 20 Ethereum coins. 20 ETH. You can understand the value it fetched. This is digital asset, and this is monetization of content. So a new virtual economy which is connected to the real economy is emerging in front of us. It's not Palo Alto, it's not Bay Area, it is, we're talking about here in Pakistan from somewhere, possibly a rural area or whatever, and it becomes a digital asset, a content that brings sort of attention. So this just want to sort of have this conversation started with this, just to bring this for all of you that this is all real. We're not talking about something that is only a theory, right? So I'll now go to the seat so I can have a more comfortable conversation. So let's start with a bit of more introduction. I would really want my dear panelists to, in 2 minutes, just talk about yourself, about a bit of experience that you guys carry, so people can start to relate who you are. Fatima, if you can start with you.
Thank you so much, Azad, and assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. It's a very exciting space, but it's also a very uncertain space, I believe, for organizations and individuals as they develop strategies for the next level, especially in the digital banking space. What does it mean, really? Is it really about developing an app and providing internet access so you can manage your accounts, or is it much more than that? And this topic itself is technical, yet it's very exciting to talk about as well. And the stages of how the world has already moved towards the metaverse, that is the reality as we know right now. As Shahzad said, he said, introduction about myself, I'm Fatma Asad Saeed, and I'm overseeing leading Abacus Consulting Technology, which is a technology outsourcing and consulting professional services firm. We not only have a footprint in Pakistan for the last 35 years, but we also are working with our international member firms, which are headquartered out of London, across 10 different practice areas. And one of our mainstays, of course, 60% of our business is now technology, which is across enterprise solutions, as well as cloud and emerging technologies, and digital transformation. And that is the mainstay, and that is our critical focus as an organization. What I see within our own business for that practice area, as we call it, that business area, DTS, Kijo business, it's 70 to 80% it's international. So while we do work with clients within Pakistan, but the appetite and the investment that is required to transit, I feel that it is not there. Yes, it is starting to happen. There's some phenomenal experiences and examples out there, and we'll talk a bit more about that over the course of this particular discussion. But the idea is to understand what is really happening in the banking space, and where you have the advent of fintechs, the neobanks, where the disintermediation of financial assets and the way products and services are being processed, and also the access to the customer at the end of the day. And fundamentally, what we're looking at is a shift towards more personalization, enhanced customer experience, looking at the costs that are being rationalized, and there's a downward pressure, as we can all see. And those who are in this space will recognize that that is where the strategic focus is moving and has to move, at least in the banking industry. If AI and strategizing for the metaverse, and perhaps a transition, definitely, because globally that is all, the shift is already taking place. In Pakistan, Shahzad, I believe we need to catch up, where the transition from Web 2 to Web 3.0 is fundamentally going to drive how banks do their business. So are we, right now the question is, are we ready to take that leap from open banking, from internet banking to open banking, and truly work in a digitalized finance banking driven model where we integrate the different stacks, right from customer engagement to the operating model, and essentially rethinking the way the integration is taking place through APIs. So that is where the thought process is at this point in time. And I feel that there are some fantastic examples out there. For example, even in the metaverse, I'm sure all of us are aware of Narsen Studios, who have launched their first cloud computing in the metaverse as well. So it's already taking place. But how are banks adapting to it, and how quickly are they adapting it? That is something that we need to talk a bit more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatma. Ashraf, quickly. So a bit of your profile, and we'll then get to questions.
Thank you, Shahzad. So my name is Imran Ashraf. I am leading the innovation products and enablement at Bank of Punjab. Bank of Punjab has recently, let's say for the last couple of years, is trying to transform the banking itself and make some headways on the digital side. And when I joined the bank, we didn't have a lot of digital channels, so I was working on the digital channels first to bring the digital channels, enable them, and then now I'm setting up the innovation journey at Bank of Punjab. So there is a lot of, let's say, challenges that need to be overcome in terms of the culture change in the adoption of the digital technologies and in adoption of the innovation itself as a culture. So we'll come back to that topic later. I think we'll cover those in one of those questions. But talking about a little bit of background of before Bank of Punjab, about a year and a half ago, I was working with M-Pesa Africa. M-Pesa is a brand of Vodafone, and M-Pesa is basically owned by Safaricom. For those of you who do not know M-Pesa, basically it's one of the largest fintechs in the world, and who is able to achieve in a country at financial inclusion of about 92%, which means that in that country you don't need to carry any cash. So it's a journey. I started with them in 2009 and left them in 2020. There are very many learnings that we can bring back from that market to this market. Some of those are the digital transformation and the customer centricity that we were able to start with, and was at the center of every operation and every development that we were doing, which is also something which we need to relate when we come back to the banking industry in Pakistan, where customer centricity is something which has to be worked on, and when I say that, means that in every function we need to embed it as the first, your first focus. So to enable that, you need to transform your organization in terms of platform, in terms of people. And we'll go into details of where we are when we say about the transformation of the platforms and the transformation of people in an organization. Few things about M-Pesa. They were able to give the peer-to-peer transaction services, then enable those transaction services in terms of keeping the cash within. Why were they so successful? Probably there are many answers to this question, but what I have learned over the last few years I worked with them was that they were focusing a lot on creating the definition of the product itself in people's minds. So what I mean by that is that making the product easy to use for the customers themselves, not letting the agents do transactions for the customers, so which means that you will push the customers to learn how to do their transactions by themselves, which will reduce their fear of doing the financial transactions themselves, and which will also guide into the financial literacy or digital literacy within the larger population at stake. And then from there we moved on towards the credit side of the products, micro loans, overdraft solutions, and so on. So it was, which really got a lot of traction. One of the stories which I still remember is that by just giving 1,000 shilling, which was approximately 1,000 rupees as a loan to a very basic trader who would buy some vegetables from a village and then bring it back to the city and then sell it and make some money. And by that, the platform was enabling that, and by that, one user converted into millions of users, and now Safaricom was dispersing about $27 million a day of loans just in the
I think M-Pesa is a story that I'm sure we will be covering throughout this session today, but your presence today will certainly be of value and insight for a lot of us, because we all look at M-Pesa with an awe, right? You know, what they've really done. So there are a lot of other angles to do that. Well, there is a weaker banking network, you know, sort of policy, I won't say, you know, so the policy was not so sort of strongly implemented by the banking regulator. So a lot of elements are there, and that created a perfect environment for M-Pesa to grow, and then their focus on the growth. We'll talk more about that. Taimur Shah from PayPro, a bit more about you and PayPro.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum to all, and thank you for having me here amongst a distinguished panel. So I'll quickly touch upon my past career. I'm currently working as the Chief Operating Officer here at PayPro. Before that, I have about 20 years of professional experience working in different industries. Started my career way back from Pakistan Tobacco, then to telecom, then to automotive industry, then went abroad, worked there in a startup, then came back and joined a fintech company. So been 2 years, a very exciting 2 years for me here at PayPro. We've been working on newer products, innovation, and targeting the market by making them digital. So in a nutshell, PayPro's philosophy is to be one place for all business financial solutions. So we're on this journey, we're moving aggressively forward, and all financial inclusion is part of that strategy. So as we go along, I'll answer the questions thrown to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Taimur Shah. So we have two of our panelists online. Let me have Kamran Shaheen, who is who has joined us from Dubai. Kamran, a bit of your introduction and your relevance here today.
Sure. First of all, Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. So as Shahzad said, my name is Kamran Shaheen. I am speaking to you today from Dubai. I work for MasterCard, and I work for MasterCard in the crypto and blockchain division. I'm in product development. I'm one of those very fortunate people who whose work and passions align. I'm extremely passionate about blockchain technology and cryptocurrency, NFTs, and their potential to really disrupt existing industries. And at MasterCard, my work is focused on two things. Number one is, in the short term, how can we enable things like a better consumer experience, consumer protection, regulatory compliance, and risk management into all types of crypto transactions, right? And then more future-looking, what new products and new innovations can we bring to basically enable the power of crypto to actually start changing banking processes and institutional payments. In my line of work, I look at both the consumer side of things. I do a lot of work with central banks around how to regulate crypto, around the topic of central bank digital currencies, stable coins, and also a lot of work on the future potential of non-fungible tokens and how to enable some of these transactions on the blockchain to actually happen with bank money rather than private digital currencies as well. So very excited to be speaking to you all today and looking forward to the discussion.
I think this is going to be a very interesting topic about cryptocurrencies when we see the Bitcoin sinking like anything, right? It will be interesting to see somebody defending it and talking about the future of the cryptocurrencies. But we have to really see how the transformation is happening and where is the growth and uptake happening. My last panelist is Mr. Ali Qureshi, who is the IBL Unisys CEO. Ali Saab, quickly about, about yourself and the relevance of IBL Unisys to digital banking and these latest technologies.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ali Qureshi, and I'm representing IBL Unisys and working as a Chief Executive Officer. It has been quite a long journey of 2 decades with the organization. However, with respect to the organization, we are infrastructure and technology provider to a lot of quite banks in financial industry based in Pakistan. Our forte is actually the financial sector. From the technology part, what I really mean is the hardware part as well as the application or software part, which includes infrastructure modernization and application modernization. My peer panelist would understand that application modernization also includes micro-segmentation of services as well as the NFT enablement or blockchain support on the application infrastructure side as a native technology. So looking forward to have a very fruitful conversation. Any other question, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you, Elisab. So let's start with the question about where do we stand today, right? So in any sort of transformation project, there is as is and to be, and then there are sort of intermediate steps. So I would want to sort of understand from the panelist about the state of technology adoption today among the banks in Pakistan. So Fatma will come up with a different perspective as a sort of service provider to the banks. Imran, as a bank itself, coming from the bank, he will have a different perspective, and I'm sure PayPro has its own sort of lens. So I wanted the answers to be super quick, right? I mean, we will get into more interesting conversation later. But Fatma, you think the technologies that exist today, AI, API economy, whatever, there are tons of things, right? Do you think banks in Pakistan today have adopted technology and are really making use of them like it should have been?
Sorry. There is a journey that most of the banks have started taking. We have examples where the digitalization of how the financial transactions are taking place, also relationships and partnerships with neobanks. We have examples out there where conversations have happened, new alliances have, and that shift, as I mentioned early on as well, that you have to start strategically thinking from a business standpoint, that how AI would fundamentally transform the way we're working. And I feel that it is already here in Pakistan. It's just the regulatory environment and the way that the economy is moving should support it. And of course, the vision right at the top, the tone at the top. The good news is, I mean, by virtue of the experience that we've had as an organization, aapne baat ki of Safaricom. Safaricom ke saath we've been working for the last 4 or 5 years, and both in Kenya and now in Ethiopia, and building the technology, data, core technology and data platforms over there, that stack. So that is the enablement that is taking place, and I see that now transiting over here. The second is, for example, in Bahrain, the ABC Bank. Again, we are working with them to build the core technology and data. And I feel that that conversation is taking place in Pakistan, but the pace with which we need to move, that is something I feel that more can be done.
Fair point. I wish I have the same optimistic view that you carry today. I really think that the state of latest technology adoption in Pakistan in terms of real value to the end customer is not satisfactory, you know. There's a difference between conversations, exploration, and actual real use where the customer benefits in terms of, if you use about a mobile app, how personalized experience do you get in a mobile app? This is a simple sort of, you know, litmus test, right? The other use case is fraud and risk, you know. It has to be so sort of machine learning based, so you can say that fine, you know, I've got a much better, you know, sort of approach to mitigate the transactional risk or the customer protection. Coming to Imran Ashraf, representing Bank of Punjab, you have come from Kenya, right? You have seen one side of the world. You've got a different side of the world now, right? How do you see the bank's approach towards latest technology adoption, and what is the state of it? By the way, I'm not talking about Web3 and NFTs, right? It's a different conversation. We'll come to that later. I'm talking about the existing technologies.
Thank you, Shahzad. I think it's a very important question. When we look at technologies, we talk about new technologies, and that is a very relative discussion. So for us, even technologies like artificial intelligence is probably new and far. I would even take a step back and say automation, robotic process automation is one of them, and use of analytics and data analytics for creating value for my customer, and building a platform and transforming my people to use data and to use technology for serving my people better, and on the other side of the organizational efficiency where you can improve repetitive tasks. So we are probably at a very incipient stage when I talk about these areas, which these technologies are there for the last many years. Let's say about 10, 15 years ago, these technologies came in and we are still trying to adopt them. And my discussion is more generally, obviously there are some exceptions, especially for the fintech side, where when they start, they probably have a better platform to start with. But when I talk about the conventional banks, they're still in an incipient stage of a digital transformation journey. And in my view, coming back to this, in this industry here, two main areas are probably to focus on. One is the digital culture. We have seen very often that the banks are having a digital department or division, and the digital remains within that department. And the rest of the organization, which probably is 90% of the organization, for them digital is an alien, and has remained alien for a long time. So similarly, technologies like data analytics, there is a team somewhere sitting who is doing some part of probably data visualization and some part of insight creation out of data, but the rest of the organization is still alien to use of data in their functions. And similarly, technologies like automation, probably we have not implemented robotic process automation for repetitive tasks. There is a lot of status quo bias towards not adopting it because it will take some people's job, or jobs. So which means that there is a culture shift required. And that culture shift of adopting innovation or change or uplifting their skill set to understand and use those technologies in the...
So how to inculcate this culture of change? You see, the problem is not innovation, the problem is change.
True.
Regardless of which change you talk about, change is difficult to bring, right? So what, in your view, is a way to have cultural shift, adoption of change within the banking industry?
All right, so change is a difficult topic. So, so I will just try to give you a couple of examples for those organizations who had successfully done it and what kind of strategies they use. For example, IBM at one stage was a very platform and technology oriented company. So they used to produce supercomputers, and their teams, which are a couple of 100,000 people, were too proud of their technology and their product, and there was an inflection point when the management said, look, we need to now shift this focus towards the customer-centric services, because that is where we need to go. So, and we need to bring design thinking process in our culture and in our business and in our what we produce. So
basically your point is, I'm sorry, I want to be quick. So your point is that the change begins from the top.
Yes. So I was getting
so if you
there.
leave it on the departments and the teams and preach them, it won't work out. It has to be pushed down from the top. Is it what you're saying?
True. So what they did, so it first of all has to be driven from the top. Must be very clear the objectives of the transformation. Then, for example, in IBM, they set up a design program organization who was overseeing this, and they were embedding the design thinking and innovation culture in every function of the organization, where they were empowering the teams to use it in their daily work. And the shift happened in a couple of years, and then they became. And similarly, another example is Philips. They used to produce lights, and then they went into the medical industry and medical equipment industry, and their transformation was amazing. Now, coming back to Pakistan and in the banking industry, the change of using digital technologies, using innovative technologies within the whole organization will require a specific task assigned from the top, who will measure the success of it in stages. One fast way of starting that will be in the performance indicator or in the performance review metrics, include 20% for analysis and data usage for every employee. And that's what happened in some of the organizations where it has been done successfully. So for the leadership team, those KPIs were actually bigger percentage, and as it goes down, the percentage was smaller, but it was really, you were asked to use, for example, data analytics in your decision-making process, in your customer experience and customer management process, and so on. So it can happen, but it requires deliberate effort. And when we do that, then is when we are actually starting to adopt these technologies.
All right. I have many different views about that as well, but one of the view is, you talk about RPA and digitalization, telecoms are adopting that. And the reason is their margins are thin. And now look at the balance sheet of the banks, and you get the answer why they're not going for the high-risk lending and even technology sort of investment to that scale where they should have been. So it's a reason of economic rather than technology in my view, and it has to be pushed by the top. Taimur Saab, you are a fintech, right? How do you see the banks? Are they technical enough for you to really serve your customers like they should be served?
Thank you for a very relevant question, and I'll try to keep it as simple as possible, because technology is a very vast domain, and we've seen that everybody is jumping on this bandwagon. In a nutshell, yes, banks have got lots of money, they've got bigger teams, they've got specialized members in the IT departments who can make things possible. But the important thing is not whether they are technology savvy or they're technology ready. The important thing in our opinion is, do they have the realization about what the customers that they're planning to serve or they're currently serving exactly need going forward in the future. That's where we as FinTech come in. We have a pulse on what these sub-segments, for example, schools, they want in terms of their payment collection and what their challenges are. So that's where we add value. We go to the bank and tell them, look, I want a POS terminal. I can deploy that in all those schools with a specific identifier that helps me link all the payments collected on that terminal for a particular class or a particular school as a whole. And then we can collect payments digitally. We already have an invoicing solution. We send out bills, challans to the students for their payment collection. So all this tech infrastructure have been developed by us. We guide the bank on integration requirements and facilitate them in collecting payments. So realization is important. They are too big. We have to understand that. And as Imran was saying, it's a cultural thing. We've got CEOs who've been used to practicing strategy or implementing strategy in a particular manner which has worked for them so far. And come to think of it, they are still making billions, and year on year, they are topping their profit targets. So they are doing things in their own way, which is right. So there's no push to change. Yet, at a grassroots level, we're seeing a massive shift in a younger population who want and demand things in a different way. Earlier, the panelists were discussing about the growing freelance community here in Pakistan. I'm not sure any of the banks are geared up to support their cause. You know, there's a big challenge over there. And this is where a lot of fintechs are coming into the space, filling the void, integrating with the international payment providers, and bringing money for these freelancers into their local accounts. Now, opening up the account becomes another hassle, a challenge, which between the banks and the regulators, they need to work out a solution to, so that the onboarding process for these businesses is simplified.
I think fair point. And I really honestly believe that the digital banks or the neobanks, that when they come up, because they won't carry the same cultural baggage or the P&L or the budgets that the conventional bank do. So they will really sort of have a very different approach towards innovation, digitization, value creation, customer centricity. And I think that will create a new stage for even the commercial banks to really sort of look at and possibly fast track their sort of approach towards it. So Ali Saab, you being sort of, a service provider to the banks, do you think the banks are showing the appetite for the new technologies, and are they doing the conversations about, metaverse, central bank digital currencies, cloud or hybrid or whatever? But do you see the banks are showing that sort of interest into these areas, and are they engaging the service providers about it?
Thank you. I think it's an interesting question. In short, the answer would be absolutely yes. They are engaging. However, the aspect of the adoption or need for adoption heavily relies on the speed of change in technology. With respect to the speed of change, every year we see a new innovation. Not just in fintech, but around information technology. How we used to store data in the past and today, those are now different technology. So while the IT or technology from a banking perspective, while they consider to adopt a new technology, honestly, there comes a new technology while they are still reviewing how to adopt. On the other hand, besides technology, the legislation and the regulatory platform or framework really needs to cope up with the speed, or both things needs to be aligned together. While there are many restrictions which are implied, of course, globally employed. Those are in place. Banks are not very freely, at their liberty to choose the technology. For example, you just mentioned the word cloud. It's very confusing for the banks. How to consider the data or classify data for the cloud. While we have just figured out which data is cloud okay and which is not, we have moved on to other technologies now. So yes, there is a very deep engagement across the industry, across the countrywide, all the financial industry. However, I would say the adoption and the actual execution, we are lagging behind a lot. For example, just to close my note, a short one, APIs in a banking industry, that has not been explored yet to its peak. There are two aspects, B2B and B2C. I have just witnessed a brief API integration availability for B2B, but absolutely no availability in B2C, while it remains at large the B2C focus. So I think there are gaps, but we are trying to pick those technology gaps, but the speed of change of technology is even bigger. That's a little problem here.
Fair point, fair point. So let's get to the latest technologies that are now emerging, and their latest means they're new even for any part of the world today. So we talk about the migration to come of the internet from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. We're talking about digital assets now. We're talking about NFTs. I talked about that, 20th Ethereum coins, So we all know about Bitcoins. We all know about those, AR, VR, immersive technologies. We keep talking about them. So the technology is not only for the leisure purposes, the gaming. These technologies eventually become part of our daily life. And it's not possible that what these young generation spend hours on, our kids play Fortnite and PUBG, that's a pretty much immersive experience. What metaverse is like? What is metaverse? Our kids are actually spending hours in a metaverse-like environment for years now. Right? It's a new name coined, metaverse, but think about it. Have you seen our kids playing those games? I'm sure many teens you also do, and many of you also do that. I'm not able to game a lot. But that is metaverse. They know avatars. They know better than us. They know the virtual currencies. They know that virtual world, the second life, they want to have their own avatar, personalize them, whatever, spend money on them, earn money from them. A research suggests that the metaverse economy will become a $5 trillion by 2030. $5 trillion. Dubai has set a target to be one of the among the top 10 economies on metaverse. With $4 billion they will add to their kitty in the next 5 years. So this is all real. This is all real that's happening in countries that we know. So we really have to see the adoption of these technologies by our country, Pakistan. I'm sure banks have much more sort of capacity and use cases there. And I'm so glad to have Kamran Shaheen, who I think lives and drinks crypto and blockchain and NFTs and crypto, I think. So Kamran, crypto is cryptocurrency. When I say crypto, it means cryptocurrency from my perspective is a thing that is, and you say, okay, but is it only investment and more of a, sorry for the lack of better word, satta? Look at what Warren Buffett says. It goes up, then it comes down. You don't know where it's going, who controls that, what is the fundamental sort of elements that controls its price, what it will lead to the economy if you really convert your currency to cryptocurrency. One of the countries have done that. How do you see the cryptocurrencies, be it Ethereum, be it Bitcoin, stable, whatever? You see they're going to become a payment method or a payment instrument in Pakistan in the next 5 to 10 years? And I'm not talking about CBD. I'm not talking about CBDC. I'm talking about cryptocurrencies.
The private cryptocurrencies, right? No. So when it comes to the private cryptocurrencies, I think the first most important thing to understand is that cryptocurrencies have different demand drivers, right? Now, your first question was, why does the price go up and down? The price goes up and down because of demand-supply dynamics, right? When there is more demand for a currency, people will buy a lot of it, the price will go up. When there's less demand, people will sell it off, the price will go down. Now, the question to ask is, what is it that compels people to buy or sell? Now, when you're talking about something like a Bitcoin, the only use case that Bitcoin has today is as an investment asset. People buy it because they expect the value to go up. When the market sentiment is negative, they sell it. And most people dismiss the entire cryptocurrency space as having exactly that same characteristic, but that is far from true, right? If you come to Ether, the supply-demand dynamic is very different. Ethereum is very different from Bitcoin. Ethereum is actually, think of it as a global world computer. It is an application platform, a global public distributed application platform, right? And the Ether currency, the demand driver of the Ether currency is that you need to have Ether in order to use the applications on the Ethereum network. What are the applications on the Ethereum network? You have decentralized finance protocols that allow for peer-to-peer lending, insurance, yields, all sorts of financial products that are being developed. You have NFT games, NFT marketplaces. And the way the computer works is that in order to post any kind of a transaction to any one of the applications, you need to pay a transaction fee, and the transaction fee can only be paid in Ether. And so people buy Ether not only because they're expecting the value to go up, people buy Ether because without Ether they cannot use those applications. And Ether today is like the Apple App Store of the blockchain world. It has the greatest amount of adoption, the greatest number of apps on it that people are actually using. And it is, in fact, the blockchain on which a lot of institutional development is happening as well, right? So the demand driver of it is very, very different. Now, will Pakistan be working heavily on Ethereum in the next 5 to 10 years? Based on the current state of development, I would say that's very unlikely. Because compared to banks in a lot of other markets, and I'm not even talking about markets like Dubai and Bahrain, which are very crypto progressive. I'm even talking about markets where banks have a healthy degree of skepticism, like South Africa. Pakistan, as far as I've seen, the banks have not really made any strides forward towards actually starting to explore crypto use cases or NFT use cases. A lot of it comes down to, I think, a general lack of awareness. And it also comes down to the stance of the regulator. In other markets, what we're seeing is that regulators are not saying that this is something good or bad. What they're saying is, let's try and understand it. And the way to really understand it is via learning through practical experimentation. So regulators are setting up sandboxes. They're inviting banks and fintechs to come in and participate under regulatory supervision in these sandboxes and build and test what it is possible to do with these technologies. And that is how they're learning and advancing. Through this, they're busting some myths, they're learning the nuances, and they're figuring out what they need to develop over the next 5 to 10 years. Pakistan, from what I've seen at the moment, is not looking at it at the moment. You made a very pertinent point early on, right, about telcos innovating because their margins are thin and banks perhaps taking it a little bit easy because they don't face that pain yet. That's related to crypto as well. As of this moment, and that's one of the things I love about crypto, you can have up to the second statistics. As of this moment, there are $41.43 billion locked in decentralized finance protocols, right? 2 years ago, it was less than 1 billion. Money is moving out of banks into blockchain-based transactions. In my conversations with banks across the globe, banks have come to realize this, and some of the biggest banks, the conversations I'm having with them are now that, okay, how do we get people to do this with bank money rather than private cryptocurrencies? And governments are saying to me, how do we do this with government money rather than cryptocurrencies, right? So they've moved beyond the point of this is never going to happen. They've got to the point where this is going to happen. Now, how can we make sure that we don't lose control of this? And I think Pakistan banks and the regulators need to start looking at it in that way. And they need to start with the practical exploration because they're far behind, I think, what the rest of the markets are doing.
Yeah, I think there are different economic blocks in the world. There are different political blocks in the world. And the policy decision that Pakistan takes are certainly influenced by those factors. You know, without going into those factors, because that's not pertinent to this discussion, we do see over 100 countries today in the world exploring central bank-backed digital currencies.
Yes.
You know, as an alternate to the paper currency notes that are in circulation today. The paper currency notes are not traceable, they're costly, they have a life, and so on and so forth. So they try to take advantage of the same sort of decentralized, so as to speak, technology for a central bank covered, for the central bank backed currency CBDC. India, our neighbor, who is as staunchly against the crypto, so is China, our another neighbor, has within November launched its digital rupee or e-rupee, whatever you call it. In December, they're going to come with, this time in November for wholesale transactions, and in December, they're going to do it for the retail transactions. China has launched the digital yuan. It's all in the pilot stage, but they actually have now really in the world today. So if I
just wanted to make a point over here, just to add to it, and very interesting what Kamran was saying as well. So yes, the pace of the way the adaptability is taking place is definitely something to think about from a strategic angle. It's also the shift, the mindset shift, where when you're looking at transiting into Web 3.0, what does it really mean? And it's all about ownership at the end of the day, and that's what Kamran also mentioned. Letting go and ensuring that that shift in terms of personalization is not just about engagement and greater customer experience, but it's also about control. And I believe that is where economies and central banks are struggling, that can we give that control and ownership to the consumer? And we can also see that there is a lot of pressure and will be a lot of pressure in terms of, if we look at Pakistan, if you have a greater percentage of our population, 60% are the age of 30, these are digital natives. And the digital natives are already used to a certain independence and a control over the experience that they already have. They're already at that place of transiting into the metaverse. Owning assets, maybe in the arts and gaming and sports side. So how does it go back into not only disintermediation of financial assets, but also giving them that control of ownership, but at the same time documenting it? I mean, in the digital financing space, Shahzad, what studies are showing is $1 trillion. जो आपने 5 to 60, I think the revised figure is $8 trillion now. The way there is a transition that is taking place towards the metaverse, but within financial banking. In that, for example, you have the diversification that is happening. WeChat in China, it's not just a chatting platform. They are also integrating to other platforms as well and enabling the next generation in terms of ownership, in terms of assets, digital instruments, जो आपने cryptocurrency and NFTs के भी reference की. So I'm just saying that shift, we're not doing enough to make sure that we are engaging with that next customer who is already there as far as being a digital native is concerned. So I just wanted to add to this conversation.
So I think this is a different conversation because those youth are using it as investment, not for transactions. So the difference is between currency for payments and an investment opportunity. Yeah, yeah, certainly. In the metaverse, that's happening, right? So, because we have got a paucity of time, I really want to have some specific conversations about elements. So, so we have CBDCs that are coming. Imran, very pertinent to you as a banker. You think Pakistan is also talking about exploring CBDC. You think it's something that can come? One, it has to come, by the way. There's no question of, it's only about when, but the real question is about, it is going to be a liability not on the bank, but on the central bank, which basically means it can be seen as a potential risk to the core existence or business of a bank. Because just like paper currency can be issued directly by the central bank to the citizens and they start paying towards it, what's a bank going to do then as a core business? Now the digital currency is going to be issued by the central bank directly without the banks in the middle. How do you see this CBDC going to promote banking and digitization and the banks supporting it?
Thank you, Shahzad. And I think when you talk about CBDCs, so every country is looking at a CBDC from their own problem statement. And then they have specific objectives or goals which they want to achieve when they are implementing CBDC. So if I look at China, the way China has approached it, they have given a concept of money zero, money one, money two, whereas for money zero they are saying it will be very close to a replacement of cash, whereas money zero will be as much possible as anonymous, so they will just get the mobile number and then create an account. And they will replace the cash transactions or try to replace the cash transaction with the introduction of money zero as a central bank digital currency. Then the money one and money two are more about the deposits, which will remain with the financial institutions which are today, likes of banks, whereas the saving accounts and those ones that you know of today or the bonds will remain there. So the whole concept is that whatever cash is changing hands, we create another alternative which looks like cash, which is not as anonymous as cash could be, but still create a feeling that this product is anonymous, so that an early adoption could be achieved. So that is an ideology that the China was using by categorizing this. Now coming back to Pakistan and in my view, so as you mentioned that CBDC, it's a legal currency, the responsibility of the digital currency itself for a person will go to the central bank. However, there are two ways of implementing it. One is the single tier approach, or where the central bank will issue a digital currency and then you will use the and they will be responsible for all the payments and enabling those payments directly to the customer. So that means that the financial institutions like banks and other financial institutions will be out of the equation. Whereas this is a very difficult to manage, because central banks do not have experience, they do not have relationships with the merchants, and they do not have those rails. They don't have experience of managing customers, so on. So there are a lot of gap there. So which means that it's unlikely that they will be able to, manage it. So which means that they will probably go for the two-tiered approach, which is the KYC, the first approach to onboard someone will remain with the central bank, and they will use the current financial institutions to use the payment side of it. For example, when China has already defined 6 banks who will be, assisting the central bank for the payment side of the CBDC. So, so for them, two-tiered approach works. Probably for Pakistan, two-tiered approach might work better. It will, for us in Pakistan, financial inclusion could be one of the main reasons why we want to get into this, which means that we have to really make it very simple for our population to adopt it.
Yeah. So, because we have to sort of wrap it up now, just the last question. This is such an exciting topic. It can go on for at least 2 hours because there are so many elements to it. We can discuss about metaverse for 30 minutes and then crypto for another 30 minutes. But we have a time we have to follow. So my last question from all my panelists is, if you've got a crystal ball and you see these technologies emerging globally, right? Dubai Bank CBI has a sort of space in the metaverse, and HSBC is doing something somebody is doing in crypto, somebody is doing CBDC. People are adopting so many technologies. Where do you see Pakistan in 2030 in terms of our banking and technology adoption? Fatma, then Imran, Taimur, and then we have got Ali and Kamran. So I would want you guys to be quick, 2 minutes per person.
I'd like to take a different perspective to this, what's happening here, because with all...
So we have a time paucity. Whatever you do, you have to be very quick, super quick.
Okay, because I would want to leave a food for thought here. We've talked about central banking, digital currencies, and all those things. But we have to go back to the original concept when this whole cryptocurrency and blockchain technology that enables it comes about. It's back in 2009, was a white paper written. The idea was to decentralize. Now we're talking about central banks taking control, yuan, being anonymous. So the idea to me looks contradictory to the original concept of this whole cryptocurrency phenomena, where it has to be beyond the control of central bank or authorities, where the control rests with people. That's what the Web 3.0 is all going to be about. So looking in a from a futuristic perspective, to me it seems very difficult to pinpoint 5 years down the road, let alone 10. But I will try to put myself on the spot here and see. Most banks will try to come up with their own currencies because the element of control cannot be given away to the general public. So you see, the important thing would be once these central deposit currencies are developed, how their adaptation is going to be, which is going to define all this. People right now mostly using it from an investment perspective. The price is fluctuating like anything. Recently we had a debacle of the FTX exchange collapsing, billions of dollars of people's investment going down the drain. So this creates a lot of fear. And that's where the regulation is going to come more and more into the space where they'll try to wrest control from the big back corporations, such as we can say, these FTX exchanges and all. So there will be a pressure on central banks to come up with a strategy, to develop their alternative options, and to make it convenient and usable for the general public. That's where we can see the future moving. In Pakistan's case, it's going to be very slow because obviously we have our own different set of challenges. But I would like to conclude on this concept that, look, we should focus on the technology of blockchain as an adoptive mechanism for improving our state of economy. This has tremendous opportunity and potential, be it in the metaverse, be it in the real estate or hospital management or education for that matter. That's where the government and the people's focus should be on, to pursue this technology for the benefit of the country. Thank you.
Imran, banking in Pakistan in 2030.
All right, so very quickly, so I think that most of the banks, when it comes to metaverse and NFTs, will adopt to a certain level in terms of creating virtual branches, creating virtual workspaces, creating for those customers who are already shifted to the metaverse, creating an opportunity to interact with the banks and financial services within those environments. So I am very positive that banks will do that because it's a specific, let's say, enablement which doesn't have to rely on some transformative discussion that we had earlier on.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Fatma.
Yeah, I would agree that the pace needs to be definitely sped up. And there is a transition that is already taking place. You have some excellent examples out there within Pakistan in the banking industry.
24th November 2030, digital banking in Pakistan.
I think the journey started, and definitely in 2030 we will be quite, I'm being very optimistic, but from a banking perspective, you see that they are working towards developing that capability, and they've launched that particular strategy as we speak, providing that financial access and independence. So I think we would be at a very strong space as far as financial, you see, it's where you are right now. So abhi hum open banking ke perspective mein hai. Are we really going to hit that digitalized finance platform, or is it banking in the metaverse? And I think we're going to be somewhere around that. However, of course, there's always a disclaimer. It is also spearheaded by the regulation which will facilitate that speed of change. But great thinking is already taking place, and re-strategizing and sort of launching new products and services is already taking place.
Thank you, Fatma. Alisa, banking in Pakistan in 2030, how do you see that going to be?
Shahzad, the brief answer, rather than making any prediction about it, I would rather wish that the financial industry in Pakistan actually adopt this newer technologies for their own use first, rather than entirely focusing on doing just the business. If we don't know what this technology can do, probably we can't do much about it, honestly.
Kamran, you basically deal with countries across, right? So Pakistani by citizenship and heart, how do you really see Pakistan in the next 7 years, 8 years?
Let me say, just like Qureshi said, I will say where I think we will eventually get to, but it might not be 2030. And it's just 3 points, right? Number one, you will at some point see a central bank digital currency, but a central bank digital currency that is aimed at very, very specific use cases. That's how most countries are doing it. It's not going to be a replacement for absolutely everything. It is going to be for very, very specific use cases, which are country specific. And in Pakistan, I fully agree with Imran as well. It is most likely going to be financial inclusion type of use cases and displacement of cash. Number two, central bank digital currencies will not replace private cryptocurrencies. That will not happen. We're already starting to see that. So what you will see, as we're already starting to see, is more and more banks offering crypto custody and crypto buy, sell, hold, and invest services to their customers directly, so that they don't have to go to an FTX or a Binance or somebody else. They can work through their bank, right? And number three, you're going to start seeing lots of applications of non-fungible tokens beyond the applications you see today, which are art. NFTs are transferable, verifiable, tamper-proof certificates of ownership that can point to any type of asset. So they will start to point to your passport, your driver's license, your airline ticket, a ticket to get into a concert, your title deed, any type of ownership, which can be transparently tracked, right? So this is stuff you will start to see coming online. And in Pakistan, I hope we get there or somewhere close to there by 2030, probably a little bit beyond that. But that is the direction of travel.
All right, thank you guys. This is a fantastic conversation. Servicing this industry for the past 25 years, I really hope and wish and see that happening, that Pakistan will see, in my view, a banking sector or financial sector to be more generalized, to be much more liberal in the next 8 years in terms of their partnerships with the fintechs, the partnerships with other retail sector and other corporate sectors. The financial services will be offered by way more companies than what are offered by today through embedded finance and other possibilities. I see the digital assets exchanges to become much more known and in use back, in those days. I would see the Gen Z would be much more in command of the products, that will be conceptualized, then. Hyper-personalization will be the name of the game by everybody. It won't really be a conversation in the conferences. And I'm not sure about crypto. Kaman is very, strongly believing about it, but I think CBDC, one, will be there for sure. And second element about CBDC is about the cross-country transactions through this CBDC will start happening, just like mBridge, which has been done between Thailand and, certain other, Thailand, Dubai, and other countries. I believe China and Pakistan and these friendly countries will start to sort of use those currencies without the intermediary dollars and other currencies to be there. Thank you, Fatma. Thank you, Ali, Taimur, Ali, and Kamran. It's wonderful to have this conversation. The topic is so exciting. It can take many, many more hours, but really have to sort of end it up here. Thank you, Nadeem Saab, for setting it all up. Fahad, I'm excited to be here. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Shahzad. Thank you to all the panelists. As we move forward, I'd actually like to invite, Mr. Yasser Shfaq. He's the chairman of CEO Microfinance Investment Company. He's also going to be shedding light on digital inclusion, a new model. Mr. Shfaq has actually been instrumental in development of the microfinance sector of Pakistan. And he's had a clear emphasis on actually sustainability and creating an impact during the last 12 years. So please welcome him on stage. Thank you.
नीचे ठीक है ट्राई करिए Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for inviting me for this conference and speak about financial inclusion and fintech. I think the last session was something that was very, kind of also technical for me, and I learned a lot. What I'll be talking about is much more basic, the kind of financial inclusion we have, and what are the models currently being envisioned of how to include more and more people in this, to provide them more financial services across the country. So I think I don't need to tell you the definition of digital financial services. A lot have been said, so I'll skip this slide. Now, overall, if we look at the digital ecosystem, it does not only include, banks and digital platforms, but there are a number of other players, right from digital banks, who are working to provide, smooth and more user-friendly experience of financial services to their clients. But what I want to focus here is those who are living at the bottom of the pyramid. Do we really, or does digital financial services at its current stage can benefit those who are living at the bottom of the pyramid? So this is a typical microfinance client, and those who have worked, I don't see many people from the microfinance sector other than Zainab. She could certainly relate to, the typical client of microfinance living in a rural area who does not have either a bank account or a mobile phone. And this is not due to affordability. It also is due to, cultural constraints. So these women are not supposed to, and when you talk to them, so this is a group of women that I met a couple of months back and out of 12 women, only 2 had mobile phones. And they were, I asked them, कि जी आपके पास क्यों नहीं है? तो वो कहते हैं हमें ज़रूरत नहीं है. We can always, use our husbands, and culturally also at times they feel that it is not, kosher to have a mobile phone. And I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that's the reality at this point in time. And there is also evidence in the world that the adoption of technology takes time. From the developing countries to, developed countries and developing countries. For instance, these are the figures that you can certainly look at, but a simple example, tractor was introduced maybe, 150 years back in developed countries. But हम अगर 15-20 साल 25 साल पहले भी देखें अपने मुल्क में तो people used to use ox and carts for plowing. So एक जो lag है in simple world of adoption of technology, and it is dependent on the income level of the country, the cultural norm, and also the level of education. So these are some of the factors that contribute for adoption of the technology. Now look at the digital infrastructure in Pakistan. Quite impressive. Cellular subscribers, density, broadband penetration. But 3G, 4G is still, we have to cover, a lot in that. However, if you look at the overall financial inclusion numbers, so if we say, yes, there is a lot of, digitization, but if you look at the overall financial inclusion numbers, we are still far, far behind. Only 21% of the total population have the accounts, ownership, and specifically women. If you look at, the women clients, it's very shameful that not more than 12% have the accounts. Now, this is across many other areas as well. So mobile ownership, as I discussed earlier, only half of the women in Pakistan have mobile ownership, and this is also related to literacy. So in order to adopt certain, or use digital services, you need to have at least certain level of education to use that more productively. Smartphone adoption, again, which I feel is mandatory for such services to be utilized, is also low. And regular mobile data usage is also pretty low at the moment. So in order to address this situation, there's a lot of work currently going on, and one good model is to unbundle the financial services. So a typical financial ecosystem or a financial institution used to provide all of these 4 major services as one institution. They used to have strong balance sheet, and they would provide the risk capital in a way. Then customer interface was done by them, back office and middle office, that is the risk management and the record keeping, was also done, and then the overall infrastructure of record keeping and the branches is typically done by one institution. So what should be the policy focus for the digital financial services? For me, in simple words, it should decrease the cost for the ultimate client, right? And improve the experience that he or she is going to get, which means currently, roughly, if you look at the microfinance institutions who are actually serving at the bottom of the pyramid, the cost range is between 15 to 22%. So there's substantial room of decreasing this by using digital financial services. and better interface, more products. I mean, if you look at insurance or payments have improved, but insurance, saving services, most of the country, and especially women, do not have access to those, or can't use the rise. So I think it's always going to be a kind of tension between these three areas. One is stability and integrity also of the data of the clients, stability of the overall system, and how much can you open up. So the more you open up, the more you can experiment, but then you need integrity, stability, and also if you open up, you will also have more competition. But what about the data protection of the client? So you need to balance all these three in order to progress further in a more sustainable manner. A lot of work has been done up till now by the regulators, and various regulations have been put in place, right from branchless banking to EMIs, now digital banks. RAST has been playing a very important role. I think we have next session on RAST and its contribution to overall. So the problem of reaching the last mile, I feel, would require a collaborative sort of effort. Even if you look at MFIs, the total microfinance sector has more than 8.5 customers at the moment. But even the MFIs who do not have license to take deposits have around more than 3.5 million clients. So that's sizable if anyone wants to experiment. But I still feel that without the human touch, some element of human touch still needs to be there in order to have good clientele. Those who have taken loans for the last maybe 6-7 times, those could be then reviewed through analytics or AI-based models. But anyone who's being inducted as a new client, especially if we are talking about not the nano loans, but the more productive loans, need to be assessed face to face. Product design is something which would be required, and linkages and connectivity. This is what I'm talking about. How you can plug your product into an overall financial institution and financial institutions system is something that needs to be worked on. So a modularization approach is something that is currently being worked on. The approach actually, segregates various kind of activities of a financial institution. For example, I spoke about it earlier as well. There's a balance sheet part of it, then the product development, customer relation, and then the distribution part of it. So how do you distribute your product? Now, some of these activities could not be provided by anyone else other than the bank itself, because they have the license to do certain things. But the fintechs that are coming and who do not want to, and most of them are not interested in getting a license of a financial institution, they can certainly partnership with them. So I said that there are 3.5 million clients, but just imagine the overall potential even at the microfinance level is around 25 to 30 million. So, and they have the kind of customer relationship built over many years. So the idea is to plug all of those products, be it insurance related, be it credit related, be it payment related, into that basic kind of institution and offer, because they offer those products to your clients. The client, as we progress, currently, I mean, they want very simple products, but as we progress and then as they are educated about the financial system, they would require more and more product. I think it's more of a financial literacy point of view and also education point of view that they are not aware of all the products available. So even now, when we interact directly with certain clients, they don't know what insurance would do for them. Livestock insurance. A huge number of microfinance clients are actually clients of have exposure, have assets, livestock as their assets. But when you talk to them about insurance, they are not aware of what that can. So financial literacy in that sense is also. So the point is that some of these activities would still remain with the commercial banks or with the microfinance institutions and banks, because they have the license, they have the balance sheet to bear those risks and attain a certain size. But customer interface, as well as product development in certain cases, and then the distribution of the products could be done in a more partnership kind of arrangement. And that would, is certainly something currently being experimented in especially in Africa and Central Asia. And these are the, I personally feel that if we want to have a collaboration with the fintech industry and the microfinance industry, we need to collaborate more and more in order to provide the financial services at the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yasser, for that insightful, deep dive into the financial inclusion stats for Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we kind of draw close to the Pakistan Fintech Forum 2022, it would be my honor to invite Chairman PMIC, Mr. Naveed Khan, who will give his closing speech for takeaways for the future of the fintech industry. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Nadeem Hussain Saab, Fahad Saab. Nadeem has been my captain, so I have to call him my captain. So he was a hockey captain for Frere House and grammar school, and so did I play with him. So we have played regularly. I know I stand between your lunch, so I'll keep it sweet and short. I'm sure there's a lot of things that have been discussed, so I'll keep it simple. I think there's no question in anybody's mind that fintech is something which is reality. It's evolving, and we need to adapt it. I think Nadeem has been involved in it for some time. He's a sort of a mover and shaker in that space, and he's tried to convince me to come in as well somewhere along. And I said, well, whenever I make that 10 million mark, I will definitely come and join you. So saying, technology and fintech is really evolving. I think the banking sector has to evolve. It's far behind. It needs clear leadership to drive it. It needs clear commitment to drive it. And it won't happen till we have phenomenal kind of money being made out of T-bills and PIBs. So it's not going to happen. So the drive to change will not come in. But I think the circumstances and the environment and this digital banks will definitely push that envelope for them. So they'll need to come onto the space. It's the global markets estimates are 131 billion, and it's supposed to surpass 400 billion. So that's really impressive growth, 25% plus. So really, from a digital point of view and from a fintech point of view, I think there's a great space and great opportunity. They talk about a total estimates of about 8.5 trillion in terms of digital payments. Impressive. Pakistan is also moving in the same space, trying to make these digital payments, RAS being one of them, and other institutions taking a bigger play in that space. Even Africa is one good example, and I think one of the panelists was talking about it, and truly it talks about changing the dynamics. I mean, their literacy levels are pretty much like ours, their socio-economic environment, give or take, ours. So they have been able to migrate and change. What will it take for us to migrate and change? I think some challenges there, literacy being one of them, and actually the penetration level of our technology at the grassroots levels, which I think Yasser talked about. It is very impressive to see that India has been able to get about 35 billion in investments, and they have seen more than 19 billion in funding and 18 unicorns created over a period of time, which shows that, look, neighborhood is doing phenomenally well in this space, so can we. So we need to sort of sit down and really truly think how we need to make this happen. And it can happen. If it can happen in India, it can happen here. But yeah, there are certain dynamics which have to change. Bangladesh being an example where women were brought into the workforce and they've changed the dynamics of that entire country. And we are still struggling to bring women to a point where they need to be. And not only that, I mean, Yasser talked about inclusion of financial inclusion, women in particular. The outreach for them on the cellular phones is still very low because the SIMs belong to their husbands, so you can't even tabulate the correct data. So who's using it and how they're using it. So those are things that really need to evolve. The growth of the smartphones, yes, it's there, but as I said, to the grassroots level, it's still a little further away. So we need to bring the cost down, we need to bring that penetration level down, and we need to make sure that women are being given those SIMs so that we can actually tabulate the data in a more meaningful way. We're all talking about tech, we're talking about data, we're talking about how to use the data analytics to be able to service our customers. That to me is the most critical component that has to happen. The central bank, the SECP, and I see the ex-commissioner sitting here, have done well in trying to evolve the regulatory regime, the electronic money regulation in 2019, and more importantly, the sandbox, I think, which was set up by SECP, will definitely go a long way in promoting fintech and possibly creating that opportunity for growth. I was quite surprised, actually, when I was looking at the numbers for this particular presentation. There are 281 fintechs which are operating in Pakistan, and they were able to raise $352 million, which is very impressive, given the political instability, given the economic challenges around the globe. I think this is very impressive. And I'm told in the last 2 quarters, they've been able to get $328 million, which is even more impressive. The fintech could play a significant role in the financial inclusion part. I think that is really the key, because we need to drive costs down. And Yasser talked about the intermediation cost of microfinance banks of being 15 to 20%, as high as 24%. So that means there's a huge opportunity to bring in technology to bring that cost down significantly. And that change of technology will enable them to better manage their portfolios than the way they're doing it today. We've been able to introduce the nano loans, and these nano loans, I think, started with Nadeem, and then I think Mobilink picked it up quite a bit, and we've been able to grow that customer base. We've got about 8.7 million customers because of those nanos. But if I look at the true microfinance customers, they're still about 5 million. So there's a huge opportunity, because the ultimate size of that segment is around 40 million customers. Wow. Just look at it. We're just at the tip of the iceberg. We've not even actually considered going further down. 40 million versus 8 million? Wow, a great opportunity for everybody. Fintechs can play a critical role in bridging that gap because the cost of going and tapping them is far significant, and hence it does not create an enabling environment for them to reach out to that level. So fintechs can play that role, can be that bridge in terms of cost, otherwise it won't work. The growth opportunities, I think, are phenomenal. The question is, how do you want to partner with these institutions to be able to take it to the next level? Remember, everybody is trying to make money. And at some point, somebody needs to balance that. And unfortunately, we have not been able to balance it. So really, the real essence is if you can balance between the cost of delivery and the cost of what you're going to charge is going to be the key catalyst in the growth. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. From a perspective of, from a perspective of PMIC, I can tell you that we've really focused on trying to leverage the technology and actually try to push customers to use technology. But we also understand the challenges there. We ourselves have been implementing SAP, and we were just talking about it. Some of the basic things that need to be done are challenging. It takes time. So it will happen, but it will take time. So really, at our level, we are trying our best to embed technology as an apex institution and try to penetrate through it. We've created a challenge fund, and I'm very happy to tell you that this year we got one entity called GrowTech on the agricultural side, which really helps basic small farmers to better manage their crop and yields. So that's going to enable it to move to the next round. Our second round, hopefully, is in 2023. And that, again, is going to be focused on working with partners who have a technology and use scoring, loan scoring, in order for them to digitalize the entire credit process. That will enable them to work together. Last but not least, as I think Yasser talked about, it's a tech and touch world. I don't think we've walked away from the touch part as yet. So it can't be a tech world alone. So it has to be a combination of the two. Tech brings in the cost efficiency in delivery and the outreach, and the touch gets in that personal touch of an equation with somebody. I think we've not as yet, and I don't see it in the next 10 years, that will be away from. We still have people who believe in brick and mortar. So that migration will take some time. So I think both the tech and touch have to go hand in hand, and we can enable a better sort of environment from a outreach program. So fintech to me are a critical ingredient or a plug into the future of financial inclusions. With that, I thank you for your time. I certainly hope you've enjoyed what has been spoken about. I know there were a lot of areas which were like a billion years ahead as far as Pakistan is concerned, but I think we'll get there. But let's get our basics right. So let's get the foundation right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Naveed sir, for really shedding the light on the opportunities that fintech players have in this transformative digital landscape. As we move forward with the agenda, we have an emerging, very engaging and speculative design workshop for our Pakistan Fintech Network members on RAS and the future of fintech. So I would like to call upon Ali Murtaza from Ideate Innovation to kind of take this forward. Ali, can you please come on stage? So this workshop is going to be an hour long, and then we're going to kind of break for lunch.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I would actually like to invite Imad Saab from the State Bank and Faisal from Karandas. I don't see Faisal. Oh, Faisal Saab and Imad Saab, welcome to the stage. So Imad Saab and Faisal Saab will introduce Rast and the future vision for Rast, especially from the State Bank's perspective. And you guys can ask any questions you might have to sort of illuminate the vision that the State Bank has for the future of Rast. And we will then move that into the workshop, most of which will be after lunch. Thank you.
Ali. Okay. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I know it has been a long day. I have a presentation actually on Rast. वो अभी थोड़ा they are like, you know, trying to pull it up and upload it. तो क्योंकि सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और perhaps, you know, we have limited time available, more time needs to be given to the people to understand and do the work actually. The exercise जो कि Ideate ने कुछ रखी हुई है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने inputs देंगे वो हमारी future development के लिए बड़ा important होगा in terms of design, how user experience will be designed, right? फैसल महमूद और मैं आज आपको थोड़ी सी हाई लेवल की चीज़ें बताएंगे कि what Rast is and what Rast wants to achieve actually. So Rast is a main engine basically core between जिसके core and a platform basically जो कि आपको ये ability and agility देता है कि जो भी कोई भी फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन करना चाहते हैं या कोई भी बिजनेस करना चाहते हैं वो इसके साथ में अटैच होंगे और अटैच होकर वो सर्विस को दे पाएंगे, स्पेशली वो जो कि पेमेंट सर्विसेज हैं. रास्त एक रिच टेक्स्ट फॉर्मेट के ऊपर बना हुआ है जिसके अंदर आप ISO 2022 के ऊपर जिससे आप मैसेज को के अंदर आप तस्वीरें भी भेज सकते हैं, इनवॉइसेस भी भेज सकते हैं और सब कुछ कर सकते हैं. इसके अंदर मल्टीपल यूज केसेस हैं जिसके ऊपर अभी हम बात करेंगे, मगर फिनटेक्स का इसके अंदर क्या रोल है, ये दिस इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट एक्चुअली. ये काइंड ऑफ अ प्लग एंड प्ले सर्विस है. इसके अंदर हमारी इंटेंशन ये है कि मल्टीपल लोग मिलकर भी एक कस्टमर को इनेबल कर सकते हैं और एक सर्विस को और एक प्रोडक्ट को इनेबल कर सकते हैं. बैंक्स आर द holder by law of land. Banks, EMIs, or the institutions which are legally allowed by State Bank to keep the money of the money and deposits को hold कर सकते हैं. तो उसकी इजाज़त, fintech is good in that, banks are good at keeping the stability and keeping the money within the system, and we monitor the money and the stability, and
Recording
techs
in
and
progress.
fintechs provide that agility and ability to offer more products and services, build more products and services around it. So this is what RAST is. RAST is an interoperable platform which processes transactions, financial payments and settlements, messages को जो है दूसरों से हमने multiple entities के दरमियान के अंदर लेकर जाना. इसके अंदर जो चंद use cases हैं जो हमने किए हैं और जो हम services हमने इसमें डिज़ाइन किए हैं, इसके architecture के बारे में कुछ चीज़ें मैं आपसे share करूँगा. तो रास के ऊपर हमारे से सवाल ये होता है कि जनाब अली कि आप ये बताएं कि रास आ जाएगा तो क्या होगा. रास आने से ये जो चीज़ हमारे पास कमी थी एक ऐसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो कि कम्प्लीटली इंटरऑपरेबल होने के अलावा एक कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, एफिशिएंट, स्केलेबल हो और उसके ऊपर एक्सेसिबिलिटी के लिए जो है आपको बहुत ज़्यादा एफर्ट भी ना करना पड़े और एक बहुत मॉडर्न स्टैंडर्ड्स के ऊपर बना हुआ हो और उसकी यूजेज के ऊपर जो है ना कॉस्ट के एलिमेंट्स जो है ना इतने ज़्यादा परेशान ना हो लोग. और विद दिस यू विल बी एबल टू ऑफर एम्बेडेड सर्विसेज को. हम उन वर्टिकल्स को हम कवर कर पाएंगे जिनको हम पहले नहीं कर सकते थे और जिन लोगों को कर पाएंगे जो कि हम पहले जिन तक नहीं पहुंच सकते थे. यही काम जो है और इसी तरीके के प्रोडक्ट डिज़ाइन करके और ऑफरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेयर्स और फिनटेक्स करते हैं और ये चीज़ हमारे पास रास की ऑफरिंग में के आने से आपके लिए ये एबिलिटी क्रिएट होती है. तो आई थिंक मेरे ख्याल में आई विल गिव Faisal will also talk about Faisal, do you want to add before the presentation loads, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Matsab. Right now, there are certain problems for the fintech world that we wanted to resolve. So one of the key requirements was developing an infrastructure to enable all kinds of digital payments for the entire industry. Obviously, fintechs, RAS is just an enabler. So all this development has to be done by the fintechs. We do expect that the fintechs are going to play a major role in the future of digital payments in the country. हम लोग कुछ further initiatives के ऊपर भी discussions कर रहे हैं. We are in discussions with the central bank, with some of the global experts. And hopefully you will learn better. I would leave it to Imad Saab to explain the actual roadmap of RAS that we see for what will the infrastructure be like in next 2-3 years and what do we actually expect from availability of RAS for the industry. Imad Saab, thank you.
चंद स्लाइड्स बैकग्राउंड की हैं और देन वी वुड आपको पता है कि डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की हम बात करें, स्टैक की बात करें, इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में जो है आप अच्छी तरीके से जानते हैं कि डिजिटल आईडी, मोबिलिटी, पेमेंट ट्रेल्स, लॉज एंड रेगुलेशन, डिजिटल इनोवेशन, ओवरसाइट, राइट. सो हम क्या कर रहे हैं इस वक्त, हम जो है वो पेमेंट लॉ एंड रेगुलेशंस के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, रूल्स आपके साथ मिलकर और इंडस्ट्री के मिलके काम कर रहे हैं. ओवरसाइट के फ्रेमवर्क्स के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं और पेमेंट रेल्स की इनेबलमेंट और प्लेटफॉर्म की डेवलपमेंट के काम कर रहे हैं. फिनटेक्स का काम डिजिटल इनोवेशन का है, यानी कि जो चौथा चीज है वो उसमें आपका मेजर रोल है. ठीक है, तो हेलो, तो डिजिटल इनोवेशन आपकी स्पेस है, उसमें आपने काम करना है. हम आपको बताएंगे कि व्हाट इज इन इट, रास्त क्या है और रास्त के अंदर क्या चीजें। ओवरसाइट के फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं और ओवरसाइट को हम किस तरीके से मॉडर्नाइज कर रहे हैं हम अपने पास, कि अगर वो फिनटेक्स भी अगर कोई ट्रांजैक्शंस कर रहे हों या किसी पार्टनरशिप्स के साथ कर रहे हों, तो हमारे पास उन ट्रांजैक्शंस की विजिबिलिटी क्या होगी, उस डेटा की अवेलेबिलिटी और सप्लाई क्या होगी। क्योंकि हमारा काम जो है, वन ऑफ द एस्पेक्ट इज आल्सो लाइक स्टेबिलिटी के अलावा हमारा एक एस्पेक्ट ये भी है कि हमें डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज के अंदर कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन के एस्पेक्ट को भी इंश्योर करना है। So that's why the oversight function at SBP is like being modernized and up to speed उसको लेकर आ रहे हैं ताकि हम इस रोल के लिए इनेबल हो सकें। ठीक है, ये ओवरऑल आप अगर देखें तो दिस इज नॉट वेरी न्यू। क्या चीजें चाहिए होती हैं? इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, कैटलिस्ट ऑफ इनोवेशन हमने क्रिएट करना है, पॉलिसी एंड रेगुलेशन एनवायरनमेंट और ऑपरेटर ऑफ डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम्स। डिजिटल पेमेंट रास क्या है? डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम है। इस वक्त इसका ऑपरेटर जो है वो स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान है, वन ऑफ द पेमेंट सिस्टम्स जो कि एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं, और ये एक हाई अवेलेबिलिटी, हाई एफिशिएंसी का पेमेंट सिस्टम है रास्त, और तमाम मॉडर्न जो है स्टैंडर्ड्स के ऊपर इसको डेवलप किया गया और डिप्लॉय किया गया। जैसे कि रास की जो है पर्सन टू मर्चेंट पेमेंट्स हैं का यूज केस जो है उसको हमने सीपा के स्टैंडर्ड्स के ऊपर किया है। क्यूआर कोड की इशुएंस हुई है तो आपको पता होगा कि हमने क्यूआर कोड के जो स्टैंडर्ड्स इशू किए हैं वो ईएमवी को कंप्लायंट भी है, इंटरऑपरेबल भी हैं, डोमेस्टिकली इंटरऑपरेबल भी हैं, और हमने इसमें कोशिश किया है कि कल के दिन जब हम इसको अगर इन्हीं क्यूआर को इंटरनेशनली इस्तेमाल करना चाहें तो वो वहां भी हो सके। यानी कि री इशुएंस एक दफा होगी, वो बार बार नहीं होगी। इंटरनेशनली भी वो क्यूआर इस्तेमाल करना चाहें तो वो हो सके। यानी कि whatever we are trying to do right now with your our able colleagues input and guidance, तो उसके अंदर हम वो तमाम चीजें डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जो कि फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड हों और फ्यूचरिस्टिक हों, ताकि आज की नीड्स को भी पूरा कर सकें और कल आने वाली नीड्स को भी पूरा कर सकें। तो so this is how RAST has been designed, this is how standards, new standards are being devised and rolled out. And yes, ये एक जो कहना चाहिए कि everything is up for like for revision, nothing is static basically. अब उस जमाने में, जिस जमाने में हम कहते थे कि ज़ाहिर सी बात है कि फिनटेक्स के पास भी एजिलिटी है और बहुत फास्ट मूविंग है, इसी तरीके से हम we as a central bank is also like moving, trying to move as fast as possible कि इंटरनेशनल जो चेंजेस हो रही हैं और जो हमारी मार्केट की ज़रूरतें हैं उसको हम अकोमोडेट कर पाएं अकॉर्डिंगली। ठीक है, ये एक स्नैपशॉट है जो कि हमारे पेमेंट सिस्टम रिव्यू में भी आता है। दीज आर दोज नंबर्स एक्चुअली टू बताएं कि भाई कितने लोग हैं, क्या हैं। आई थिंक जो है ना, यहाँ जो हमारे रूम में लोग मौजूद हैं दे नो अबाउट ऑल दीज फिगर्स राइट, कि कितनी एटीएम्स हैं, कितनी ब्रांचेस हैं। मगर ये सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बावजूद होने के आपको पता है कि एक फ्रैक्शन ऑफ द पोटेंशियल को टच कर रहा है और एक फ्रैक्शन ऑफ द मार्केट को जो है ना वो सर्व कर रहा है, और बहुत ही थोड़े लोगों को जो है हम जो है इस वक्त वो सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो लोगों को जिस तरह की जो सर्विस चाहिए, जो नीड है, वो हम शायद उस अंदाज में नॉर्मल कन्वेंशनल फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर उस अंदाज में प्रोवाइड नहीं कर पा रहा है। इम्प्रूवमेंट्स आई हैं मगर बेतहाशा इम्प्रूवमेंट्स की जरूरत है। हम पार्टनरशिप्स के अंदर वी वांट टू क्रिएट एन एनवायरनमेंट वेयर पीपल आर ओपन टू पार्टनरशिप्स। वी वांट टू क्रिएट एन एनवायरनमेंट वेयर पीपल आर एबल टू क्रिएट पार्टनरशिप्स, क्योंकि इस जर्नी के अंदर पार्टनरशिप्स इंतहाई इंपॉर्टेंट है, और वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो कि पार्टनरशिप दे सके और वो जो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस और फैसिलिटेशंस जो कि उस पार्टनरशिप्स को एक फ्रेमवर्क दे सके, उस फ्रेमवर्क को के ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि जो है ना वो फ्रेमवर्क बेसिकली रोल्स एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के अलावा जो है लोगों को तमाम पार्टनर्स को एक खास किस्म का कंफर्ट प्रोवाइड कर पाए। ठीक है जी। ये भी ग्रोथ है, 10 साल में बहुत ग्रोथ की। 10 साल में जितनी भी ग्रोथ हुई हो, हमने काफी सारे जो नोवेंसेस थे, जो लोगों के जहन के अंदर जो ब्लॉक्स थे कि ये मेरी मार्केट है और मैं इसका जो है ना चैंपियन हूँ और मैं क्यों इंटरऑपरेबल हूँ, व्हाई आई शुड ओपन माय सर्विस, व्हाई आई शुड पार्टनर विद समबडी, आई कैन डू इट माई सेल्फ। दिस ईगोस को किसी तरीके से हमें इस ईगो को किसी तरीके से पॉजिटिव एनर्जीज में कन्वर्ट और चैनलाइज करने की बात है कि हम कैसे शेयर करना शुरू करें, कैसे अप्रिशिएट करें एक दूसरे के रोल को, कैसे अप्रिशिएट करें कि हम जो है बिल्ड अपॉन करें और कैसे रैफ शेयरिंग मॉडल्स क्रिएट करें। नॉट एनी एक आदमी एक चाहे कितना बड़ा भी इंस्टीट्यूशन क्यों ना हो, वो सारे काम खुद नहीं कर सकता, उसको जो है ना टाइम टू मार्केट के मसाइल होते हैं। तो पार्टनरशिप्स आर रियली एसेंशियल। सो इस रूम में ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो कि पार्टनरशिप करवा सकते हैं और बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो कि पार्टनरशिप करना चाहते हैं। ठीक है, तो ये मैरिज करना, अब ये इस फिनटेक एसोसिएशन का एक ये भी मकसद है कि आप में से बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि जो है ना वो पार्टनरशिप करना ही नहीं चाहते, तो उस अंदाज में भी सोचना शुरू करना जरूरी है कि हम नहीं करना चाहते तो फिर कोई और भी ना करना चाहे। तो हमें उस कल्चर को भी आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हम चेंज कर रहे हैं। ठीक है जी, ये कुछ हमारे इनिशिएटिव हैं जिसके अंदर आप देखें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे काम, पॉलिसी एंड रेगुलेशंस के ऊपर काम, स्ट्रैटेजीज के ऊपर काम। स्ट्रैटेजीज के अंदर हमने विजन 2020 के अंदर स्टेट बैंक ने पेमेंट सिस्टम्स को, पेमेंट्स की मॉडर्नाइजेशन को और डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज को हमने अपनी 5 साल स्ट्रैटेजी का पार्ट बनाया। अभी हम जो है अपनी नेक्स्ट स्ट्रैटेजी पे काम कर रहे हैं जो 5 साल की है, तो उसके अंदर वो और ज्यादा इनहैंस्ड और रिफाइंड अंदाज के अंदर है। तो वो भी इसका जो है ना और उसका और ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस, और ज्यादा जो है हमें टास्क हम अपने लिए प्रपोज कर रहे हैं और हमें भी प्रपोज किए जा रहे हैं कि आप और ये चीजें भी करें। सिक्योरिंग पेमेंट्स, फ्रॉड्स के ऊपर साइबर सिक्योरिटी पे काम हो रहा है, वो सारी चीजें हैं। स्टैंडर्ड्स पे काम हो रहा है, फिनटेक फैसिलिटेशन पे काम हो रहा है। आई बिलीव के पहले की बनिस्बत आपको शायद लगता होगा, और आई डोंट नो, यू आर द बेटर जज एंड टू गिव फीडबैक, वी हैव ऑल्सो ट्रांसफॉर्म कि हम ज्यादा ओपन हैं, जिसको आना है बात करना है, जिसको आना है मशवरा देना है, जिसको आना है इनपुट देना है, जिसको आना है किसी और के साथ फैसिलिटेशन चाहिए है, किसी और के साथ बात करने में हमें हमारा रोल चाहिए, तो वी आर ओपन फॉर दैट। सो अवर डोर इज ऑलवेज ओपन एंड वी आर ऑलवेज इन अ लिसनिंग मोड रादर देन लाइक अ स्पीकिंग मोड, व्हिच इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट। तो हमने अपने आप को चेंज भी किया और चेंज किए जा रहे हैं और डायनेमिक किए जा रहे हैं और लिसनिंग की आदत डाल रहे हैं जो कि सेंट्रल बैंक्स में कम होती है। ठीक है, तो ये आज मैं इस वक्त मैं बोल रहा हूं, मगर हमारी इस सेशन के बाद में आज सिर्फ आप बोलेंगे और जो है ना, और आपने जो बोला हुआ होगा वो हमने फिर उसको ना सिर्फ उन रिकमेंडेशंस को लेकर आगे भी चलना है, और साथ में जो UI UX का डिजाइन है रास की मुख्तलिफ प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज पे, आई थिंक जो है ना वो एक वैल्यूबल इनपुट के सूरत में भी होगा। एक्सपैंडिंग डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस, रास और फिनटेक्स और तमाम ये जो चीजें हैं वो डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस के टच पॉइंट्स को बढ़ाने का और उसको इनेबल करने का के लिए जो है इंतहाई इंपॉर्टेंट है। अच्छा जी, रास क्या है जी? रास इंस्टेंट पेमेंट स्कीम में क्या है जी? इंस्टेंट सेटलमेंट है। इंस्टेंट मींस रियल टाइम सेटलमेंट, not faster payment. This is not a faster payment system, this is instant payment system. Instant payment है, आपने इस्तेमाल भी किया होगा, देखा भी होगा, पर्सन टू पर्सन मर्चेंट के अंदर के उसकी सेटलमेंट के टाइम पीरियड क्या है, उसकी वजह से डिस्प्यूट्स भी कम होते हैं, उसकी वजह से हमारे पास जो है जो रिकन्सिलिएशन के निस्बतन प्रॉब्लम्स भी कम होते हैं, और इसकी हाई अवेलेबिलिटी अब हो चुकी है। आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बैंक्स के अंदर वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और वो एडीसीज और वो चीज़ें हुई, और फिर वेंडर्स के अंदर भी वो कैपेसिटी और कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप हुई है। तो जब हम रास के पर्सन टू मर्चेंट पे जा रहे हैं, तो हमारी जो पुराने जो वरीज थे मोस्टली वो जो है ना इस वक्त सेटल डाउन हो चुकी हैं ड्यूरिंग द पीरियड ऑफ 1 ईयर। एपीआई गेटवे है, सेंट्रल जो है एड्रेस है, डायरेक्टरी है। रास के अंदर 3 यूज केसेस हैं, बल्क, पर्सन टू पर्सन, पर्सन टू मर्चेंट। हमारे पास आज वन लिंक है और कल भी होगा। वन लिंक अपना काम करता रहेगा, वी विल को एग्जिस्ट टुगेदर। निफ्ट आज भी मौजूद है, निफ्ट अपना फंक्शन करता रहेगा। यस, शायद उसको जो है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक चेक्स वगैरह के ऊपर जाने के बाद में कुछ चीजें उसकी, और डिजिटल पेमेंट्स के बाद में उसका बिजनेस अभी भी रिड्यूस हो रहा है, कल भी होता रहेगा। बट ये कि वो अल्टरनेट बिजनेसेस के अंदर जा रहे हैं, ई पे के ऊपर जा रहे हैं। वीआरजी है और एपीएस मर्चेंट पेमेंट्स हैं, अदर एंटिटीज में गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, थर्ड पार्टी फिनटेक्स हैं। ये पूरा हमारा इकोसिस्टम और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। एक्वायरर्स हैं, इशुअर्स हैं, और आरटीजीएस है। आरटीजीएस भी बाय द वे right now it has been like we are going for a big upgradation of RDGS. अभी जब मैं आया हूँ तो हमारा इंटरनेशनल ईसीबी का एक्स एम्प्लॉय जो है कंसल्टेंट, वो आज उनका वो आए हुए थे विजिट करने के लिए, तो सुहेल साहब भी आने वाले थे और भी उनको कोई काम थे। तो अब मैं भी थोड़ी देर बाद वापस जाऊँगा, बिकॉज वी आर फाइनलाइजिंग दी RFP बेसिकली, जो सर अपग्रेड के अंदर हमने एडिशनल फंक्शनैलिटी ले रहे हैं। क्योंकि रास्ट इज अ रिटेल पेमेंट सिस्टम, एंड जो हमारा प्रिज्म है वो आपको पता है कि वो लार्ज वैल्यू है। तो हम रिटेल नए स्टैंडर्ड्स पे, और जो हमारा लार्ज वैल्यू है वो भी न्यू स्टैंडर्ड्स के ऊपर जो है वो अपग्रेड नेक्स्ट इंशाल्लाह 24 मंथ्स में हो जाएगा। जी, फीचर्स क्या है रास्ट के? इंस्टेंट है, लो कॉस्ट और नो कॉस्ट ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शन है, सिक्योर है, हाईली इंटरऑपरेबल है, कस्टमर सेंट्रिक प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज बनानी है। किसने बनानी है? आप लोगों ने बनानी है, बैंक्स ने बनानी है, प्रोवाइडर्स ने बनानी है। हमने प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विस नहीं बनानी है। यहां आप लोगों का रोल आता है। उसका डिजाइन कैसे होगा, उसके UI UX कैसे होंगे, कस्टमर जर्नी क्या होगी, उसके एक्सपीरियंस क्या होंगे, एक ब्रॉडली हम जरूर बता रहे हैं, मगर असल में तो आपने कैसे उसके लिए लोगों के लिए अट्रैक्टिव और आसान बना, वो आपका काम है। ठीक है, स्टैंडर्ड हम दे रहे हैं, ISO 2022 के ऊपर बनाया, ताकि आपके लिए जो है जो आप चाहें उसके ऊपर इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग और मैसेजिंग कर सकें। ठीक है, बैंक्स, फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन और फिनटेक्स के लिए, EMIs के लिए, PSO PSPs के लिए, MSPs के लिए, PISPs के लिए, सबके लिए वो मौका है कि वो प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज बनाए। एक प्रोडक्ट के लिए जो है ना 6 लोगों से पार्टनरशिप कर ले तो भी ठीक है। कस्टमर को इसकी कोई फिक्र नहीं होनी चाहिए कि यार ये मेरी जो है ना इस सर्विस को कौन कौन मिलकर सेटल कर रहा है, कौन मिलकर इसको इनेबल कर रहा है। कस्टमर की ये वरी नहीं है, उसको इससे कोई काम नहीं है। उसको सिर्फ ये काम है कि प्रॉमिस ऑफ रास क्या है कि जी आप जाए, कोई भी वो प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विस लेने के लिए जाए, ट्रांजैक्शन करने के लिए खड़ा हो और वो ट्रांजैक्शन करके निकल आए। उसको वन लिंक सेटल कर रहा है, उसको रास सेटल कर रहा है, उसको जो है निफ्ट इनेबल कर रहा है, उसको कोई भी फिनटेक उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन या इनवॉइस को पुल करके लेकर आ रहा है, कौन उसका एग्रीगेटर है, उसको कोई गर्ज नहीं। उसको ये है कि फेल नहीं होनी चाहिए पेमेंट। मैं जाऊं और मुझे जो है मेरे अकाउंट से वो पैसे निकलें और जाकर वो सेटल हो जाए, मेरे कार्ड से पैसे निकलें और वो जो है वो ड्रॉ हो जाए, बस दैट्स इट। उसको ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि जनाबी अली के मैं आया हूं और वापस जाऊंगा तो मुझे ये हो जाएगा कि यार मैं वो चीज़ ना ले पाऊं, जब वो बोले कि यार भाई जो है ना पेट्रोल की टंकी में से पेट्रोल वापस निकाल दो। ये काम नहीं होना है। ठीक है, इसीलिए इसके अंदर हमने कॉन्सेंट्स को रखा है, कॉन्सेंट फॉर अ टाइम पीरियड। मैं कहता हूं कि कॉन्सेंट वन टाइम भी हो सकती है, जैसे इंटरनेशनली होता है, फ्यूल डलवाने के लिए गए या आप रूम को बुक करवाया, आपने वन टाइम कॉन्सेंट ले लिए सिर्फ एक स्पेसिफिक ट्रांजैक्शन की। ये भी इसके अंदर कैपेसिटी एंड कैपेबिलिटी है, ताकि वो प्री ऑथराइजेशन ले ले, उसकी अमाउंट बाद में आएगी और वो उसके बाद में फ्यूल डलवा रहा है, अमाउंट बाद में आएगी और वो उसको चार्ज कर लिया जाएगा। ठीक है, रिलायबल और सिक्योर है। अच्छा जी, रास की पेमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में रास का कोर है, आप देखें रियल टाइम इंटरफेस है। लिक्विडिटी एंड सेटलमेंट के लिए हमने जो है इसको सेंट्रल बैंक करेंसी में सेटलमेंट की बात की है। पोजीशन अकाउंट्स के जो है रखे हैं, जो कि डायरेक्ट अकाउंट नहीं रखते, वो अपने बैंक्स के थ्रू, अरेंजमेंट्स के थ्रू आएंगे। ठीक है, कोर आरटीजीएस के अंदर यानी कि सेंट्रल बैंक के अंदर सेटल हो रहा है और पीछे स्टेट बैंक का कोर बैंकिंग लगा हुआ है। ठीक है, ऊपर कौन है? ईएमआईज, पीएसओ, पीएसपीज, गवर्नमेंट एंटिटीज, बैंक, एमएफबीज और डॉटेड लाइन में साइड में फिनटेक्स, बेसिकली फिनटेक्स एंड इवन कॉर्पोरेट्स एक्चुअली, जो कि डायरेक्टली भी हो सकता है कि कल के दिन इंटीग्रेट होना चाहे। जो बड़ी एंटिटीज हैं वो चाहें कि जी हम डायरेक्टली अपने आप को फेट ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शन जरूर लेना चाहते हैं, इंस्टेंट जो है ना फेट ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शन लेना चाहते हो, तो हो सकता है कि वो बोलें कि जी हम आपके साथ कनेक्ट होना चाहते हैं। हम के इलेक्ट्रिक को कहेंगे जी ठीक है, आपको अगर कोई चीज हुई है तो इंडिपेंडेंटली भी आपको जो है हम एक फेट ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शन देंगे। सो दिस इज देयर इंस्टेंट पुश बेस्ड, पुल बेस्ड फंक्शनैलिटी, बल्क ट्रांजैक्शंस, रास की आईडी की डायरेक्टरी जिसमें इंडिविजुअल की आईडीज भी हैं और फिर मर्चेंट की आईडीज भी होंगी। मर्चेंट की आईडीज की टाइप्स हैं, कोड्स हैं, वो तमाम की तमाम जो है ना चीजें जो है ना सेंट्रलाइज्ड डायरेक्टरी के अंदर मौजूद होंगी। और ट्रांजैक्शन एनालिटिक्स, फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन वो इंस्टीट्यूशन भी करेंगे और कुछ फैसिलिटेशन हमारी तरफ से भी है। और बार बार ISO 20022 का स्टैंडर्ड, ये हमारे लोगों को बहुत इससे जो है खुशी हासिल होती है। ये 3 यूज केसेस है जैसे बताया। बल्क का यूज केस जो कि गवर्नमेंट एंटिटीज के लिए है, कॉर्पोरेट पेमेंट्स की इनेबलमेंट के लिए है और बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जिसके लिए इस्तेमाल हो सकता है। इसके अंदर बैच भी हो सकता है और अदरवाइज भी हम इसको कर सकते हैं। अभी हम इसको प्री वैल के साथ भी कर सकते हैं, बगैर प्री वैलिडेशन के साथ भी कर सकते हैं। रास में प्री वैलिडेशन का भी ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है। पर्सन टू पर्सन आपको पता है वो इनेबल कर दिया, पर्सन टू बिजनेस भी इनेबल हुआ है। ठीक है, अब हम बिजनेस टू पर्सन जो है ना बल्क के थ्रू कर रहे हैं, मगर जो है फ्यूचर में शायद जो है ना हम उसको अदरवाइज भी इनेबल कर सकते हैं। और ये पर्सन टू मर्चेंट का जो यूज केस है वो सब में ज्यादा बेसिकली वो स्पेस में उस जगह पर फिनटेक्स का कंट्रीब्यूशन और उनकी प्रोडक्ट डिजाइन के अंदर उनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन वुड बी रियली इंपॉर्टेंट। अच्छा जी, बल्कि यूज केस में मैंने आपको बता दिया कि यार ये किन एंटिटीज के साथ हो रहा है। कई एंटिटीज लाइव हैं। अभी हमारा पंजाब IT बोर्ड के साथ भी इंटीग्रेशन हो चुकी है, MOU हो चुका है। पंजाब IT बोर्ड इनेबल करेगा पूरे पंजाब की जो है ना पेमेंट एंड रिसिप्ट्स को, जो भी वो करता है। AGPR इंटीग्रेटेड एंड कनेक्टेड है। CDNS नेशनल सेविंग इज कनेक्टेड फॉर जस्ट सेंडिंग मनी, नॉट रिसीविंग येट। तो CDC का ज्यादातर लोगों को पता है कि वो है। FBR भी इस वक्त जो है ना पैराल काम करने में लगा हुआ है, तो उसकी कनेक्ट और कई यूज केस एंटिटीज हैं जो इस काम में लगी हुई हैं, जो कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी है और गवर्नमेंट की भी है, जो कि मुख्तलिफ स्टेजेस ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन के अंदर हैं। कॉर्पोरेट को हमने कॉर्पोरेट एंटिटीज और कॉर्पोरेट पोर्टल्स की इनेबलमेंट के ऊपर जो है भी काफ़ी सारे लोगों के साथ काम मुकम्मल हो चुका है। ठीक है, और ये सब में पहले लाइव हुआ था सिस्टम की इस्टेब्लिशमेंट के बाद में जनवरी 2021 में, और आज ऑलमोस्ट 23 महीने हो चुके हैं इस चीज़ को। तो 23 महीनों में हम अब यहाँ पहुँचे हैं कि हमने ये वैलिडेशन मैंने जैसे आपको बताया था, लिमिट सेंडिंग कर सकते हैं, ट्रांजैक्शन के स्टेटस E2E उसको बता सकते हैं, ये ऐसी है। असल है कि P2P की बात है, P2P के अंदर हमने इस वक्त जो है ना 30 ऑड इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो पर्सन टू पर्सन फंड ट्रांसफर के लिए इनेबल्ड हैं, सेंडिंग रिसीविंग के लिए। कोई 32-33 हैं जो कि बल्क के लिए जो है ना इनेबल्ड हैं। 99% ऑफ द मार्केट इन केस ऑफ बल्क जो है कवर कर रहे हैं, और एक्सेप्ट वन बिग बैंक P2P के अंदर जो है ना सब मौजूद हैं, जो कि ये एलियस, आपको पता है कि एक एलियस है। एलियस क्या है जी? वो एलियस आजकल हमारा फ़ोन नंबर है, मगर ये जो हमारे जो स्कीम है इसके अंदर कोई भी हो सकता है, इट्स अ फ्री टेक्स्ट बेसिकली। अभी हमने उसको जो है ईज और अडॉप्शन और सिंप्लिसिटी के लिए इसको रिस्ट्रिक्ट किया हुआ है, फ़ोन नंबर और सिंगल फ़ोन नंबर। मगर ये जिस दिन ये डिसाइड हो और खोलना चाहें तो हम जो है इसको ईमेल्स पे भी खोल देंगे और मल्टीपल फ़ोन नंबर्स पे भी खोल सकते हैं, हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। सो इट इज़ लाइक it's a free text. Right now, it has been intentionally restricted to only one phone number, one person. ठीक है? तो but ये है कि it can be open for anything actually, because it's actually a free text, right? Control इसका हम participant की side पे रखते हैं और कुछ हमारे पास भी रखते हैं। तो असल चीज है हमारी ये थर्ड यूज केस, जहां आप आते हैं। थर्ड यूज केस क्या है? पर्सन टू मर्चेंट पेमेंट, P2M की पेमेंट्स जो है वो सब में इंपॉर्टेंट है। Three functionalities will support merchant payments, customer initiated push payments, merchant initiated request to pay payments, POS payments जिसमें पेपा के कार्ड को इनेबल करने और इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं। Functionality supported other than the consumer need, customer initiated payment through payment in PISPs और social disbursements। सोशल डिसबर्समेंट आपको पता है, बिस्प है, ज़कात है, उशर, ज़कात एंड उशर है, और पंजाब के जो है ना सोशल प्रोग्राम्स हैं, और कोई भी हमारे जो सोशल प्रोग्राम्स हैं उनकी इनेबलमेंट भी इसके अंदर मौजूद है। यानी कि ये इंस्टीट्यूशंस उसको करेंगी रादर देन के जो है ऑप्ट करेंगी रादर देन के कस्टमर। ऊपर की 3 कस्टमर्स की इसके अंदर QR कोड्स, अच्छा इसके ये मोटी मोटी फंक्शनैलिटीज हैं, बट इसके अंदर बेशुमार चीजें हैं। बेशुमार चीजों का मतलब उसके अंदर जनाब आली पे नाउ पे लेटर मौजूद है R2P की सूरत में। अगर के कोई कहता है कि बिलर कहता है कि आप ट्रांजैक्शन को ब्रेक करना है, आपने बिल को ब्रेक करना है, 2 दफा पेमेंट करना है, वो कर सकता है। अगर के कोई कहता है कि जनाब अली के मैं जो है ड्यू डेट का पेमेंट ऑप्शन अब इनेबल करूं, अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है PISP उसको कर सकता है। कोई कहता है कि जनाब अली के मैंने इसको ऐसे डिजाइन करना है कि रिकरेंट पेमेंट्स हो बेस्ड ऑन ऑथराइजेशन, दैट प्रोडक्ट कैन बी बिल्ट। ठीक है। QR कोड और QR कोड की रीडिंग बोथ स्टैटिक एंड डायनेमिक दोनों इसके अंदर यह है प्रोविजन मौजूद है, स्टैटिक की भी और डायनेमिक की भी। हमने ये जो आज का जो सेशन है और आइडिएट जो काम कर रहा है वो क्या काम कर रहा है वो खुद आपको इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे। हमने कहा है कि यूजर जर्नी, कस्टमर जर्नी, UIX कैसा होगा, जर्नी कैसी होगी, QR कोड कैसे दिखना चाहिए, R2P की ट्रांजैक्शन करने आएगा तो मर्चेंट के पास क्या जर्नी होनी चाहिए, मर्चेंट को कैसे दिखाई देना चाहिए, ये वो कि वो डिवाइस पे कैसे दिखेगा, कस्टमर पे रिसीव होगा तो उसका क्या एक्सपीरियंस होगा, किस तरीके से इस चीज को करेंगे, वो तमाम चीजें उसके ऊपर आपकी फीडबैक, चूंकि उस डिजाइन, उस UI UX, उन फ्लोस को बनाते हुए कस्टमर को, मर्चेंट को भी मद्देनजर रखना है, साथ में वो जो प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज जो एक फिनटेक, एक टेक डिजाइन और डिवाइस और लॉन्च करेगी, वो भी उसके ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है। इसमें आप लोगों की इंसाइट्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि वो इंसाइट्स दें कि क्या प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज हो सकती है जो कि आप सोच रहे हैं, जो आपने बनाई हुई हैं, जो कि इंटरऑपरेबल नहीं है, क्लोज लूप में है, उसको कैसे खोलेंगे। These are some things which you need to like think through. क्योंकि once हम ये चीज़ें लोगों के साथ, पार्टिसिपेंट्स के साथ, खुसूसन बैंक्स के साथ और वो लोग जो इस वक्त शामिल हैं उनके साथ शेयर करेंगे, तो वो लोग अपनी डेवलपमेंट के अंदर अपने उन डिज़ाइन प्रिंसिपल्स को डिप्लॉय कर देंगे। तो बेहतर ये है कि फीडबैक आएगी तो शायद कुछ चीज़ें चेंज हो सकती हैं, मगर कोई फिनटेक आए कह के यार मुझे तो यार इस फ्लो में ये चेंज करनी चाहिए क्योंकि ये तो हो नहीं रहा है हमसे, तो वो बाद में आकर कहेगा तो वो कहेगा कि यार मैं क्यों इतने मेजर चेंजेस करूं और मुझे क्या ज़रूरत है कि मैं आपके साथ काम करूं। इसीलिए बेहतर ये है कि हमें अभी हम जो अपनी फीडबैक देना चाहते हैं और जो चीज़ें ज़रूरी बताना चाहते हैं वो बता दें। ऐसे ही है ना फैसल साहब भी बोलेंगे, उन्होंने मुझे खड़ा कर दिया सिर्फ बोलने के लिए। अच्छा, RAS P2M features enables individuals to make electronic payments to merchants through digital channels, QR code, alias, IBAN, USSD. ठीक, इन सबको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। एलियस मर्चेंट आईडी भी हो सकता है। ठीक है जी। Request to pay, a new feature, request to pay, has been also introduced that enable the receiver of payment to request payment from the payer. R2P provides a relatively better user experience in digital merchant payments, but R2P के अंदर हमें रिस्क भी हैं, उनको भी सोचना है, उनको भी देखना है कि R2P के अंदर जो रिस्क हैं उनको हम किस तरीके से मिटिगेट करेंगे, किस तरह से कंट्रोल करेंगे। दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। ठीक है, ये कुछ सिर्फ रास P2P के हैं, पूरे रास के नहीं है। 1 साल और चंद दिनों में हमने 550 बिलियन से ज़्यादा प्रोसेस किए हैं, आईडीज 23 मिलियन के ऊपर रजिस्टर्ड किए हैं और 30 मिलियन प्लस ट्रांजैक्शन किए हैं। ये इसमें बल्क के नंबर्स इंक्लूडेड नहीं है, ये सिर्फ रास P2P के हैं। ठीक है, तो यहां मैं रुकता हूं और फैसल साहब आप कुछ कहेंगे?
नहीं, थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू सर। आई नो वर्कशॉप भी एक स्टार्ट होनी है इसके बाद। इट इज़ जस्ट दैट स्टेट बैंक ने एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिप्लॉय कर दिया है फॉर द एंटायर कंट्री। वी रियली एक्सपेक्ट के द फिनटेक्स आउट देयर, you people, the companies, use this, design new journeys, innovative designs leke aaye, concepts leke aaye, start using it. We probably are the 20th country in this world to have an instant payment system deployed. Merchant payments abhi fully deployed nahi hua hai, it's still under development, but hopefully in next 3 to 4 months you will see the first merchant payment go through RAST as well. ये जो numbers हैं अभी जो दिखाए हैं कि we have crossed 30 million transactions, approximately 24 million RAST IDs. These are in just like 8 months. So looking at this, I do expect कि going forward payments हमारी cashless होने जा रही हैं. It is just that someone has to crack the code, identify कि what needs to be done. And I really look forward to the fintechs out here कि वो कैसे facilitate कर सकते हैं to the general consumers so that people enjoy to start using digital means for payments. So I've been traveling in Karachi for last 3 days and interestingly I haven't been carrying any cash. Apps हैं या जो cards हैं, debit cards हैं, that is all that I'm carrying. I wanted to test it out and hopefully going further ahead, probably 6 months from now, there could be many people who can travel cashless in Pakistan. And that is what we actually need to focus on. I think it should be over to Ali for the next session.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Imauddin and also Mr. Faisal Mahmood. I'd like to call Ali Saqib from MasterCard, who also has experience on Rast, onto the panel. And then we are just opening the forum up for questions. So any Q&As, please shoot out to the panelists. Thank you. So we have any questions? Please raise hands. Okay, can we have the mic for Mr. Kamran Zaveri?
Assalamu alaikum ji. Just wanted to ask, in terms of the use cases, would Rast ever be used for inward remittances through the Rast platform directly? Because right now it's all domestic. So obviously from a domestic perspective, it adds a lot of value. But from a cross-border transaction perspective, at least inwards, would there ever be a use case that can be considered by the central bank?
Ji, Rast design enables inward remittances. So cross-border remittances can be channelized through Rast. So to answer your question, अब उसको कब खोलेंगे, कैसे खोलेंगे, that's a separate thing altogether, right? When there is a design and then when there is a need, so it can be done and it's there. So bottom line is, you think of anything and most of the things are already there actually. So हम कहेंगे कि जी CBDC कर सकते को इसके ऊपर transactions को settle कर सकते हैं. So that's why the RTGS upgrade is going on right now. So basically Rast is retail and then we have a large value. So both needs to be like synced, right? But so the large value is being also upgraded. So few things which can kind of like tricky to manage right now would also be able, we will be able after that upgrade actually. Yeah. So but it's there.
Can you hear me? So just to add to what Imad Saab just mentioned, right? So there are quite a few companies that are very interested in using Rast for inward remittances into Pakistan. And to be honest, we have had a few conversations with Imad Saab as well. And we are trying to explore network sort of capabilities for Rast. And the way it's going to work out is like in case if I'm sitting in Bahrain and I need to transfer money to, let's say, Imad Saab or Mr. Ali Saqib himself, the experience would be as seamless as just doing an IBFT, interbank fund transfer for that purpose. And for that purpose, we have a few discussions ongoing, and the discussions are ongoing with the domestic switch as well as Rast, and going forward, we will definitely work on these kind of engagements.
Do we have any more questions from the audience?
Yep.
Yes, okay, go
ahead. My name is Jawad Khan, I'm from the technology sector. My question is, looking at the presentation of the Rast, it seems that it's a very good system which will facilitate and revolutionize the payment processing in Pakistan. My question is, it seems that State Bank is creating a centralized monopolistic kind of system. So in light of Rast, so what will happen to OneLink, NIFT, and other payment processing fintechs which are there like Jazz Cash, PayPro, and others? So they are also like, what will be their future when the Rast is like fully operational?
Perhaps I mentioned that, you know, OneLink will exist and NIFT will exist. So Rast is an enabler, and it will operate in spaces and places where there is a friction also. Okay? First of all. So So it's not there to, like, you know, it's there to enable businesses, enable participants. NIFT and OneLink is also one of the participants. और ये कहीं भी ये चीज़, इट डजेंट मेक एनी सेंस कि हम एक सेंट्रलाइज्ड, एक जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि एक ऐसी एंटिटी बना दें जो कि जो कि कह सकते हैं कि बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स के अंदर ग्रोथ को नहा इनेबल करे या उनको ख़त्म कर दे। मल्टीपल जो है आपके पास, मतलब बैकअप भी होने चाहिए, किसी चीज़ के अंदर कोई बैकअप होगा और किसी में कोई प्राइमरी होगा, ठीक है। फिनटेक्स और इजी पैसा, जैज़ और इस तरह की ब्रांड्स और मास्टर कार्ड और वीज़ा का तो सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता कि कुछ हो, क्योंकि ये सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं और ये प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज बना रहे हैं और बना के देंगे। रास तो एक सेंटर में बैठी हुई वो एंटिटी है जो कि बेसिकली पेमेंट्स को जो है ना, पेमेंट्स को और ट्रांजैक्शन इनेबलमेंट कर रहा है, ट्रांजैक्शन इनेबलमेंट का इंजन है, और उसकी जो है ना अल्टीमेटली सेटलमेंट भी कर रहा है सेंट्रल बैंक की करेंसी में, इसीलिए कि उससे जो है ना जो रिस्क है, जो ऑपरेशनल रिस्क है, जो सेटलमेंट रिस्क है, उसको रिड्यूस कर सकें, ठीक है ना। और लोगों को इंस्टेंट ग्रेटिफिकेशन इसीलिए भी दे रहा है ताकि लोगों को कैश की कन्वीनियंस जो है उसके करीब का फ्लेवर दिया जा सके। हमारा इंटेंशन लोगों को वो सर्विस देना है, वो कंफर्ट देना है आपकी मदद से, फिनटेक्स की मदद से, टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर्स की मदद से, कि लोगों को ये हो कि व्हाई वी नीड टू कैरी कैश, बिकॉज वॉट एवर वी वॉन्ट टू बाय, परचेज, डू, मेक अ पेमेंट फॉर एनीथिंग, we need not to keep cash as a primary source and a card as a backup. Rather than you will take your card, जैसे हमारे फैसल ने कहा कि आप जाओगे, कार्ड लोगे, ऐप लोगे, टैप एंड गो करोगे, कुछ भी करोगे, आपको पता है मैं जाऊंगा और वो ट्रांजैक्शन हो जाएगी। मेरे पैसे अगर मेरे अकाउंट में मौजूद है या मेरे पास किसी चीज की लिमिट है, मैंने जाना है और मैंने बस जाकर उसको, ऐसे ही है जैसे मैं जेब में पड़े में, अब मैं एटीएम से जाके मुझे निकालने की जरूरत नहीं है। यानी कि कैश लाइट की बात हो रही है। और कैश, द विजन ऑफ राष्ट्र एंड विजन ऑफ स्टेट बैंक इज टू मेक द सोसाइटी कैश लाइट। यू कैन नॉट एलिमिनेट कैश, बट टू मेक कैश एज अ बैकअप rather than the preferred means of making a gratification of any products and services which you have availed actually। तो ये उसका मकसद है, और उसको करने के लिए हमारे पास वो होना चाहिए कि उसको किसी दुकानदार को, किसी मर्चेंट को, किसी को भी ये चीज की कॉन्फिडेंस हो कि यार देखो रात से पैसे आए, रास्ते प्रोसेस किए, इसका मतलब है कि जैसे कैश आया वैसे ही आया। यानी कि इंस्टेंट ऑथेंटिकेशन, इंस्टेंट कंफर्मेशन, instant money into his account, and he gets an SMS and he gets a notification, yeah, money is already there in your account. And everybody is like, you know, lifestyle changes, right? So lifestyle not change, not for only those people who can afford a credit card or a debit card or a card, but lifestyle change for everybody who has very limited means of income, जिसके पास जो है बहुत ही कम पैसे होते हैं और मंथ एंड पे वो जाकर वैसे भी खाली हो जाता है, ना आप उसको क्रेडिट कार्ड देते हैं, और डेबिट कार्ड लेता है तो उसको ट्रांजैक्शन की कॉस्ट का भी मसला होता है, एनुअल फी का भी मसला होता है, बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं। तो वो क्लास को क्या करेंगे? उस क्लास को, उन लोगों तक हम नहीं पहुंच पाए, ठीक है ना, उनको भी तो सर्विस देनी है ना। यहाँ फिनटेक्स और टैक्स का रोल है, क्योंकि हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जीरो कॉस्ट या मिनिमम कॉस्ट पे उसको सर्विस देगा, क्योंकि हमारा पर्पस डिफरेंट है। हमारा पर्पस ये है कि हमने कैश लाइट बनाना है सोसाइटी को। क्यों बनाना है? इसीलिए क्योंकि जो है ना, डेफिनेटली देयर इज अ कॉस्ट फॉर द बैंक्स, फॉर द सेंट्रल बैंक ऑल्सो टू प्रिंट एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दैट मनी। सो वी वुड लाइक टू इन्वेस्ट दैट इन द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड इट्स मेंटेनेंस एंड अदर थिंग्स, ताकि जो है ना वो हमारी भी तो वो कॉस्ट कहीं से सेव होगी ना, और वो उसको बेहतर है कि हम डिप्लॉय कर दें इन चीज़ों के ऊपर और इसकी ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस को, इसको अपग्रेड करने के लिए। जी,
let me just answer this question in a different twist, right? So Rast is establishing a monopolistic point of view. To my opinion, I believe it's actually countering the monopoly of the existing switch, to be honest. And even after the sunset of the MNET switch, I believe the only option left for banks for interbank connectivity was one link. What Rast does is like it provides the banks with an alternative channel in case if the other one is not available, and vice versa as well. So in my opinion, I believe both of these infrastructures can exist together, and at the same time they can grow together. I do not have the latest figures with me, but what's public information is available ever since Rast has been launched in Pakistan. The number of interbank fund transfer transactions at the domestic switch and Rast, both of them have gone up. It's not like Rast is actually eating up the share of one link or the domestic switch. To be honest, Pakistan is not that developed of a market in terms of adoption for both of these switches to be competing with one another. In my humble opinion, and being MasterCard as well, I believe all these three infrastructures or the multiple or multi-rail strategies that are there can grow independently, and there is enough space for everyone to have a share of the pie. But at no point in time have we gotten an impression from the State Bank of Pakistan or anyone has given us an impression that they are here to kill the business of the other entity. Everyone is allowed to do within the realms of regulations and within the realms of law as to what is required and what needs to be done. So,
yeah, thank you. And Jawad, to add on to what Imad Saab and Ali just said, I would put a question to Ali. So since Union Pay has come to Pakistan, have you guys or Visa already lost volumes? Have you got a hit on the volumes?
not public information, but no.
Right, okay. So the thing is, we have to learn to coexist. So Ali very rightly said, since the launch of Rast P2P, we are doing over a couple of 100,000 transactions a day, and the number of transactions of one link are also constantly increasing. So State Bank doesn't want that just Rast needs to come in and do all the transactions. Overall, the digital transactions need to increase in the country. And that is what we need to look forward to. So NIFT has their own role. You specifically said NIFT. One link is basically a bill aggregator. It's a payment switch. It's an interbank funds transfer. But we aren't challenging one link at the moment. We aren't challenging NIFT. They are in their own spaces. We'll just facilitate those entities further. So this concept, and I often get this question from the industry, a lot of people out there. What will happen to this? What will happen to that? He just shared the exact, well, a high-level numbers with you, that transactions of all these switches are constantly increasing. So that's the answer to your question. Everyone's here to stay. No one's going anywhere.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Are there any more questions? Yes, there's...
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Taimur Ahmed. I'm from PayPro. Just wanted to ask your opinion, because at the moment Rast is free of cost. Will it be sustainable to keep it free of cost in the future, especially going forward when all licensed entity would be onboarded, and especially in P2B payments? There has to be a monetization element there, and is there going to be a cap on the price a business can charge for the transaction?
Okay. Regarding, like, you know, if you will charge in future for the services, if Rast will charge, so in medium term there is not much possibility of charging anything for services, because our intention is not neither cost recovery nor revenue generation, right? Neither cost recovery for near future, actually. It is more, like I said, that, you know, lesser cash means more digital transaction means much more happiness for us, because ultimately that results into the economic growth, basically, and so that's one of the core objective of the central bank. Economic growth is the return which we will give, actually, for the investment and the pain which we are taking. One. yes, there can be a joining fee or a token fee. There can be, but right now it's not there. It can be down the road, a year or after 2 years. There can be something. But still, I don't foresee that RAS in the medium term in next few years, like, even like charging and doing even a cost recovery kind of a thing. Regarding the caps on the transaction and blah, 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 whatever it is there, it's my personal view, not the view of the central bank. Market needs to, if the market needs to grow, then the policy of price setting is not very healthy actually. This is my personal view, not of the central bank. But we know that, but at some places, we would require to set some ceilings basically at some places, or some places where, like social disbursements are there, like rain fund, flood fund. There are some social causes kind of in collections and payments. Perhaps there might be a direction on that. But on a business transaction, वो कहते हैं ना कि when two participants are willing to pay for a service, then and nobody has any objection to pay, and there is no misconduct actually in setting a price by the players, right? Then why we would need to intervene into that space? That's not required, right? सब लोग खुश हैं, सब लोग हैप्पी हैं, कोई किसी को कॉर्नर नहीं कर रहा है, कोई मार्केट के अंदर मोनोपोलिस्टिक जो है ना प्राइसिंग नहीं मौजूद हो, तो why do you think that we would get into that space? It's not our area. आपको पता है ना बैंकिंग की प्राइसिंग, प्रोडक्ट, सर्विसेज, स्टैंडर्ड्स दिए हैं, स्टैंडर्ड्स. So I think rules, standards, self-governing standards is something which we are going to issue. उन स्टैंडर्ड्स के ऊपर और उन यार्डस्टिक्स के ऊपर रहकर लोगों ने अपनी चीजें जो भी करनी है वो करेंगे. And if somebody is willing, then they can both parties should be not complaining, right? That's the basic principle. अगर वो situation आती नहीं है और market अपने आप को self discipline रखती है, तो why a central bank will get into that space actually? I don't think so. It's our job actually.
Taimur, to add further to what Imad Saab just said. So I have a question to all of you guys. We want to develop a cashless society. Cash is something which is the king in Pakistan especially. So what do you think if you go out to a consumer and tell him that, guys, please stop paying this cash, 100 rupee or 1000 rupee note, which is actually free of cost to him, but the central bank, the banks, the industry is absorbing the logistics cost, the insurance cost, the printing cost, all those costs. Versus you come on digital and we'll start charging you money. That's one question. So where does the adoption of digital payments come then? We have to figure out adjacent revenue streams. In the near future, I do not see central bank putting a charge on the RAS transactions, P2P transactions. Sustainability is something we are trying to look at models. You guys are welcome. If any of you can come up with a revenue model for the sustainability of the switch, for sustainability of the fintechs of the industry, please do come in. But I'm really hopeful in a year or so we will have not one but more than one models available in the industry for this.
So I believe just to add to what Taimur rightly pointed out in this entire ecosystem is I was recently listening to this interview by Elon Musk, and he alluded to the fact that there's an assumption that technology continues to evolve by itself. But the right thing that he pointed out is like that's not entirely the case. Civilizations have existed with enhanced technology, but over a period of time they have forgotten to do what they used to do in the past. So for instance, Romans used to make these wonderful sculptures, right? They forgot how to do that. Similarly, there have been civilizations that were at the top of their technology at their time, but over a period of time they forgot on how to do that. So technology is something that improves itself, but it requires a lot of investment. It requires a lot of human hours, and it requires a lot of effort, a concentrated and perseverance on part of different entities and individuals to be able to improve on that, right? And I believe what Taimur is referring to is allowing for people to have that space to continue to invest in that technology, correct? And to be honest, it's very encouraging for me to know that the central bank is actually exploring on how they can actually go ahead and improve this financial model for the industry so that they can continue to build on these rails going forward. And to be honest, if we have an infrastructure, it's just like having a road or a motorway and operating it without a motorway police or operating without an automated fare collection solution of sorts. So I believe that's very encouraging on part of the decision makers that they're actually exploring these avenues. And I believe this is for us as an industry to go to the central bank and probably propose certain solutions that are there and that can actually be acceptable to the entire stakeholders within the ecosystem so that we can continue to put in that investment that is required to grow this ecosystem.
So I think we have one last question and then we'll be closing for lunch.
Sorry, I just have one more question. So no, since yesterday and today we've been specifically talking about the SME segment in particular, especially the MSME segment that us as Finja Lending Services or Bakhabar Kisan as Agri-Tech have been going across. So we're talking about use cases between person to person and person to merchant, which is the next phase. But is there a use case of merchant to merchant or business to business, which would eventually, I mean, the biggest, again, phenomenal that the entire domestic ecosystem is becoming cashless, and that's what our mantra is as well. And for any fintech, reducing cost is the primary element of having a very optimal business setup. So business to business functionality will actually allow these SMEs to transact digitally, who are currently, whosoever is digitized is using the IBFT rails. But with RAST in, the business to business functionality would actually further inject that element for them to transact digitally. And then for smaller retailers who are procuring stock from distributors, for them to make instant settlements on the RAST network between merchant to business as well, because the distributor will fall under the SME category and the merchant or the retailer is in the micro enterprise category. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So it's already there. Business to business payments is already there in the bulk use case actually. So you need not to wait for the person to merchant use case actually. So it can be done through the portal. It can be enabled through a device if a financial institution or a tech wants to do it, right? It's already there. If a business wants to make a payment to another business, it can be done through the bulk module actually. Single transaction can happen, multiple transaction can happen. But yes, request to pay through bulk cannot happen. But when the request to pay is there, it would be there. But in businesses, request to pay doesn't make much of a sense actually altogether. It's on the retail transaction because their liquidity and their planning is there actually when they want to pay and how much they want to pay. So the functionality is already there. So it's there. And it is available for the participants which are connected and which are tested right now. So B2B is already enabled, tested. So those rails are there. This functionality already exists. So it's not something which will come in future altogether.
Can an NBFC apply for RAS?
So here is a $1 million question. If you partner with a bank, and
who will charge?
Yeah, so it's your partnership with the bank, right? If you want to get a partnership with us, so it's like the rules and the open banking framework which we are working on right now, and definitely it will be that rules and joining the rules of joining a fintech to RAS initially through a sandbox and then eventually a direct accessibility based on certain rules and regulations and terms and conditions would be is something which would we will have in next year, right, 2020, 2023. Because RAS P2M go live is like in July 2023, the whole stack. But yes, so we need to have that. क्या आपको कैसे enable करेंगे या किसी और fintech को NBFC को किस तरीके से enable करेंगे? That's something, you know, that would be through the rules. Should it be light? Should it be like, you know, a complete open banking framework? So this is something like we have done you know, our bit of work, and now we will go into a consultation phase, and we are also testing on a technical sandbox actually. हम उसको करके देख रहे हैं कि देखिए ना बात ये कि if you issue a rules and if you haven't tested it, those rules, so you need to have test it first and then, you know, do it rather than issue something theoretical and then have problems, right? The rules are only there for, you know, those joining rules, do's and don'ts, and the controls and risks that needs to be evaluated and embedded. So RAST is something, you know, we would like to welcome everybody to join in. But, you know, somebody would connect directly and some others will connect through somebody else. So there is a direct participant, there is indirect participants, and there are people who are coming through indirect participants or direct participants through different partnerships, because they are just providing a piece of a tech actually for enabling a small part of the transaction, right? Just a functionality. So this is what it is actually, yeah. So now how do you want yourself to be placed? That's more important, right?
Thank you so much, Mr. Maudhi and Mr. Faisal and Mr. Ali. We will now be closing the panel for lunch, and once we're back from lunch, we are going to have our RAS design workshop. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, 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 hello. Hi, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just remind you guys to please come back here at 3 so that the design workshop can start on time. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch break.
Hello. I hope you guys had a good lunch. Just really quickly, if you guys have received numbers on sticky notes, so please, based on the number that you have, उस table को join कर लें. Number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So find the people with the same number. वो आपकी team है, and we'll be working in teams to hopefully help ideate on the future of fintech in Pakistan. Thank you. Let's just start. Already काफी late हो गया. Hello, thank you guys for joining. We're already running slightly behind, so we'll get started. Has everyone joined their teams? Right. Is anyone who's not on this table part of the workshop? Not on these 4 tables? Okay, cool. So I think there are 4 tables, which means we have 4 teams, which I think is actually a really nice group. And hopefully people from different organizations, so we can also sort of exchange ideas, which always really helps. So just to get started, I will quickly introduce Ideate Innovation, where I'm from. And so we get started. That sets up some context for our background and so on. So just as an introduction, we are a human-centered design firm. I'm guessing everyone here has at least heard of human-centered design, or design generally. So within that, the stuff that we focus on is research-based design. So we don't take up any design projects that aren't directly embedded in user research, which means that our belief is that good design comes from understanding users. And that, I think, is part of the context for this workshop as well. Roughly, we have 3 different areas that we work in: research, UX design, and service design. We can always take questions later. I'll just skip through these so we could get to the workshopping part. The cool team I get to work with, 3 of us are here, Sara, Ahmed Hashmi, and myself. We've worked with quite a few people, quite a few clients in different sectors. You will probably recognize quite a few in the financial sector as well. Some of them in Pakistan, some outside. But all of these, again, involving direct user research. So we believe that that's one of the things that we have, at this point, have developed a forte in terms of understanding users in Pakistan. Now coming to the workshop. It's titled Rast in the Future of Fintech. And this came from our meetings with the State Bank, where every time we would talk to the people from the State Bank about Rast, their vision for Rast was much wider and sort of longer term than what we knew of Rast or what people around us understood to be Rast. I frankly only thought this was a way to pay people, peer-to-peer payment network of some kind. The vision seems to be much broader. I think some of that has been shared here. So what we want to do here is bring in people from different organizations, different fields, and get ideas for where one Rast, but also the wider financial ecosystem could move in the next 10 years. And then after the workshop, in the next coming weeks, Ideate will develop a toolkit based on your ideas, which will then be fed into State Bank's long-term plans. So hopefully the workshop actually makes it beyond the workshop, which is often my main concern with the sort of workshops that I run. So just really quickly, the agenda. We'll start with a quick icebreaker. Then I'll introduce you to speculative design, which is the field of design that we'll sort of be learning about and using in this exercise. And then we'll get into the workshop. So starting with the icebreaker. There should have been an image here. We'll see. Okay. Just really quickly, I think everyone should have some sort of a notepad in front of them, right? Okay. So just imagine whatever your current constraints are don't exist for the next 5 minutes. Okay, let me figure this out because there should have been text there too. So I'll just tell you what the exercise was, because I think in the conversion of formats, again, technological issues that all of us face. So for the next 5 minutes, imagine yourself a month from now on your perfect vacation. The previous slide was none of your constraints exist. Money isn't a problem, getting time off work isn't a problem. There are no problems in the world. Now imagine your ideal vacation a month from now, और उसका एक दिन का बस day in the life होता है ना, वो क्या था, एक दिन जियो के साथ, वो उसका version लिखते हैं अपना in the next 5 minutes of your perfect vacation with no constraints existing. Understood? Please, a day in the life of yourself a month from now, 5 minutes. We'll then share those really quickly. Thank you. community. Yeah. Anyone else?
The only constraint was 1 month. Right. So I would be taking a trip with my family to northern areas to enjoy the early snow.
Oh, nice. वो भी अच्छा time है. I think this is before ज़्यादा snow हो जाए. Good timing for that. Anyone else? Last story. We all, I think we covered all the table business as well. अच्छा, so hopefully the slide deck works. Can we try one? Yeah. So just quickly, I think one of the reasons for doing this was when we think about like the future में finance का होना चाहिए, रास्ता होना चाहिए, a lot of the conversations become about आज के मसले. कोई कहेगा कि यार आज ये issue है, 3G या नहीं आता, या फिर जो भी different सबको पता ही जो constraints होते हैं. If we want to talk in like 5-10 year timelines, आगे का vision देखिए, so it's very important for us ourselves to slightly go beyond our normal constraints. So वो sort of hopefully the same mindset we can take forward in the next round. Let me just try this. Yeah, is the same clicker जो है वो चलिए ये just try it clicker निकालना. चलिए लेट हो रहा है. बैटरी स्पीड कुछ Can you guys hear me? मुझे somehow वो ज़्यादा आसान लगता है लेकिन this needs to be recorded. अच्छा, speculative design में हम ये करते हैं कि we think about the future in to solve complex problems. So अगर कोई बहुत complex issues हैं अभी करने के अभी उनके साथ हम deal कर रहे हैं, but we imagine again how the future moves and which constraints we can deal with आगे जाके उनको किस तरह हल करना है. और इसमें जो important sort of breakdown है वो ये है कि we imagine a future, but we also ask whether this is a good idea. क्योंकि फ्यूचर बहुत किस्म के होते हैं. डिस्टोपियन मूवीज आई एम श्योर सबने देखी होंगी, मुझे भी बहुत पसंद है. प्रॉब्ली नॉट द फ्यूचर वी वांट टू बिल्ड फॉर आवरसेल्व्स, राइट? सो वी आल्सो वांट टू सी कि अच्छा फ्यूचर हम लोग इमेजिन तो कर रहे हैं, इज दिस अ गुड आइडिया, एंड देन वी देन ट्रैक बैक एंड से हाउ डू वी बिल्ड दैट फ्यूचर. सो इफ यू कैन प्लॉट इट लाइक दिस कि ये प्रेजेंट है, हम फ्यूचर की तरफ जा रहे हैं, ये उसकी टाइमलाइन है. इसमें हम लोग ब्रेक डाउन कर सकते हैं कि फ्यूचर में बहुत सारी चीज़ें हो सकती हैं. एक प्रोबेबल फ्यूचर है जो कि बिल्कुल आप सीधे चलते रहेंगे, उधर एंड अप कर लेंगे. प्लॉजिबल है जो उसको आप थोड़ा पुश करें तो आप प्लॉजिबल फ्यूचर पे जाते हैं, स्लाइटली आउटसाइड द नॉर्म. देन देयर इज अ पॉसिबल, अगर बहुत ज़्यादा वो पुश कर लें चीज़ों को, फिर इम्पॉसिबल फ्यूचर प्रॉब्ली साई-फाई के अंदर आप ज़्यादा नज़र आता है, प्रॉब्ली नॉट बेस्ड इन आवर सॉर्ट ऑफ रियलिटी. वेयर वी वांट टू यूजुअली थिंक अबाउट द फ्यूचर इज टू पुश द प्रोबेबल, कि जो प्रोबेबल की एक्सटेंट है वहाँ से शुरू करें, एंड देन मूव इनटू द स्लाइटली लेस प्रोबेबल, कि हम उसके आगे प्लॉजिबल की तरफ जाते हैं कि अच्छा ये हमें लग रहा है पॉसिबल है लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा पॉसिबल नहीं लग रहा. दैट्स अ गुड थिंग, लाइक पुश फॉर दैट रादर देन उससे आसानी की तरफ आए. ये किसी ने मूवी देखी हुई है? कौन सी मूवी है? यस, माइनॉरिटी रिपोर्ट. कोई एनी क्विक आइडियाज फॉर इसमें क्या होता है? राइट राइट. सो ये प्रिडिक्टिव पुलिसिंग का इसमें प्रिंसिपल होता है. उसमें डेटा यूज़ करके, ये 20 साल पहले ऑलमोस्ट बनी थी, उन्होंने कहा कि हम डेटा यूज़ करके हम ऑन डेमोग्राफिक एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट वी कैन टेल कि कहाँ कोई क्राइम होने वाला है, एंड प्रीएम्प्टिवली वील स्टॉप पीपल, राइट? सो इसमें और इंटरेस्टिंगली थ्रू आउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ फिक्शन एज वेल एज मूवीज़ वीव हैड सॉर्ट ऑफ स्पेक्युलेटिव डिज़ाइन की तरह की मूवीज़ जिसमें एक फ्यूचर प्रेडिक्ट किया जाता है, और काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें उनमें से हो जाती हैं. So predictive policing is now a thing. इतना extent पे नहीं होता जितना minority report में होता है, but there are different countries that have played with it. काफ़ी dangers हैं इसके, we can get into those. So probably अगर हम देखें future probable है ये, but probably not preferable. Like we don't want to live, I don't want to live in a future where लोग पहले से जेल जा रहे हों just for the ability for that to be misused. Has anyone watched this show? Black Mirror की एक एपिसोड है. किसने Black Mirror देखा है? अच्छा ये एक उसमें brilliant show, dystopian, उसमें मेरे ख्याल में to sort of think about the future of technology. It's one of the best shows to watch. उसकी एक एपिसोड है जिसमें वो ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है आपकी eyeballs की हर चीज़ रिकॉर्ड कर रही होती है. And it can all be played back. तो उसमें the idea for this, movies and stuff of this sort is कि मूवी तो आपने देख ली ख़त्म हो गई, पर होपफुली आप उसके बाद सोचें कि यार ये वो रियलिटी हम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम रहना चाहते हैं कि नहीं. लेट्स से हमें पता है कि काफ़ी सारी टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जिस्ट करती है और 5 साल बाद कर सकती है. एज टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट वी सिट टुगेदर एंड सी वी हैव कॉन्वर्सेशंस एंड सी कि यार ये हम करना चाह रहे हैं कि नहीं. एंड दैट्स द पॉइंट ऑफ डूइंग स्टफ लाइक दिस. अगेन मेरे ख्याल में प्रेफरेबल नहीं है, किसी और के ख्याल में हो सकता है. वी कैन हैव दोज कॉन्वर्सेशंस. और पे ये स्टार ट्रेक के एक स्क्रीनशॉट आई थिंक फ्रॉम द 70s, इसमें समझ लें आईपैड की तरह के डिवाइसेस उनके पास होते थे कम्युनिकेशन के लिए. अ लॉट ऑफ दीज फ्यूचर्स. कॉन्सेप्ट कार्स बहुत ज़्यादा देखी होंगी आप लोगों ने, कार शोज़ की पिक्चर्स आती हैं, वेरी कूल लुकिंग कार्स. जो कार डिज़ाइनर्स भी होते हैं कॉन्सेप्ट कार्स के, दे आर यूजली नॉट मेकिंग देम इन अ वे कि ये प्रोड्यूस होंगी कभी भी. दे आर ऑफन जस्ट देयर ताकि कुछ नए आइडियाज़ पुश करें एंड पीपल टॉक अबाउट देम एंड वी सी कि हो सकती है कि नहीं. जैसे कि ऑटोनोमस व्हीकल्स वर प्रेजेंटेड इन कार शोज इन द 80s. कोई टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी हमारे पास बनाने के लिए, बट दैट गॉट पीपल टॉकिंग कि यार ये चीज़ चाहिए हमें कि नहीं चाहिए. सो दैट्स अगेन पार्ट ऑफ दैट. पर मैं आपको ये सारा कुछ क्यों बता रहा हूँ, बड़ी कन्फ्यूजन हो रही होगी. सो व्हाट विल डू इज़ इस सारे को हम अप्लाई करेंगे. पहले हम रिव्यू करेंगे हम करंटली किधर हैं पाकिस्तान एज अ फाइनेंशियल इकोसिस्टम. दैट्स स्टेप 1. Step 2 is we will come up with ideas for a future that we want to create, and that will be on a 10-year time scale. So आप 2032 में imagine कर रहे होंगे. We will then build a roadmap in the workshop on how to get to that 2032 वाला future. उसके बाद after the workshop, we will take all your ideas and all the collateral from here, build a toolkit as I mentioned earlier, जो कि State Bank as well as और organization के साथ share होगी in terms of ideas. अच्छा अब इसमें एक quick मैंने poll करना है. Let me get to some questions. Let me see. हाँ, और यही पोल हमने ना अपने वेरी क्विकली, अगर ये साइंटिफिक स्टडी बिल्कुल नहीं है, हमने एक इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला, लोग उस पर आंसर करें, मोस्टली यंगर ऑडियंस. सो फ्रॉम देयर पर्सपेक्टिव अगेन टेक सेवी यंगर ऑडियंस, मोस्टली एजुकेटेड, उन्होंने भी कुछ रिस्पॉन्सेज किए. एंड आई वुड लाइक योर रिस्पॉन्सेज टू दिस एज वेल. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज हाउ वुड यू रेट द मोबाइल बैंकिंग एक्सपीरियंस इन पाकिस्तान करंटली? ग्रेट, गुड इनफ, बैड या टेरेबल? ग्रेट कितना कह रहे हैं? नो वन? Okay, who says good enough? Okay, most people say good enough. Bad? 2 people say bad. Terrible? Okay. Good. Achha, so mostly good enough pe hain. Now just going to the answers we got, 50% good enough pe the, but terrible or bad mein zyada the. And I would say part of that might be this was a younger, more tech-savvy audience, like or younger audience, more who've probably grown up more with technology than most of us have. उनके लिए उनके एक्सपीरियंस का जो है ना वो बार वो और भी हाई होता है, और हमारा थोड़ा सा शायद लोअर होगा. सिमिलरली एंड आई थिंक आई ऑल्सो सॉ कि 2 लोग जिन्होंने हाथ रेस किया टेरेबल पे, वो दोनों यहाँ प्रॉब्ली यंगर थे, व्हिच अगेन मेक्स सेंस. हाउ मेनी ऑफ द पेमेंट्स you made in the last week were digital? All of them? Anyone? Okay. 1 person? Most of them? Probably half or less. Okay. Couple of people? None of them. Okay, so any sort of way, any payment without cash. Okay, so half. किसी ने none है कोई जिसने सारी cash में की हो? Okay, no one. इसमें भी बड़ा interesting था. I think ये crowd is sort of between most of them and half or less. और हमारा online crowd was more and all of them as well. Again, just understanding a slightly different audience, probably similar socio-economic backgrounds, but probably just अब age ही खाली change कर लेते हैं, the answers kind of change towards one side. How much cash do you think, how much easier do you think it has become to transfer money to another person in the last 3 years in Pakistan? A lot easier? Okay, quite a few. Somewhat easier. Probably similar. Not much has changed. Nobody. it has become harder. Nobody, okay, good. Isme bhi, this is actually interesting, what was really interesting for us. Most people said it's become a lot easier. I think 71% in our online poll, I think 110 or 115 votes there, which is significant. But in that audience, it was even more than it is here. Okay, people think it's really improved. So clearly going in the right direction, at least those use case ke andar. Achha, why do you think like this data seems really positive, right? कि लोग कह रहे हैं कि सही डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हैं, apps भी ठीक चल रही हैं, ऑनलाइन डिजिटल पेमेंट्स भी कर रहे हैं, इधर भी as well as our online poll. फिर मसला क्या है? Why are digital payments not common in Pakistan? Why are we having all of these discussions? Any ideas? Right. So, इस room में और हमारे Instagram वगैरह पे, this is not Pakistan. Like all of us are privileged in different ways, fairly significant ways, multiple directions. And I think that's one of the core things that we as designers and researchers see and face constantly in our projects. That we are also very disconnected from most of the people we design for, or we should design for. Problem ये होती है कि quite a lot of solutions जो हम लोग बनाते हैं, we just sit in our comfortable chairs in our nice offices and design them for people who have none of those privileges. तो अगर आप ये data है जो हम लोग आपस में share कर रहे हैं, we're fairly okay with this, we can't apply this to other people. उसी तरह we also can't apply the designs we apply to ourselves to most of Pakistan. And I think that is at the core of why I think at least research is important, why good design is important. It's not because I know a good design solution. It's because I hope our team finds out what the good solution is, and then we build it. And so I think that's really important for all of us in these areas to know. So what we'll now do is, अब हम लोग ना current state जो है ecosystem का, उसको हमने map करना है पाकिस्तान के. All of you should have these printouts and sticky notes. अब हम करेंगे ये कि, and this is a framework that's used often to study wider systems. First करें अगर मैं आपसे कहता हूँ ना कि current state पाकिस्तान की economy का क्या है, या fintech का क्या है. So your answers might just be about the exact कि fintech में यार payments नहीं होती, या लोग mobile नहीं इस्तेमाल करते. But actually the factors that will affect the long-term progress are all of these: political, economic, technological, social. आपको उन सबको देखना पड़ेगा कि इनके क्या-क्या impacts होते हैं on the thing that you're trying to design. और इसके अंदर, I've also just, you should also have printouts of this, but there's some definitions here. तो जितने policy issues हैं, जो हम trade restrictions हैं, इंडिया के साथ trade नहीं है, कोई embargoes हैं, all of those are political issues. Economic issues, inflation है, exchange rate है, all of that is economic. Tech, I think we've spoken quite a lot about. Or social and behavior, बहुत interesting है, around how people view technology, what people's relationship with money is. Actually, it's a quick question. How many of you count money when it comes out of the ATM? 3, 4, 20, 25% roughly. So this is very interesting, and this is a question I ask everywhere. And the answers also vary really interestingly with different audiences. But one of the important things to why I think this is an important question is that ATMs क्या हैं? एक technology है जो 50-60 साल से exist करती है. I think 62 में आई थी, around 60 years. पाकिस्तान में नहीं आई थी, but still has existed. Billions of people have used it, probably hundreds of billions of times. Failure rate बहुत कम है, हो सकता है, लेकिन बहुत कम है. But पैसे involved हैं, तो फिर भी हम पूरी तरह trust नहीं कर सकते उसको. So then expecting कि हम एक app launch करेंगे, और उसमें वो इंसान जो हमसे बहुत कम trust in technology रखता है, वो उसमें अपने पैसे डाल देगा, is going to be very, very difficult. So just understanding कि हम लोग भी, despite being in the field, despite understanding कि किस तरह चीजें चलती हैं, technology reliant भी हैं, हम ATM जैसी चीज को fully trust नहीं करते. And again, this changes quite a lot with different audiences. But just, I think that's a good frame of reference, at least for us, when we're designing fintech products, कि यार हम नहीं expect कर सकते कि लोग अपने पैसे एक app में डाल देंगे, unless you really, really work on the trust aspect of it. So that was just a slight tangent, but that falls in the behavior or societal aspects. अच्छा, हम ये करेंगे कि as a group, I would like you guys to have conversation with each other. Take these sticky notes. Let's say कि आप कह रहे हैं present day पे हम लोग let's see, पाकिस्तान में political aspects वो क्या हैं जो हमारे finance को affect करते हैं. You write one of them on this, put them in the political column. वो आप रखें. उसके अंदर one of the rows is for what is working and one is for what is not working. So उसमें कुछ political factors होंगे जो अच्छे हैं, positively affect कर रहे हैं आपकी economy को, fintech sector को, कुछ हैं जो negatively कर रहे हैं. So we just want to populate these boards as teams. Does that make sense? Can we start? Okay, yeah, Prakle. And we will also be moving around, hopefully helping in anywhere needed. I will go back to these definitions.
Electrical technology.
So, I guess अगर हम political से बात करें, what's working and what's not working. So हमारे finance वाले, what's not working is
Pretty much everything.
I think one is
So
working.
maybe one of you can start noting also. So जैसे ideas आते जाएं.
आप लोग देखना, आप लोग लिखी हुई होती है। मौसमी विकास भी होती है। विकास आपके कंसल्टेंट हो, आपके तो
हर एक आइडिया एक पोस्टर पे
Sir, I think in terms of what's working of late, the regulatory space has been focusing on the financial technology space. There are a lot of regulations that are coming in. From that focus, they have a general direction towards overall digitalization and inclusion. I think that's something that's working.
एक आइडिया एक पोस्टर पे लिख के आप उसको लगा दें, फिर दूसरा आइडिया है that will work.
Secondly, what I see is कि वो track and trace और इस तरह के वो better चीज़ है. We have to digitize, we have to track everything. So this requires a fintech type environment.
Collaboration overall, relative, there has been relative collaboration, like data sharing कुछ बेहतर हुई है.
Move towards open banking.
Yes, मैं फिर से कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि startup में डला भी है. वो हिम्मत कहती है सारा कुछ जो है ना black और कॉमन से लेके बैठ जाए. So that you can say कि track every activity.
Yeah, there is more governance.
Financial activities to be tracked. हाँ.
Financial governance.
Financial governance.
Total is 20 minutes, and even if you can take 5 minutes for each, so maybe like 3 points here, 3 points here, I think then you'll be able to cover everything.
One other thing that I feel is it's a priority for the government and for the state to move towards a digital cashless economy. So that priority is at the base. Okay. Let's move towards.
There are two types of
Yeah.
वादे पे चल रही है या बैंक समटाइम उसको कम बनने होती है या प्रॉपर्टी की उसको लेके उसको भी कंट्रोल करना है ब्लैक मनी ये फाइनेंशियल मॉडल्स का अच्छा व्हाट्स नॉट वर्किंग
And minus 3, that's not good.
So political instability, strikes,
I think corruption. People don't trust the people who are at the top.
Justice system.
बिल्कुल मतलब I don't trust. मैं टैक्स देने से घबराता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे दिखता ही मेरे टैक्स रख के दे. So similarly, why would anyone believe
justice system? Yes. So there is no implementation of law.
No implementation.
दूसरा point जो as a point itself very important कि trust from the people on the government is tax. Lack of trust from
on the side of the people. Yes.
Lack of trust from people to government.
Lack of trust from the government. And I think अगर हम जो हमने ऊपर एक टॉपिक पकड़ा है, so for example, what's not working in financial inclusion, हम उस पर भी एक टॉपिक है, so relative inclusion. So what's not working in yes, there is a step towards it, but still there's a lot of things that have to be done. So what is not working in this particular setting?
मेरे लिए नहीं है, लेकिन recently past 4-5 months instability रही है. really pushes everything at news priority.
बैंक आप
Current political
आप करंट सिस्टम के साथ खुश रहोगे रात में नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि वो प्रायोरिटी इतनी नीचे चली जाती है
आप ये टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ की फार्मर करते हैं मैंने मीडिया पे देखी बाकी यहाँ से सीखने के लिए I would say that political unrest leading to
I think आपका point जो है that is there is a focus towards technology but the fundamentals are not being taken care of. So that's it. More digitization की इस तरफ focus करें but आपके basic आपके principles नहीं set हुए यानी और आपको खाना नहीं मिला उसके लिए from travel and digitizing digitization but not to losing the fundamentals. उसमें आपका खाना ज़्यादा रोटी कपड़ा मकान
the basic
बंदे को जॉब ही नहीं होगी उसके बाद तो कौन सी ऐप यूज़ करेगा कौन सी कंपनी
अब इकोनॉमिक की तरफ
इकोनॉमिक्स व्हाट इज
इकोनॉमिक में व्हाट इज वर्किंग अगेन
इकोनॉमिक में मेरे नहीं आता है लाइक द कंपनी itself they are moving towards salaries to disbursement करने from banking channels से tools यूज़ कर रहे हैं कि एम्प्लॉइज़ की सैलरी ही उनके डिजिटल अकाउंट्स में है ताकि वो आगे निकल
more I think technology
वो techno
so this is more economic factors economic growth interest rate exchange rates
ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि the whole of the tied into the double कि दोनों में digital account
because overlap तो करते हैं sort of a union between both put it somewhere
discuss it right much better to have a populated board
rather than keep thinking about what to put in adoption of technologies by the corporate sector
adoption digital
corporate sector as well as
country-wide nationwide yes
I would like to highlight this particular point salaries in digital bank digital account. A lot of companies like Pesa and all of them, what they are actually doing is that वो जाते हैं जाके कहते हैं कि जी आपके जो एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं उनको आप इसमें डालें जो आपके वो लोअर रैंकिंग एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं जो लेबर क्लास है स्पेशली उनके लिए कैटेगरी आप वो उनकी इंक्लूजन बिल्कुल भी नहीं
I think economic-wise, the idea of getting funds, the fundraising situation has been much better currently. Past से अगर आप compare
टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर वो ये है कि जो हमारे रेमिटेंस के लिए हम हमारे चैनलाइज करना जैसे वेस्टर्न यूनियन है इंडिया है उसको हम अपने ऐप से सेलेक्ट कर रहे हैं बाद में हमें ब्रांच नहीं होना वो हम सपोर्ट डालें और अपने अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर करें
so ये जो fundraising वाला point है I'm actually putting in the middle because this is working and not working so yes we registered using the output over the past 7 months until I registered that I had talked yesterday with somebody का यार we the fintech and what it is मुझे जवाब
टेक्नोलॉजी में मैं वांटेड टू ऐड कि हमारे पास वो जो बैकबोन है कि वी डू हैव द इंटरनेट वी डू हैव दैट इंफ्रा के
So we can also say कि tech-wise research and development has been कि उसमें पैसा लगाया जा रहा है R&D पे
what's not working
what's not working I think कि बहुत saturation मतलब people are not looking at areas के लिए अगर किसी के पास आइडिया हो तो वो उसको रिफाइन कर सके खुद भी.
To improve technological awareness.
Yeah. Just a natural reflex. दोनों में आता है इंटरसेक्शन. आई थिंक सोशल में भी है कि लाइक जैसे एक टूर अभी पोल भी किया था लाइक मोर पीपल आर एक्चुअली मूविंग टू ऑनलाइन चैनल. मोर पीपल आर एक्चुअली मूविंग टू ऑनलाइन एंड डिजिटल चैनल कि भाई बैंक जाके नहीं बिल पे करना कि का बिल वो स्कैन करके या ऑनलाइन पे करना. सो प्रेफरेंसेस आर चेंजिंग. यस.
I think the social movement here, and this is I think at a government scale they've just started doing it, but maybe low data collaboration, where again trust issue are there. So this is kind of in the middle of what's working and what's not working. For example, अभी आपने जो तस्दीक वगैरह है, so they do have certain like.
There is some more issues related to old issues. वो ट्रस्ट नहीं करते सिस्टम डिजिटल सिस्टम उनको जो है वो किस तरह से
कन्वर्ट करना है.
उनको मतलब
So there is like less inclusiveness for senior level officers. So trust not economic में भी कुछ नहीं करता.
मैं ऐसे उनको जानता हूँ वो मतलब ऐसे इंजीनियर हैं PhD में लेकिन वो सिस्टम के ऊपर करते नहीं.
हाँ क्योंकि वो कंडीशन है अपनी मैनेज कौन सा क्लाइमेट चेंज would be
impact on I think economic later on what's not working overall.
I think it will be a good intersection between economic and social because लोगों की preferences इधर आ जाएंगी और उसका economical impact इधर आ जाएगा.
So that is what's not working always.
Yeah. What is working? Economic.
Economic or something that's not working. Our euro bonds are trading at 40%, so the country is expected to be at default. So this समझ नहीं आती. Banks are currently valuing their asset liability management with the default rates. सर आप कैसे बता सकेंगे? But interestingly, like various fintechs at one point are leaving the country, but Mastercard is increasing their focus. We will having to Pakistan. So इसको हम क्या करें?
देखिए तो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन है तो एज अ होल वो तो गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट बैंक बताएंगे. ठीक है वी आर नॉट डिस्क्लोजिंग व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं
In between lines.
हाँ इन बिटवीन है लेकिन मेरा ख्याल यही है कि पाकिस्तान की जो अपनी जो वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट है ना वो तो बहुत कम है लेकिन जो सऊदी की और उनकी है बस वही है जो हम दिखा सकते हैं. तो एक्चुअली फॉरेन रेमिटेंस के ऊपर हमारा ज़्यादातर डिपेंडेंट
Information access तो बहुत bad है.
घर पे भी पेंसिल से काम कर. तो अभी आपने एक और बात की कि इसके साथ साथ जो हमने आखिरी चीज़ लगाई है क्या चीज़ लगाई है? डिपेंडेंस ऑन रेमिटेंस. इसके साथ साथ
Information barrier. Information barrier from the side of state.
cover everything?
Yeah. We are trying to cover this thing, but it's so impossible to cover this. something is working, but it's also not working, and we made complete sense of that. That is that fundraising by startups is a good thing, but at the same time, because a lot of startups have failed to create an impact, the trust has gone down by investors. So people are not willing to invest. Yeah, very.
Thank you for contributing to all of this. I see a lot of really cool ideas. I think काफी ज़्यादा चीज़ें fill out हो गई हैं. I also found it really interesting कि political में positives वाला section जो था ना वो सबसे देर तक खाली रहा था, which I think tells you quite a lot about where we live. अच्छा, now the next section, which kind of continues the same momentum, is ideation. और वो time को आप ignore करते हैं. We sort of we've changed because of smaller groups, we've speeding through some of the sections. But what we'll do is एक ideation exercise करेंगे. How many people here regularly read the news? How many read physical newspapers? 1, 2, okay. I think 3 out of 3, the group, I think that's a good enough number. Again, very interestingly, obviously, predictably changes quite a lot in different groups. But what we'll do is, like, the more important part is कि किसी तरह भी news consume करते हैं. I took screenshots of randomly selected over the last 2 months Financial Times की headlines जिसमें Pakistan tag हुआ. Does not paint a nice picture. Like, I think everyone can agree. शायद कोई बहुत आप push कर लें तो कोई positivity निकले कहीं से, वरना नहीं निकलती. So what we'll do in the ideation session is, we will write a headline that you want in the Financial Times about Pakistan in 2032, specifically about our economy, right? That's the way we will write our ideas down. ये format होगा. The date is 24th November 2032, and what we'll do is, in let's say कि 4 लोग हैं group में, ये 4 हैं 5 हैं जितने भी, आप sticky notes लें अपने पास थोड़े से, हर कोई 4-5 sticky notes रख ले. The first 3 minutes, each person will write down however many headlines they can come up with. So again, the headline format, think of it, अखबार की headline है, so there's a specific format, the way headlines are written, एक sentence होता है, वो आप लिखेंगे. 3 minutes बाद, I will tell you guys, we will move the ideas forward. Let's say आपने idea लिखे 3-4, या so वहाँ से start कर लेते हैं. आपने ideas लिखे 3-4, 3 minutes हो गए, आपने अपने ideas इनको दिए, आपने इनको दिए, आपने इनको दिए. सारे individually ideas लिख रहे हैं, but then they're moving them forward. The next person reads the previous person's headlines. 3 minutes में उसमें और headlines add कर देते हैं. So it's a way to build on each other's ideas without talking over each other. जब हम brainstorming करते हैं, I'm sure हर किसी ने तरफ की होगी, एक बहुत common मसला ये होता है कि उसमें some people start talking much more than others. Generally power dynamics जो room में होती हैं वो चल रही होती हैं, जो boss होते हैं वो बात कर रहे होते हैं, बाकी नहीं कर रहे होते हैं. इसमें चुप करके सारे अपने ideas लिखेंगे, जब वो move on करेंगे, other people can build on their ideas. So 3 minutes में we'll do 3 cycles maybe, या 4 कर लेंगे. We'll have a bunch of ideas, essentially headlines written for 2032. उसके बाद as teams, hopefully आपके पास बहुत सारी headlines आ जाएंगी 2032 की. We will also come to this again. There's a mindset that I would like you guys to maintain through this exercise. उसके बाद you will, as a team, vote on which headline you want to pick as a team. और जो हम future का roadmap बनाएंगे, वो हम उस headline पे बनाएंगे. कि we want to get to this headline in 2032. Now we're building our roadmap for the fintech industry to get there. तो अभी के लिए, please अपने जो आपके पास sticky notes हैं, सारे उनको distribute कर लें within your team. फिर in 3 minutes, when I say start, please headlines लिखें, Financial Times 2032, that where you want Pakistan's economy to be. और ये कुछ mindset की चीजें होती हैं, where when we're coming up with ideas, defer judgment, so don't judge your ideas before you've written them. जो crazy idea आता है लिख लें. This is not the time to filter. Again, on that same note, wild ideas, very happy to have them. एक दूसरे के ideas पे build करें, which is when you transfer ideas to the next person, let them sort of, or you should read the person's ideas and see किसको मैं कैसे आगे लेके जा सकता हूँ. Visual, इतना ज़्यादा यहाँ apply नहीं करता because we're ending up writing headlines, and also going for quantity. Don't try to think of the best idea possible. Try to come up with as many ideas as you can. And ideas here means headlines. Does that make sense? Any questions? Okay. 3 minutes, headlines for Financial Times 2032. और also one idea per sticky note. एक idea लिखें sticky note पे, उसको side में move कर दें. फिर next. Maybe अभी आपके पास ideas हैं, every person, please pass your ideas to the next person जो आपके साथ बैठे हैं. No, sir. Just use them as inspiration. अगर आपको लगता है कि इनका आइडिया मैं और बेहतर कर सकता हूँ, वो एक और sticky note पे लिख लें. अगर आपको लगता है कि आपको कोई और आइडिया आ रहा है, वो लिख लें. So it's still more headlines, and you use previous person's work as inspiration. जितने जितने ideas headlines दिखती हैं in your group, just bring them together. और उनमें से you have to pick one headline to work on in the next step, which is the roadmap. So as a group, decide which headline you really want to work on for the 2032 Financial Times about Pakistan.
So we have to read all of those. Yeah, I think we can go one by one. Yeah, so you can. Pakistan prepares its glaciers, a 10-year journey. Pakistan leading in climate change, response. Pakistan achieves 0% debt to GDP ratio. Pakistan hosts biggest ever adventure Olympics, or we can say an equivalent. Pakistan, what is it? Pakistan launches mission to Mars. Tourism in Pakistan increases by 10,000% in the last 10 years. Climate change, Pakistan at the first position, ready to win.
Okay. Pakistan from being the benchmarker to being the quarterback of the fintech world.
Wow, headline right there. Actually, this is a very catchy headline. Yeah.
Beauty in the madness. The story of Pakistan in the world of fintech. Is Pakistan really worth the hype? The world says yes.
Pakistan
How come to the Financial Times?
Pakistan GDP grows 20%, 3 years in a row. The latest survey put Pakistan in top 10 financially inclusive country. Pakistan approves $100 billion loans to be disbursed through World Bank. Pakistan to upgrade financial system for 30 plus developing countries. Pakistan's financial solution makes its business most effective in C. South Asia.
Pakistan out of the IMF program. Pakistan leading growth for developing countries. China-Pakistan trade chain will connect Gwadar and Oman. Pakistan becomes the largest trade partner with the globe from Asia. Pakistan moving to India. Diplomats from previous arch rivals solve for Kashmir issue. Pakistan going to start trade friendly with trade with Iran and Turkey. Fully renewable energy-based train goes live from Pakistan.
Maybe you can put these all in front, फिर सब देख के when they're all laid out here, you'll be able to pick.
So,
I think इनको सबको फैला के then you guys can kind of maybe start taking the one up to lay them off. इनमें से कौन सा ऐसा जो सबसे पहले you want to maybe start the process of elimination आप निकालना शुरू कर दें.
Elimination भी कर लेंगे but किसी को कोई particular headline अपील की हो एक या दो. I'll go for either 0% debt to GDP ratio or the 100 billion loan to World Bank. ये दो मेरी.
Maybe let's start moving them aside जो आपको अच्छी लग रही है.
So can I get the 100 billion loan here and the 0% debt to GDP ratio?
0% debt to GDP ratio.
I think उनको अलग कर लेते हैं. सब अपनी तरफ से ना उस साइड पे मूव कर लें जो उनको ज़्यादा पसंद आ रही हैं.
I wanted to add this most financially inclusive and financial systems making businesses most efficient.
Pakistan out of IMF program.
Okay, so this kind of comes out to 0%
Anything
debt
from your
to
side?
GDP ratio.
हाँ. अब इनमें देखें कोई मिलती जुलती है. At least you can move aside.
To being the quarterback of the fintech world, Pakistan's financial solution makes it to businesses most efficient and so this is a commonality. Imagine the story of Pakistan in this world of fintech. This is the same. This is the same.
Yes. This is actually
the survey is Pakistan put in top 10 friendly, so this is the same. So अगर ये top 10 friendly में होगी but it's naturally a quarterback, so this is like a better one from this one I would say. तो कर देते हैं Pakistan from being the benchmark to being quarterback. ये हो गया Pakistan financial makes it. So again, a financial business most efficient and SEO. So I think this is a subset of the quarterback context. ये हो गया. Leading in the madness, the story of Pakistan and the world of fintech. So we can use either of the two because both show the
Same.
this is the fourth edition.
Final start नहीं हम लोग के पास.
ये तीन हो गए. So this is pretty much the same one. Type करना. तो अब आप लोग क्या करें? मैंने तो शुरू कर दिया. So we have Pakistan approved 100 billion loan to be dispersed to the World Bank. So this naturally shows that our overall economy improve हुई है. So we have 100 billion to give, but technically, and Pakistan sees 0% debt to be ratio. I think this is like this becomes a subset of this one. If you have 100 billion to give, so you can actually debt to be 0, 5% or 10%, which is not happening. So now we're either in Pakistan approves 100 billion loan to disperse to World Bank, or Pakistan from the benchmark to being quarterback of the fintech world, or leading the madness, the story of Pakistan in the world of fintech. क्या करना है? ज़्यादा जिसमें हो गया इतना वो
ये थोड़ी catchy phrases हैं.
ये मजे की लग रही है. Beauty in the madness, the story of Pakistan in the world of fintech. So बड़े हरामी लोग. So you choose from these two. आपको opinion है.
Yeah.
So we
So
have
we are
100 billion.
down to these three.
So we have 100 billion.
From being the bench warmer, being the quarterback of the fintech world, Beauty in the Madness, the story of Pakistan in the world of fintechs, and Pakistan approves $100 billion loan to be dispersed through the World Bank. Three.
So this is pretty much it. So ये इसमें आ गया.
हाँ.
जीरो करके 10 बिलियन कर दिया. मैंने 1 बिलियन तो यार
This is more subjective and broad. And 10 साल में भी headlines आसानी से बनती हैं. We can pick a particular sector, उसमें ऐसी तबाही खेल दी है कि
क्या Beauty in the Madness है?
अगर वो achievability वाली चीज़ पे करें.
Especially in South Asia, agri-tech can go crazy.
Are we going for this one then? So हम 10 बिलियन कर रहे हैं. To be realistic, मैं तो 100 बिलियन का सोच रहा हूँ.
मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँ मैंने.
So vote between these two. I go for this one. What do you go for?
I would go just for the phase of catch. I would go.
This one. After see that is I'm talking. We have this highlights. Story of Pakistan in the world. I also have a feeling somebody else would have this. But let's say एक चीज़ करेंगे.
Yeah. I mean,
सबका ambition
हम सारे पाकिस्तानी हैं, सारे fintech forum में बैठे हैं. Highly likely.
Working towards one goal.
इसीलिए मैं on total like outside fintech की headlines देख रहा था. Right, yeah.
Achha. Thank you. I think all of you now have a headline. I saw some really cool copywriting going on. Some more realistic headlines than others. Some, I think, pessimism was taken out of the system with some headlines, but then those headlines got trashed. And I think eventually everyone reached some level of plausible as well as, yes. So now what we'll do is we will treat that one headline as our end point for a 10-year plan. And to do this, we'll use the other board that you guys will be, I think, should already have. So essentially, we will write the headline that we have in the box on the top. And then to get to that headline in 2032, we already did like a current state for the political, economic, technological, and social factors. We will just break that down into 2032 mein, where do we need to be, where do all of these factors need to be for that headline to be possible. Then break it down into usse pehle 4 saal 2028, I think that was it. Oh, all of this says 2032. I hope this says, yeah, 2028. 2028 mein, all of those factors ka hone chahiye, and usse pehle in the middle. So essentially we're working backwards. Starting with the headline, seeing where the 4 factors need to be for that headline to be possible, and then work backwards to our current state, जो हमने पहले किया था. Does that make sense? Any questions? And a similar format, जो sticky notes पे लिख के लगाना. Yes, so headline हमने assume कर लिया हो गई है 2032 में. उस वक्त we start with 2032 के अंदर political climate कैसा है, economical factors क्या हैं, वो हो गए. That's our perfect 10-year state. We already had a current state जो हमने पहले लिखी थी, political, economic वगैरह. Then we just need to fill in like an intermediary 2 steps, and that sort of becomes our roadmap for a 10-year plan. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you. And we have about 30 minutes for this, and then we will wrap up. Thank you. It's the same exercise, but we'll break down कर दिया 4 stages. पहले लेकिन headline इधर please लिखें, like आपकी जो है ना.
I can say for instance, for technology, we have seamless connectivity across the nation.
I think थोड़ा सा इसको overall plan करें कि 25 तक क्या होना होगा, 28 तक or 2032 तक. So almost like steps, right? Because you might say something in a certain year and you realize it might take more years to achieve that.
And it's a gradual rise that we are moving forward.
जिस तरह आपके वो है पाकिस्तान सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी 2032 होगी, 2025 में पाकिस्तान opens its borders to international data sharing. Data information sharing. So we can put this in 2025. Economic में trade आ जाएगा. Can I get some more sticky?
Sure. Like gradually, how does it move from 2025? So आप यहाँ से essentially शुरू कर रहे हैं and building towards 2032.
However, like your brain works, right?
Yeah.
Like if you want to work backwards, वो भी कर सकते हैं.
Yeah, we're going to take that approach. If this is the end goal, what do we need to do in 5 years in advance?
Economic and
2025. That's like the first step. Increase it 20% year over year to begin with.
And then economic can be that billion loan that we were talking about. Maybe not by 10 billion, you can do it by 1 billion.
10 billion कर दो, switch कर दो फिर. ये इकोनॉमी में सबसे ऊपर चला गया. तो ये भी आ गया.
Financially inclusive country will be economic, right?
climate change को भी लें.
जी, social में. Leading in climate change. Social, this would be the top. अब climate change के लिए what should we do in 25? So like 3 years from today.
Digital literacy part of school curriculum.
मैंने यहाँ पे reduction in gender gap for technical positions.
Digital carbon footprint can be some point, like if we can come up with like in 28, if we are measuring it, yeah, we have licenses for it, yeah, we are limiting it. Like, you know, for example, Web3 and all is happening. अगर mining हो रही है भर भर के, so we're gonna
उसको भी economics में
25 में आ गया. 25 में. Best.
Pakistan imposes restrictions to reduce/manage carbon footprint. Social media technical में.
I think it's part of both because वो social behaviors पे आ जाएगा.
ये political climate change में ले जाए तो ऐसे ही है ना overall 2032 भी ले जाओ 10 साल का 10 साल का जर्नी है ना.
सही.
यहाँ पे एक लिख लें पाकिस्तान have done क्या कहते हैं fair election.
Yeah, so extremely
fair election for the first time in Pakistan.
हाँ, extremely important. ये हम
2025 में कर दें.
Pakistan going to start train friendly with Iran and Turkey and वो renewable energy train आ गई. So हम इसको economics में कर दें 2028 economic and tech.
Without intervention of Newton.
All government systems automated with robust controls and accountability.
Sorry?
All government systems automated with robust controls and accountability.
हम 2025 में करते हैं. बिल्कुल 25. Political में करते हैं, technology में.
हाँ, ये दोनों में जाती है.
जिसमें भी करते हैं. Technology में और बड़ा कुछ आ रहा है, political में कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा.
मतलब इतने हैं कि वो
28 में क्या expect करते हैं वहाँ political में कि budget allocation हुई है for
लोकल गवर्नमेंट का भी इसमें डालें 2020 है. लोकल गवर्नमेंट क्या कहते हैं प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट एबॉलिश एंड लोकल गवर्नमेंट जो है वो टुक प्लेस.
ये भी कर सकते हैं. हाँ. Free trade zones, enhancement and actual adoption of free trade zones क्योंकि वो नहीं होगी.
28.
I would say 25 but हाँ 28 में करते हैं. और सर ये this is like in line with what you just said as well. तो आपकी इकोनॉमी आ गई ना. USD PKR to PKR 50 rupees per dollar. Extremely important. इसको मैं 5 करना चाह रहा था but 50 rupees भी चलेगा. इसको हम कहाँ पे करें 32 में ही कर देते हैं.
28 में करें.
28 में पॉलिटिकल में करते हैं. इकोनॉमिक में आ जाएगा. इकोनॉमिक में आ जाएगा.
What did you say? Establish free trade zones. Free trade
zones हो रहे हैं मतलब कि वो there is like high adoption of free trade zones for technological advancement करते हैं. इसमें dividend repatriation भी आ जाती है. उसमें support tax reduced taxation भी आ जाती है. वो 2020 होना 5 में चाहिए but 8 में.
So I want to add something about energy cost to rationalize or regenerative energy क्योंकि without energy कुछ भी नहीं.
वो मैंने यहाँ पे renewable train लगाई थी. ये fully renewable train जो चल गई है so energy हमारी इधर आ गई साहब. इसको 2025 में करते हैं.
2028 के अंदर कर दें कि लोकल गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम रिप्लेस्ड. ठीक है ना. प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम.
बिल्कुल करते हैं. That's very important.
ये कर दें.
मैं तो कहता हूँ हम 3-4 provinces भी और बना लेते हैं.
Provinces
जरूरी है.
हाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट.
कराची.
हाँ कराची के province.
Local.
8 provinces.
जितने डिस्ट्रिक्ट है ना उतने प्रोविंस बना.
बिल्कुल बना. कम से कम 8 ही province होने चाहिए. 9 province.
Local government.
बल्कि डिवीजन जितने हमारे डिवीजन है ना जैसे कराची डिवीजन, हैदराबाद डिवीजन, सक्कर डिवीजन सबको एक इसको प्रोविंस बना दें और उनकी अपनी जो जैसे लोकल गवर्नमेंट होती है बस वही है.
So local government system replaced provincial
bodies.
Local
government system takes over provincial bodies.
And 10 independent local bodies, basically 10 provinces.
10 independent bodies founded.
A bracket में वो layman terms 10 provinces.
गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज की सैलरी बढ़ा देंगे जो करते हैं.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
अकाउंटेबिलिटी.
नहीं अकाउंटेबिलिटी तो है.
ये इकोनॉमिक में आ जाएगा.
अकाउंटेबिलिटी तो है.
सोशल में डाल दो. सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज है.
मैक्स नो लिमिटेशन.
ये भी डिसाइड करें कौन सी बातें लिखनी है कौन सी नहीं. इम्पोर्टेंट पता चले कि सर वो आपके पीछे पड़े हुए हैं. वैसे तो उन्हीं को हैंग करना चाहिए तो सिस्टम सही हो जाएगा. अगर उनकी वीडियोस ना हो.
रीड बाय एग्जांपल.
हम इसको वो कहते हैं ना rationalization of
justice system
and transparent accountability.
Justice system plus rule of
economic में मैं तो कहता हूँ सोशल में defense budget allotted to
zero.
या डिफेंस बजट डायरेक्टेड टू समथिंग.
आपको वो सैलरीज वाला पॉइंट बहुत जरूरी है. वो बिल्कुल होना चाहिए. वो रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ सैलरीज भी कर लें पब्लिक सर्वेंट्स की. ऑप्टिमाइजेशन
rationalization of salaries and land for public servants is so important.
I think ये 2032 में जाएगा.
नो फ्री प्लॉट्स जो है
given as rewards, you came
नहीं,
first.
no free
self-plot.
clause to क्या कहते हैं any government official.
I so agree with that.
इसको ना इधर रखिए 28 में हाँ ना तो चाहिए होएगा तो 30-32 में भी नहीं होता
ठीक है जी तुझे ज़्यादा पैसे दे रहे हैं लेकिन तू गलती की तो सजा भी ज़्यादा देगा
हाँ तो वो जस्टिस सिस्टम भी यहाँ पे आ गया ना अकाउंटेबिलिटी हाँ ठीक है
Justice system होता है ऐसा।
पुलिस एक्चुअली बिकम्स पुलिस एक्सट्रीमली इम्पोर्टेंट
यूएसए में वो आया
तो
था।
टेक्नोलॉजी में हम क्या कर रहे हैं
अच्छा जी
पाकिस्तान ओपन बॉर्डर फॉर डेटा शेयरिंग
सेल साइड स्पेक्ट्रम ऐड कर रहे हैं तो कवरेज इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं और ये इवेंचुअली फिर नेशन वाइड कवरेज होगी
सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी हो गई ठीक है पाकिस्तान टू अपडेट फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम ऑफ 30+ डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज हो गया उससे में ही आ गया और क्या टेक्नोलॉजी में इंटरनल डेटा कोलैबोरेशन मतलब इस वक्त हमें सेंट्रलाइज्ड केवाईसी की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है
थोड़ा ओपन बैंकिंग की तरफ भी जाएंगे
सेंट्रलाइज्ड केवाईसी एंड फ्रॉड डिटेक्टमेंट एक्चुअली मेरे पास एक यूज़ केस आया था वन ऑफ somebody I know working in fraud उन्होंने 40,000 अकाउंट शेयर किए across 5 banks and none of the banks actually used that data because उनको डर लग रहा था कि SVP मसला करेगा and as it turned out of those 40,000 accounts in 1 month across all the banks there were 15,000 cases जो उन्होंने हाईलाइट किए हुए थे एंड फ्री डेटा भेज दिया हुआ था उन्होंने टू 5 डिफरेंट बैंक्स नोबडी इम्प्लीमेंटेड इट किसी ने भी एक चेक नहीं लिया एंड लाइक 15,000 फ्रॉड केसेस थे तो ये कोलैबोरेशन हमारी बिल्कुल भी नहीं होती सो सेंट्रलाइज्ड केवाईसी एंड फ्रॉड डिटेक्टमेंट वेरी
मतलब टीम प्लेइंग कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है कि भाई आप लेकिन ईच सपोर्ट ईच अदर टू बिल्ड
मतलब दैट वंस CNAC डिड फ्रॉड्स अक्रॉस 18 बैंक्स और उसमें मतलब एक बैंक ने हाईलाइट करके एक महीना पहले 5 बैंक्स को बता भी दिया था दिस इज एन एक्टिव यूज केस
हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कंज्यूमर्स ट्रस्ट करें या बैंक्स आपस में ट्रस्ट नहीं कर सकते
अभी बैंक आपस में ट्रस्ट नहीं कर रहे बैंक सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा फॉर दिस थोड़ा सा रेगुलेटर का भी कुछ डाल देते हैं एक्चुअली SEC पे नादरा आर डूइंग अ वंडरफुल जॉब दैट आई विल से हाँ नादरा इज लाइक अ ग्लोबल बेंचमार्क इस वक्त फॉर श्रीलंका में बांग्लादेश में नाइजीरिया में सो UN एक्चुअली यूजेस नादरा एज अ बेंचमार्क फॉर आइडेंटिटी सर्विसेज और नादरा इज डूइंग वेरी वेल
हमारे पास ना एक हमारे पास ना वो टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर हमारे पास जो है ना एक बैकअप सिस्टम होना चाहिए इनकेस थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर होती है सैटेलाइट स्कैम हो जाते हैं
agreed there's a closed loop system कोई implement
होना चाहिए हमारा बैकअप सिस्टम होना चाहिए ताकि हम उसको चला
रिलायंस भी तो नहीं आती ना हमारी
पाकिस्तान डेवलप
क्रॉस बॉर्डर ट्रेडिंग
नहीं डेवलप बैकअप सिस्टम
हाँ developed and internal
and well integrated system
closed loop well integrated system इसको एज वो वजह से ना हम आगे कहते हैं BCP पॉलिसी जो होती है बिजनेस कंटिन्यूटी एंड डिजास्टर रिकवरी BCP एंड DR तो ये हम इसको 10 साल पे रखते हैं आई थिंक चलेगा ये
एक वो
सो मतलब 8 साल पे बीच में
ठीक है पॉलिटिकल 2032 अभी we just have Pakistan preserves its glaciers so hopeless about politics
तो फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन
वो है फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शंस हैं पर वो 28 हैं ना इसको तो जल्दी उम्मीद हम कर सकते हैं
सेकंड फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन कर देते
नहीं ये 25 में
या
पॉलिटिकल इसमें चीज़ें आई थिंक आपकी जो फिनटेक का गोल है उसको अचीव करने के लिए व्हाट आर द पॉलिटिकल चैलेंजेस व्हाट आर द पॉलिटिकल रेजोल्यूशंस जो हैं
आई थिंक बजट एलोकेशन
कैसे चला
बजट एलोकेशन can be definitely the case just setting aside budget towards upcoming fintech and financial inclusion so that yes कि हर कोई डिपेंडिंग है for the funds
बजट एलोकेशन टू टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर इंक्रीज बाय 40% इन शॉर्ट नीचे कर दो 28 में कर दो
लोगों को बताएं भाई हम ये टैक्स का डेटा जमा करने के लिए डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस नहीं कर रहे दिस हैज टू गो आउट
वो सोशल में हमने ट्रस्ट का एलिमेंट डाला हुआ है कहीं
नहीं उसमें डाला था
What's wrong में oh
so that can be made right
so we can this is a good point not like user client, basically आपका consumer trust improves in overall fintech and government system.
Online risk deficit decreases when consumers start.
इसका how would we shape it? Yeah, it's a very good point. So social पे सर headline लिखे ना आप trust improve हो गया.
ये लिख देंगे 75% in tax net और tax filers.
Yeah. हाँ वो automatically वो trust
टैक्स
को
ट्रस्ट हो गया तो 75% जो है ना वो पाकिस्तानी यार टैक्स
It can be like trust issues, question mark, not for the 75% of Pakistan.
Yeah, क्योंकि the government is then allocating the funds properly.
Yes, and the people are very happy and satisfied.
Yeah. Critical में और क्या हो सकता है?
टैक्स की चीज़ 25 में डाली 28 में डाली
टैक्स की चीज़ आप
Political
क्या है 2032 में डाल दो उसमें पॉलिटिकल में डाल दें वहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं गया हुआ सोशल में भी कुछ भी नहीं गया हुआ
नहीं सोशल में
सोशल में डाल दें
लेकिन ये टैक्स 25 में डाल देते हैं
25 में डाल दें
Trust issues the government वाला हम political में डाल दें.
दें और क्या what can the politicians do at this point to improve technological advancement और क्या हो रहा हो negative है but at least shows the power of technology firms lobby their own I don't know do a lobby किसी तरह कोई बिल पास करा लेते हैं
हाँ bill pass करना will be so political. A tax-free zone type वो हमने मिलके डाल दिए.
इसके अंदर एक चीज़ है जो ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट है ना वो हमारे उसके अंदर आना चाहिए कोई लॉ ऐसा होना चाहिए
Lack of trust on the government,
नहीं
not for
गवर्नमेंट
the
नहीं
75%.
बिटवीन जो 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 लोग आपस में ट्रेड करते हैं उनका एक बड़ा जो है ना डेफिसिट है क्योंकि वो पैसे वैसे तो पहले पकड़ लेते हैं फिर भाग जाते हैं गायब हो जाते हैं उनकी बॉन्डिंग को बिल होना चाहिए कि उसकी बॉन्डिंग हो के उसको गवर्नमेंट जो है ना पकड़े जैसे आप कोई कंसाइनमेंट जानी है आपने वो जी दिखाया कुछ भेजा कुछ
वो यहाँ पे आ गया ना रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ जस्टिस सिस्टम प्लस रूल ऑफ लॉ क्योंकि यहाँ पे फिर अकाउंटेबिलिटी आ रही है सो आपका इसका मतलब आपका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ आपका टॉर्च लॉ सारा कुछ इज़ वेरी एक्टिव दैट you can go to the courts to fight your case for example कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को डिसप्रूवमेंट हो गई कोई आपका इंटेलेक्चुअल
या
प्रॉपर्टी
ये कह देंगे कोर्ट्स क्या कहते हैं स्पेशल कोर्ट्स एस्टैब्लिश्ड फॉर फाइनेंशियल सेटलमेंट्स
sorry
special courts established for financial settlements
yes
between
that's a very good point to show trust
अभी वो एक थी मैं देख रहा था अभी उसकी वीडियो कहते थी मैंने इंगेज किया कि मेरे को कुछ डेवलपमेंट करवानी थी चीज़ों के लिए लोग आए लेकिन वो पैसे ले लेके भाग गए
ये बहुत ज़्यादा इशूज़ है यहाँ पे तो बहुत ऑन में माशाल्लाह हमारी आवाम भी तो बहुत अच्छी है ना इसमें क्या आना चाहिए कि आवाम भी इंसान बन गई तो मैंने एक सोशल में डाल दी 90% टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन इन रूरल एरियाज
That will be revolutionary.
That will be very revolutionary. तो इस वक्त आपने वो हमारे वो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स में चला गया ना वर्ल्ड बैंक के इंटरनेट प्रोविजन So internet it's now a sustainable development goal, like amongst the 14.
People might start focusing on that.
The internet, it has to go.
I think once internet comes, वो rural areas तो उनकी focus on the current affairs ज़्यादा भी बढ़ेगा. तो मतलब like people will also get to know हो क्या रहा है. Even पाकिस्तान में maybe अभी इतनी I doubt इतने गाँव पता भी चलता है कि यार उस कोने पे यार क्या हो रहा है.
नहीं वो होता है, देखें वहाँ पर जो है ना अभी भी टीवी एंड रेडियो जो है ना उसका सिस्टम मौजूद है गाँव वगैरह में ना, क्योंकि बहुत सारी जगह ऐसा होता है कि सिग्नल्स नहीं है या केबल्स नहीं है, तो वो लोग रेडियो वगैरह भी सुनते हैं। और जहाँ पे वो इंटरनेट वगैरह की फैसिलिटी है तो वो लोग जो है वो सोशल मीडिया को इस्तेमाल उसको
पर ये है ना कि पैकेजेस खर्चा और यूज जितना ज़्यादा है, इसका एक मसला है जब आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी नेक्स्ट लेवल है एंड इंटरनेट अवेलेबिलिटी है, तो क्या पता लाइक नो समबडी लिटरली इन अ गांव कैन स्टैंड अप एंड से यार वाटर हमारे यहाँ पानी का मसला है, पर मैंने ये वीडियो देखी है इधर, अब हम ये इस टाइप की मोटर बना देते हैं, सो व्हाई नॉट?
On your exact point, I just brought technology helps provide clean water to most of the countries. That is what I just put in.
That is exactly that's going to be a social change.
Yeah.
That is technology leading up to improving the lives of people.
So socio-economic factors have to improve. I think हमने बहुत हल कर लिया.
Yes, we have been very exhaustive.
जगह नहीं है, पर आएगी तो जगह नहीं है।
और एक और भी होना चाहिए यार, पाकिस्तान grows its own tea. पाकिस्तान अपनी चाय नहीं बनाता अभी।
वो और हम सबसे बड़े, I think we are the biggest importer.
हाँ,
second
probably. But biggest नहीं, क्योंकि इंडिया अपनी बनाता है, श्रीलंका अपनी बनाता है।
श्रीलंका जो है वो तो एक्सपोर्टर है।
श्रीलंका एक्सपोर्टर है, वो एक्सपोर्ट आता है, इंडिया भी एक्सपोर्ट करता है, हमारी मेजॉरिटी वही खाती है। ये भी अच्छा होगा, पाकिस्तान में सिर्फ सोना एवोकाडो है।
अच्छा, मैं उनके बैग भरें?
हम जितना पीते हैं
एक्चुअली हो सकता है इकोनॉमिक में भी, दिस विल हेल्प रिड्यूस आवर ट्रेड डेफिसिट।
अच्छा,
ट्रेड डेफिसिट पे उन्होंने कुछ लिखा
इंटरनेट वो बैलेंस पेमेंट्स के
बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट्स कुछ लिख दो जो अच्छा लगे।
चेक करवाइए अभी
हमने आगे 10 बिलियन का लोन, 10 बिलियन का लोन भी तो देना है ना। सो व्हाट हैज टू हैपन इन 2028 दैट वी कैन गिव अ $10 billion लोन। तो मतलब आपका
बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट्स इज अ पॉजिटिव बैलेंस ऑफ
is positive, हाँ बैलेंस 5 years straight
करीब है होता है वो शायद आ जाए।
नहीं अब 3 years straight करता चल
चलो इतना कर
लो।
Positive balance of
The
payments.
first one I'm attending.
Positive balance of payment for five straight years. Pakistan on a hot streak.
Very nice. ये आपका आ जाएगा इकोनॉमिक में 2028 में। इकोनॉमिक में 2028 या 2032?
I think 32.
या बीच में डाल दो, सब बिटवीन 20 और 22, so 2030 पे आ रहा है।
पता लगा मुझे कॉल है, तो अभी चेक कर लो।
हाँ ये होगा तो हमारा USD 50 पे आएगा ना।
अगर तो ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है तो खड़े खड़े से चेक कर लें। फिलहाल तो मैं अगर तो आप पास हैं तो आप आर्जी तौर पे बैंक के सामने भी लगा के देख सकते हैं। चलें ठीक है, ठीक है। मैं फतेहल्ला से कहता हूँ कि तुम माउंट करो, तो अली आके ना चेक करें। बस ना अच्छा फतेहल्ला ये ब्राज है ना वो पहुँचे 10 मिनट में। ठीक है आप, हाँ आप माउंट करवा दें, वो 10 मिनट में पहुँच रहे हैं। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल उसी जगह पर लगानी। वो देखना टेबल ऊंची करनी होती है ना, तो मैक्सिमम हाइट टेबल की जहाँ पर आ जाए LED को ना लगे, वो हमने गैप उसी हिसाब से बनाया था। आप वही देख लें बस, पीछे गिरे हुए टेबल को मैक्सिमम ऊपर कर लो।
हो गया वैक्सीन? नहीं, आप लोगों ने वाकई जितने शीट्स होते हैं आप लोगों ने पढ़ लिए।
वाले बच्चे होते हैं ना, एक्स्ट्रा शीट्स है, एक्स्ट्रा शीट्स
ये वो बच्चे होते हैं बट सब बड़े इरिटेटिंग लगते हैं। शीटें भर रहे होते हैं, एक्स्ट्रा शीट में ज़्यादा देखो वो स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, ज़्यादा टैगिंग कर दी। स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं जो एक्स्ट्रा शीट्स मांग रहे हैं एग्जाम में।
पेपर हो नहीं रहा होता और तो क्या जाके एक्स्ट्रा शीट।
Thank you, everyone, for all your efforts here. I think actually we got more ideas than I had expected in the timelines that we had, and also the post-lunch expected comma situation. So thank you so much for this, and thank you so much for attending the event. We will hopefully take these sheets with us, document them, make digital versions. We will also be potentially doing another event to add on to our ideas, so we get even more of them. And in a few weeks, publishing a toolkit of some sort, documenting some of these plans for the future, coming from you guys and being shared with the State Bank and other stakeholders. Thank you so much. Also, tea is being served, so good news. Thank you.